In the last session, we finished off with Tronald, where he astoundingly turned the tide in an intense arm-wrestling duel against the seasoned harbor master. Triumphantly, he brokered both safe passage to Fane and a precious map of the world, all for the tidy sum of 380 gold pieces. However, the gold has yet to exchange hands. So what do you want to do?
I think it's obvious, Joe. I want to gather 95 gold off everyone and pay the man.
Don't you sass me. How was I supposed to know that's what you was going to do? I mean, you're all about as predictable as a greased goblin on a roller coaster.
And here I was thinking that roller coasters didn't exist in this world.
Well, of course they do. Where do you think people go to have fun?
Fair enough.
New goal. Visit a roller coaster. Tronald, can we go to one?
Yeah, sure we can, buddy. Right after, we stop the Obetus resurrecting Vecna and summoning forth Orcus.
I really don't see how it's that much of a pressing matter.
And that's why we love you, buddy. Anyway, Joe, I gather the 95 gold off everyone and pay the harbor master.
Well, I don't know about Saxy, but I certainly didn't agree to pay 95 gold for this. Tronald, I think you should pay for it all.
And I think you should learn your place.
Jesus, dude, I was only joking with you. Why have you got to bite my head off over it?
Gold, my dear friend, is no subject for jest.
I'm surprised you don't know by now. But joking about gold with Tronald is almost always going to end negatively.
Tronald, don't become a puppet dancing to the jingle of gold. Be the puppeteer who controls the strings.
That was a nice little saying you came up with. Anyway, how about you give me the damn gold so we can get on with our day?
Whatever, man. Here, take it.
I give Tronald 95 gold as well.
Same.
I just want you all to know if I had access to teleport, I'd be out of here quicker than you could say the fuck, leaving you all high and dry.
Well, that's not very nice.
That was just me trying to make a joke about gold to prove to Celestia that I can have fun when it comes to coin.
I don't think it applies if your joke is at the expense of others, though.
What do you know about jokes?
Ouch.
Anyway, Joe, I pay the man his money.
As you stretch out your hand, releasing the party's amassed gold into the harbor master's firm grasp, he clinches it with a satisfied chuckle. Swiveling on his heel, he stows the precious coins safely within an ornate coffer. A wry smile graces his lips as he observes, "I began to wonder if your quarreling would ever reach its end." Quickly, he pulls out an aged ledger of parchment, its pages worn from countless previous transactions. The scratching of his quill against the rough paper fills the room as he diligently scripts out 4 passages, each promising a journey towards the town of Fane. Once complete, he tears off the tickets and hands them over to you, Tronald.
Now, what the hell are we supposed to do for the best part of 2 hours?
Try not let Raarh get captured, I guess.
Speaking of, as you swivel around, you suddenly become aware of a shift in the dock's atmosphere.
Oh, great.
The guards, who were once mere specks at the top of the slope, are now entwined in the swarm of sailors and dock workers, busily prepping the vessels for departure. Their systematic advance through the crowd sends ripples of unease through the throng. Guards yank back hoods, stern eyes scrutinizing faces, whilst others engage in brief, heated scuffles with those unfortunate enough to resemble Jake or Raarh. Their path through the crowd is relentless, an unyielding force moving steadily closer. Raarh, as their proximity dwindles, a sense of urgency stirs within you. If they continue their relentless approach, I want you to know that there's a high chance that you will be spotted.
So what are we doing then, guys? Because if we stay here, he's gonna get busted.
Mr. Harbor Master Man, is there any chance we can board our ship early?
The man, who had already turned around and began to prepare things inside of his station, turns around and says, "Whilst Mr. Harbor Master Man is an interesting name to be called, you can just call me Denvar. And no, unfortunately not. You'll have to wait until they've finished preparing the vessel before any passengers will be permitted to board."
Well, Denver, we could really do with boarding now, so if there was any chance of that happening, we could pay you slightly extra for it.
Why are you rolling, Joe?
He's making an insight check on the situation to try and see what the hurry is. I see what's happening here," says Denvar as a small smile creeps up his face. "Wanting to avoid the city guard, are we? I wonder, if I turned you in, do you think I would be able to get that map back?"
You wouldn't.
"You're right, I wouldn't. I have zero regard for those city guards. Frankly speaking, they're a bunch of imbeciles, incessantly imposing tariffs on commerce and fabricating other ludicrous justifications for their actions. Enough dawdling, though. Step inside quickly. I've got a cellar you can hide in until they piss off."
Really? You're a good man, Denver. Joe, I think I speak for everyone when I say that we all hurry inside and hide.
With haste, all of you descend into the refuge beneath the trapdoor. The air around you thickens with tension and time seems to dilate, every second painfully stretched out. A few minutes pass before the sound of approaching footsteps echo above. You can barely discern the words exchanged, cordial greetings forced through gritted teeth, queries regarding a certain half-orc and a pirate, all muffled, but a distinct air of urgency is detectable. The dialogue leads you to believe Denvar is being presented with sketches of the fugitives.
I think the guards are showing him a picture of me.
Maintaining his guise of ignorance, Denvar deflects their questions skillfully. With one final lingering threat hanging in the air, the guards depart. Should you chance upon them, Denvar, and choose to turn them in, a handsome reward of 1,000 gold pieces for the pirate and 300 for the half-orc awaits you. The silence that ensues is deafening.
Denver really did us a solid there.
I mean, we can hope, right? For all we know, after the mention of gold, he changed his tune and pointed downwards at us.
I don't think that would be the case. They'd just as likely nab him for trying to hide us in the first place.
You're right.
Either way, I think we owe our new friend Denvar a few extra gold coins for the little favor he just did us.
What did you just say?
Oh my god.
It's at this point you hear the muted echo of heavy footfalls on the wooden floorboards above, which give a sense of foreboding to the dimly lit cellar. Suddenly, with a groaning creak of weathered wood, the trapdoor is swung open, flooding the cellar with a soft, diffused light. From above, the gruff voice of the harbor master resonates in the confined space. They've scarpered off now. If you lot fancy, you can keep out of sight down here until it's time to set sail. I won't mind, but it's up to you.
No need to worry. I think we'll get out of this cellar. Joe, I take a quick glance at Celestia before I turn back around to Denvar, before I reach into my pockets as I say, I want you to take this, Denvar. What you've done today, your kindness to us, complete strangers, it's something rare, something to be cherished. You are a remarkable man, Denver. Truly, you are.
What did you give him, Tronald?
I'm going to give him 5 silver pieces.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
5 silver pieces? You might as well have just slapped him across his face and taken a shit on his desk. I mean, giving him nothing would have been more respectable than 5 fucking silver pieces. I wouldn't be surprised if he decided to turn our half-orc in after this bullshit. You're unbelievable, Tronald.
Joe, before anything else happens, I want to reach into my gold pouch and give him 10 gold pieces and say, I'm sorry about our wizard. 5 silver pieces may have seemed like a bit of a slap in the face, but he has some weird obsession with gold that we don't quite understand. Him giving you that when he didn't have to was some serious progress.
As Denvar takes the coins from your hands, he nods in gratitude, but quickly follows with, Know this, the shelter I offered wasn't for the prospect of any compensation. You see, my animosity towards the city guard isn't a newfound sentiment. It's a lingering relic from my days amidst the waves. A profound sigh escapes his lips as he rests against a weathered table, his gaze dropping to the worn floorboards. Forgive my unasked-for storytelling, but one of those self-righteous law enforcers bears the blame for the untimely death of a dear crewmate. My hands were tied, not a shred of tangible evidence to pin the deed on him. However, the day still beckons when I'll get the opportunity to present that bastard with his long-overdue retribution.
Wow, I knew some of them were complete idiots, but that's awful to hear. I'm sorry for your loss, Denvar.
You know, I know this is one hell of a long shot, but to hell with it. Joe, I cast minor illusion to create the face of the guard we encountered outside of Waterdeep. You know, the one whose plate armor Saxy took. Then I asked Denvar, by any chance, was this the man who did it to you?
Denvar leans in, scrutinizing the spectral image carefully. His forehead furrows as his mind weaves through old memories. After a while, he finally speaks. I reckon he was part of that crooked lot, but no, he's not the one. The perpetrator was a captain back then. With the passage of years, I'd expect him to bear the weathered look of age by now. It's at this point he pulls back, looking at each one of you as his voice deepens with suspicion. But tell me, what's your business with this chap? Have your paths crossed with his?
Well, I mean, we had a slight encounter with him.
Is that so? How slight?
I bit off his schlong.
Oh my god.
Okay, well, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that, but it's no wonder they're after you.
Well, thank you for your time, Denvar. We best be going now.
Oh no, they're not after us because of that. We ended up killing that guy and hiding him in the nearby forest. The reason they're after us is because I broke into the bank. Unintentionally, of course.
For fuck's sake. Do you possess the ability to use your inside voice, man?
I just usually say the first thing that comes to my head. It's easier that way.
Denvar's face is now one of disbelief as he says, You know, I'm not too sure where to begin when it comes to unraveling that information or how one accidentally breaks into a bank. But rest assured, your secret's safe with me. You can probably make your way over to the ship. They might be allowing people to board at this point. You'll want to head to Bay 11. The vessel you'll be boarding is named the Conway.
Yeah, well, thanks for all your help, Denvar. If we're ever back in town under different circumstances, we can look into finding that individual you spoke of, and make sure justice is brought upon him.
Oh, are we going to kill him too?
No, I meant justice in the eyes of the law, Raarh. Joe, we make our way away from this outpost and towards Bay 11.
1 second, guys. I just want to make a quick announcement. As a group, we thought it would be a nifty idea to launch a community short scheme. where anyone can make a YouTube short from any part of this chaotic campaign, send it through to us, and if I like it, I'll give it the Tronald stamp of approval and whack it on the channel, where you will receive the majority of the revenue. You see, it's all about marketing, folks. If you want to learn more about it, hop in our Discord and give it a read. Or don't. I guess that's up to you. I'm not going to force you. But I may suggest that you do. All right, that's me done. You can carry on now, Joe.
Emerging from the harbor master's office, you find the bustling port now considerably quieter. In terms of law enforcement, that is. Just as Denvar described, the once heavy guard presence has thinned out. The remaining few guards, far and dispersed, appear to be merely fulfilling their station duties. Uninterested and idle, they seem to be counting the minutes till their shift ends, paying little attention to their surroundings. Your gaze sweeps towards the maze of docks spread before you, at least 50 bays deep. Your quest for Bay 11 begins. A relatively short search brings you to your destination, the Conway, a majestic vessel proudly docked in its designated bay. A crowd of potential passengers forms a winding queue towards the ship, a medley of individuals, some with intriguing features. Each person is being meticulously checked for their passage tickets before they step onto the vessel.
How big of a ship are we talking, Joe?
It's a large, three-masted sailing ship, akin to a galleon of old. It's a sizable beauty, measuring about 100 feet in length.
And how much would one of them usually go for?
Can you not? We're going for a peaceful trip on the waves to discuss our next move. Don't be pulling any bullshit. I'm being serious.
I was only joking.
Right.
Joe, as we're queuing up, I want to have a scour of all the individuals that are boarding. Do any of them seem like they could be of particular interest or someone to keep an eye on? Maybe they look a bit suspicious.
Roll either a perception check if you're wanting to see which individuals stand out, or an insight check if you're wanting to see if any are acting shifty.
All right, so that's a 17 on my insight check, Joe.
Tronald, from the crowd of people waiting to board the Conway, your gaze falls on two individuals who particularly stand out. The first one is a tall, wiry figure dressed in flowing robes of vibrant crimson and gold, covered with symbols that you don't recognize. He moves with a kind of grace and poise that is uncommon, almost as if he's gliding on the ground instead of walking. His hood obscures his face, but a gleaming metallic mask with an intricate pattern, barely visible under the shade of the hood, hints at something secretive. The second one, in stark contrast to the first, is a hulking brute of a man. Standing almost 7 feet tall and built like a stone golem, this man is hard to miss. His head is cleanly shaven and a patch covers one of his eyes. He's garbed in leathers and chains which hang off his wide frame. A large curved blade resembling a falchion hangs from his belt and clanks against the hardened leather with every step he takes. His demeanor suggests he's seen more than a few battles, and you're certain those scars on his arms and neck aren't from any friendly brawl. There's a tangible sense of menace about him that seems to keep the others in the line away from him.
Okay, well, whilst that's good to know, I have absolutely no idea what to do with that information. I guess we'll just keep an eye on them as we travel.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on them, and don't engage under any circumstances unless they do first. I'd like to make this journey without any confrontation.
Who do you think would win in a fight, Tronald? Me or the big guy?
No, get that idea straight out of your head.
Obviously, you would win, Raarh. It's pretty clear, don't you think?
Thank you, Tronald.
I don't know. If I was a betting woman, I'd put my money on the big guy. I reckon he'd kick Raarh's ass.
What the fuck did you just say?
Celestia, can you not?
Yeah, I mean, have you seen the size of him? I bet he could grip you with one hand and throw you straight overboard. You know, it's a real shame there's no way you'll be able to change my mind.
For fuck's sake.
Right. Well, you know what? I don't care. I don't need to prove myself to anyone. I know I'm the strongest, and that's all that matters.
Well done, Raarh. I'm proud of you.
You know, on second thoughts, it could be a bit of a toss-up.
And you just had to open your fucking mouth, didn't you, Tronald?
I'm only winding you up, Saxy. Raarh knows I think he's the strongest of them all.
It's at this point you realize the line is dissolving rather swiftly, and soon you find yourselves just a few steps away from boarding. Within moments, the burly ticket collector extends his palm, waiting for your boarding passes. Upon receiving them, he grunts approvingly and steps aside, allowing you passage onto the vessel with a gruff, welcoming grunt. "All right, you lot, prick up your ears, I'm laying down the law," he bellows over the ambient chatter of the boarding passengers. "You're free to find a bunk, grab a hammock, or claim a corner for yourselves. We've got more than enough space to accommodate everyone, but if anything ends up damaged or missing, be sure you've got the gold to cover it, or it'll be a toss over the side for you." His voice echoes sternly across the dock, punctuating his words with a stark seriousness that leaves no room for misinterpretation.
I'd like to see him try.
Raarh, buddy, can you not?
Joe, can I see the captain of this vessel anywhere?
Yes, you can. I won't make you roll for it, as it's quite obvious who the captain is. Standing at the helm of the Conway, barking orders and directing her crew with authority, is Captain Morwen. A seasoned veteran of the sea, Morwen is a robust woman, standing tall at about 6 feet. Her hardened features are etched with the vestiges of countless battles, scars from confrontations with both nature and man. Her graying hair, knotted in a practical sailor's braid, cascades down her back, attesting to the years she spent navigating the world's oceans. Her voice demands an air of respect that silences the ship deck when she speaks, her voice carrying the gravelly timbre of command and experience.
Where are them two individuals, Joe, and are they together or separate?
As you cast your eyes across the deck of the ship, the sizable figure who had earlier caught your attention is now nestled at the base of the main mast, his hulking frame shifting rhythmically with his attempts to steal some sleep. It seems like all the other passengers are understandably taking a wide berth from him. The other individual, however, remains elusive, nowhere to be seen.
I don't know, man. That's a little bit sus.
Is it, though? I'm pretty sure the guy who took our tickets said there were hammocks and bedding areas underneath the deck of the ship, so he could be just making himself at home there.
Yeah, let's not jump to any conclusions. Keep your distance, though, guys, but don't look like you're trying to keep your distance.
What?
I don't know. Act casual.
I begin acting casual, Joe.
And what does acting casual entail for you, Raarh?
The hell if I know. I guess I'll just start wandering around the ship, whistling to myself and giving people a little wave as I go by.
What? Well, don't blame me.
I blame you.
Suddenly, the resonant clanging of a ship's bell cuts through the chatter and Raarh's god-awful whistling signifying the imminent departure. All around you, the crew kicks into high gear, casting off lines and coiling them neatly, whilst others are adjusting the rigging in preparation for setting sail. The rhythmic cacophony of their well-practiced routine mingles with the din of the city's harbor, creating a symphony of structured chaos that signals the start of a new voyage. With a final tug, the last mooring rope is tossed aside, and the ship begins to drift away from the dock, nudged out to sea by a combination of crewmen with long poles and the gentle pull of the outgoing tide. As the harbor recedes, the hustle and bustle of the port city fades, replaced by the timeless rhythm of the ocean. A brisk wind picks up, filling the sails and propelling you further out to sea. The cool breeze brushes against your face whilst the soothing sound of the waves crashing against the hull of the ship offers a constant backdrop to the beginning of this new chapter. The world before you stretches out in all its vastness, the cityscape becoming a distant speck against the horizon. As the sun begins to dip into the sea, casting a golden glow on the rippling waves, you can't help but feel a sense of freedom, the wide open sea promising a world of untold possibilities. The Conway, your temporary home, continues its steady course towards Fane, carrying you and your companions towards your next grand adventure.
Oh, and one more thing.
All right. After bartering for passage and evading the guards, you boarded the vessel named the Conway. As the Conway sails forth from the harbor, each of you casts a lingering gaze back towards the silhouette of Waterdeep, its spires and structures growing fainter with distance. A profound realization washes over you, much like the inexorable waves of the sea. You're all now adrift amidst the looming storm of destiny's design. What do you want to do?
All right, Joe, I want to find a quiet place on the deck of the ship and cast augury as a ritual.
Isn't that a cleric spell?
It depends. Originally, yes. But if Joe's allowing the changes made with unearthed arcana, then a wizard using augury is fair game.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. We've already included some UA stuff, and with Tronald being a divination wizard, it makes sense.
Well, that's fair enough then.
Okay. So it's saying here that you need marked sticks, bones, or similar tokens worth at least 25 GP.
I'm just going to use 25 gold coins for it.
That's not how I interpret it, dude. How I see it is you need whatever token you use to have some deep meaning or deep connection to you.
If that's the case, then gold coins should be perfect for Tronald, right?
She's right, you know. I can't think of one thing in terms of items that are more important to our good old Tronald than gold.
That's an excellent point. You know what? Go for it, dude. Thematically, it makes sense, so why not?
Excellent.
Tronald, as the Conway bobs gently over the undulating waves, you take a deep breath, grounding yourself on the ship's wooden deck. In a clear space, you meticulously lay out a series of gold coins, each one shimmering under the sun. Positioning them in a precise formation, they glint and gleam, awaiting your magic's touch. Closing your eyes, you begin a chant, each word interweaving with the next, summoning guidance about the impending journey. The distant calls of gulls and the soft thrum of the ship's movement fade into the background, leaving you in an absolute stillness. It's not long before a comforting warmth spreads through your being, reminiscent of the joy of discovering a hidden treasure. But this feeling is abruptly disrupted by a chilling sensation, a cold so biting it feels as if you've plunged into icy waters. As the spell's energy dissipates, you regain your surroundings. The coin's no longer just material wealth, but now a conduit of foreknowledge. They've conveyed to you a clear message about the voyage ahead. Both fortune and peril await.
Great insight. Both fortune and peril await. I could have guessed as much.
But at least now we know.
I mean, sure, we know for as long as our actions do not deviate in the slightest from how they were set out when I cast the spell. Our plans have as much stability to them as a bartender with a tremor.
Well, we've got a 2-day journey ahead of us, so what's the plan? Just get some rest? Or is there anything we could be doing?
Aside from them two freaky-looking people, I don't have the foggiest of what else could be gained throughout this passage.
Well, why don't you go and talk to one of them? I mean, we've got nothing else to do whilst we're on this vessel. So at least you can make sure that they're not going to be a problem.
Whatever. Joe, I walk up to the beefy dude and say, "You've got to be one of the thickest men I've ever seen in my life. What brings you out to sea?"
Oh my God.
Tronald, as you approach the gargantuan figure, the subtle rise and fall of his chest beneath layers of muscle and fabric gives away his dormant state. Yet, without a second thought, you voice your observation. No sooner had the words left your mouth than the very atmosphere around you seemed to shift, growing heavier, colder. With an unnerving swiftness, the man's eyes shoot open, two piercing orbs of the darkest obsidian that seem to consume the light around them. They fixate on you with such intensity that it feels as if they're burrowing into the very core of your being. Every contour of his face, every rugged scar and deep-set wrinkle is accentuated by the sheer force of his gaze, rendering him an embodiment of raw, unbridled menace. The world around you becomes muted, distant, as if those eyes have drawn you into a void where only you, Tronald, and the weight of his silent judgment exist.
So he's not saying anything to me, but instead just staring at me. How polite.
God damn it, Tronald. I meant go talk to him at any point within the 2 days of traveling. Not this exact moment when he was fucking sleeping.
Well, how the hell was I supposed to know he was sleeping?
Dude, Joe literally told us.
Either way, there's no need to be so disrespectful. It wasn't like I was rude or anything.
No, you just woke him up and called him thick.
Oh, to hell with this, I say. Buddy, I know I'm pretty to look at, but I feel like we will make no progress at all with this conversation if you just continue to stare at me. What's the matter with you anyway? Are you a mute? Did the gods convert the mass of your tongue, multiply it by 1,000, and stuff your muscles with it? God damn it, answer me.
What part of your brain came to the conclusion that this was the best course of action, Tronald? Please enlighten me. We would have been better off sending in the fucking Raarh at this rate. And no, before you try any bullshit. That was not me summoning you.
Tronald, as you remain ensnared by the man's harrowing gaze, you can't help but discern a bizarre feature about him. His lips appear to be conjoined, bound by a peculiar seal, intricate patterns woven into the flesh as if they've been meticulously stitched shut. A horrid realization washes over you. He's been deliberately muted, rendered voiceless. The air around you grows frigid, sending a shiver down your spine as a delicate yet icy grip descends upon your shoulder. Turning, you're met by the piercing, luminescent eyes of another, their chilling silver sheen set starkly against skin as smooth and dark as the night sky without a star in sight. His sharp features, high cheekbones, and slightly elongated ears with various silver piercings all paint an ethereal, almost otherworldly picture. His voice, dripping with both malevolence and faux concern, carries a subtle, mocking lilt. You won't extract much conversation from this one. You know, men of his stature make impeccable couriers. A challenge to overcome in battle, near impossible to capture for information. Yet, on the off chance someone were to achieve both feats, this arcane seal ensures his silence until it's willingly undone. His thin lips curl into a cold smirk, his gaze never wavering from yours as if he's savoring a private joke at your expense.
All right. Joe, I've sent you a text over on what I want to do.
A text. What's with all the secrecy?
Well, it makes it a little less metagamey and a little more immersive, in my opinion anyway.
All right, dude, I've sent you one back.
Geez, that was fast.
Well, I have all of this stuff planned out thoroughly, so it's just a case of copying and pasting for the most part.
This is interesting. Not what I expected, but definitely interesting. All right, Joe, I say to the man, I'm sorry for bothering you two gentlemen. I'll leave you be. Before I walk away, I turn back towards the chunky man and say, maybe we can catch up when you're in a more talkative mood.
Why the fuck are you antagonizing him, man?
You clever little shit, Tronald.
Yep, I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
Welcome to the club.
Speak for yourself. I know exactly what's happening.
Right, yeah, sure you do, Raarh. Go on then, please enlighten us.
Why would I do that? Clearly, Tronald wants to keep it a secret for now. And if you don't have the mental capacity to figure it out yourself, why should I do the heavy lifting for you?
Whatever, man.
Okay, I make my way back over to the group, gather them up, and get them over to an area where we will be out of earshot from everyone else.
So are you going to tell us what that was all about?
Certainly, allow me to unravel the mystery. What I've done was akin to poking a slumbering beast, and I did so with a calculated intent. I approached the colossal man to observe the reaction of his associate, which provided me with the first piece of the puzzle. To delve deeper, I cast detect thoughts on the silent giant. His inability to speak made his mind the perfect place to glean insights with the spell. As I waded through the layers of his consciousness, my suspicions were confirmed. They are indeed collaborators. But the intrigue didn't end there. Desiring to uncover the purpose of their union, especially given our recent tribulations, I continued to probe. It turned out that our fears were misplaced. Their mission bore no connection to us. What I unearthed instead was a clandestine operation. The immense one bears encrypted information of an illicit nature, destined for a shadowy recipient in Fane. His dark companion serves as a magical safeguard, an arcane sentinel, ensuring the message's security. Intriguingly, he seems unaware of the content, knowing only the importance of its safe delivery.
Okay, so what is the message about?
To glean the specifics of the message, I implemented an additional layer to my strategy. As I was parting from him, I slyly injected a veiled taunt, seemingly innocuous but directly linked to his task. My intention? To cause a ripple in his consciousness, guiding his thoughts toward the message and allowing me to catch a glimpse. And catch a glimpse I did. Their game is one of the oldest and darkest in the books: trafficking. They're rendezvousing with a contact who has accumulated a considerable number of unfortunate victims. Their ultimate destination, it seems, is the remote fringes of Zephyria.
Wow, Tronald. Consider me impressed. You managed to learn all that while staying under the radar. You're something else, dude.
Yes, I know, I'm quite impressive. However, there is one mistake in your assessment. Under the radar, I did not stay. You see, he absolutely knows about me probing his mind, but there was no avoiding that. In fact, his thoughts as I was leaving were almost entirely about slaughtering me in my sleep. And if he saw us group up, then there's a high chance you're included in his intended slaughter.
Oh, well, thanks for that, Tronald. You're the best.
I don't appreciate your sarcasm.
And I don't appreciate you trying to get me killed everywhere we fucking go.
Does it really matter if they want to kill us? I've got a simple solution for that. We kill them first.
Whilst I'm all for ridding the world of scum like that, in my opinion at least, there's not enough evidence here to be the judge, jury, and executioner. And I point blank refuse to be a part of another venture of killing people on Tronald's say-so. If they're to die, it's going to have to be after they've initiated with us, proving their malicious intent.
Huh. You see, this is where it's funny. We can't actually do anything to them. If we want to save the people they've captured, that is. It's more than likely that if we dispose of these two, and nobody shows up at the meet, we will never know who is keeping them captive or where they are hiding. So, yeah, how do we get out of this one?
Well, in the worst case scenario, we could always keep the big one alive until I've probed his mind for more information.
That only leaves us stuck behind the second issue that I mentioned. Nobody will turn up to the meet, so we will never find out where they are being kept.
I could always just shapeshift into one of them.
Yeah, but there's two of them, Celestia.
I'm pretty sure you have the ability to use disguise self, right? So if the worst happens and they decide to attack us, then we can always just mimic them to meet the individual at the dedicated spot.
You know what? That's actually a solid plan. Raarh, I know you probably don't have any interest in this side venture, but I wouldn't feel comfortable sitting around and not attempting to stop something like this.
I have little care for grown-ass adults that are weak enough to let themselves be captured. But children is where I draw an absolute line. These bastards think they can get away with destroying their lives. I'll fucking kill them both.
I'm a little surprised that that's your take on it, but a pleasant surprise at that. It's nice to have you on board with this.
So it's all well and good that everyone's keen, including myself, to rescue these people, but we're forgetting one tinsy little detail. We're meant to be on Kobe's tail. We've already delayed for far too long. If we take another detour, we may very well be too late to find him before he convenes with someone from the Obitus, and then we potentially lose all our leads. Thereafter, Kobe could very well disappear from our reach entirely.
But we're just going off assumptions with the Obitus. We're assuming that they're after you. We're assuming that Kobe is heading to meet them. And we're assuming that whatever it is Kobe is doing will speed up whatever it is they're planning. Granted, some of these assumptions have more evidence backing them than others, but what we know about these traffickers is factual. It's happening, and it's something that we have the ability to stop.
Well, let's base it off facts then. The letter we found in Rick's manor indicated that the Obitus had found the Sword of Kos, and they intend to unify it with its master. Is there any actual solid evidence that would lead us to believe that whatever it is Kobe is doing would speed up this process? If not, then I'm happy to take this detour.
Well, you being Lord Tan has really put a spanner in the works. You said that your arcane focus was invaluable and has been your prime focus for as long as you can remember, right? A focus owned by Tronald the Wizard would make me believe that there is no hurry at all to prevent it from getting into the wrong hands. But the arcane focus directly linked to Lord Tan, potentially the most powerful arcane wielder of his time. That gives me some serious cause of concern with how they plan to use it.
This is a horrible decision. Celestia, do you believe that there is a high enough chance of the arcane focus being used maliciously to abandon a group of innocent people to slavery and torment?
Do I believe the focus will be used with malicious intent? Yes, I do. Why else would Kobe target that specifically? However, do I believe that the degree in which they intend to use it to be of a magnitude to warrant us abandoning these people? I'm not sure. I have no idea of what the Obitus are capable of, never mind how a relic from Lord Tan will influence this ability. But there's one thing I know for certain. When dealing with people's lives, I go with hard facts and evidence, and there is just far too much that's in the realm of the unknown for me to chase Kobe over saving these people.
Okay, then, so it's decided. We detour away from the plan to track down Kobe and save the people who are being held against their will. Raarh, are you okay there, buddy?
No, Tronald, I'm not. I'm absolutely fucking fuming. I'd love nothing more than to go over there right now and break their fucking spines in half.
All right, then. So it's clear that this has touched a nerve. But listen, Raarh, Celestia isn't comfortable acting until they act first. As a group, we've already put her in an uncomfortable position once. So if this is about her maintaining a true path with her deity, we need to let things play out without us rushing to take action.
Oh, to fuck with her deity. Why do I give a toss about what some fool in the sky who begs for people's worship wants? This is the real world, where real shit happens. And I'm not about to lose one of you guys waiting for them to attack first, so that Celestia can feel like she's doing the right fucking thing.
Just because you don't have anything greater in your existence doesn't mean you can start talking shit about other people's life choices.
All right, I think you both need to calm the fuck down. You've got to remember, we're on a very public vessel here. If we initiate, then eyes are going to be looking our way, thinking that we are the problem.
I am calm. It's him who's got some serious emotional instability, like fuck. I know it comes from a good place, but what the hell happened to you in your childhood to make you so fucking angry all the time?
Let's not go there, Celestia.
What?
Just leave it, okay?
Joe, whereabouts are them two individuals?
Make a perception check for me, Saxy.
That's a 13.
Saxy, with a roll of 13, your gaze sweeps over the deck, keenly searching for the towering figure who had been seated under the ship's main mast. The spot, which was once occupied by his intimidating presence, now sits empty. As you tread cautiously, allowing the ship's sway to guide your steps, your attention darts from shadow to shadow, looking for the elusive pair. Minutes feel like hours as the uncertainty builds. Despite your best efforts, they remain unseen, leading you to the conclusion that they've likely retreated to the ship's bowels below deck.
I've got an idea, guys. Why don't we let the captain know? Or at least the first mate. I mean, whilst they're not here, it would be the perfect opportunity for us to let her know. Then, given her permission, we can question them more thoroughly, right here. Then, if needed, we engage with them.
I mean, sure, we could. The only problem I see happening is that she would want to turn them over to the authorities, you know. The correct channels once we land.
That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, though, right? I mean, if the proper people get told about what's going on from someone with authority, then they're more likely to take it seriously and take the correct actions to resolve it, whether that's blocking access in and out of the town or doing door-to-door searches.
I'm more than happy to go down this route, but in the end, it'll be up to Raarh. If Raarh wants to deal with this personally, then I'm going to be dealing with it personally alongside him.
Okay. I'm happy to go along with this, but I'd still very much like to pursue it separately to the correct channels, you know, to make sure the job gets done right.
Then that's what we'll do. Saxy, how about you take the lead on this one? I've got every faith in you that you'll handle it like a boss.
Okay, Joe. I make my way over to the captain, assuming I can get there without interruption. Then I want to say to her, "Hello, Captain. There has been a development on your vessel that I think you should be made aware of. There are 2 individuals hiding somewhere beneath the deck that are part of a trafficking ring and dealing in the slave business. Out of pure chance, my friend, a wizard ended up reading one of their minds. That's how we know about all of this."
All right. I'm going to need you to roll a persuasion check for me, Saxy. And no offense, but the DC is going to be pretty high. Mainly because that explanation probably wasn't executed in the best way.
Don't listen to him, Saxy. It was beautiful.
Fuck yes, that's a natural 20.
Wow, nice work, dude. All right, I take it back. It was executed perfectly.
Thanks, Joe.
As you unfold the dire narrative to the captain, you can trace the transformation on her face, from a dubious raised brow, dismissing you as some rambling fool, to the sharp focus of a seasoned mariner who's caught the scent of danger on the wind. Without a moment's delay, she emits a piercing whistle and with a swift gesture summons her trusted first mate. Gather a handful of the idle crew and secure the men he's talking about. Tread lightly. They're not to be underestimated, she instructs with an urgency that underscores the threat. Acknowledging both of you with a curt nod, the first mate swiftly navigates the deck. He taps certain sailors on the shoulder, gathering a team as he collects sturdy ropes. Moments later, which feel elongated by the palpable tension, you see the duo in question being hauled from below. While one sailor manages to restrain the magical being, it takes half a dozen to subdue the mountainous figure.
Nice work, Saxy, you son of a gun. I knew you had it in you.
I'm going to be the first to say it. Celestia, how stupid do you look now? The big guy was stopped by 6 fucking sailors. Hell, I'd ripped through 6 bloody sailors before breakfast and without breaking a sweat.
Right.
The captain, now with a gaze of gratitude, turns to you, Saxy. Your courage in bringing this to light is commendable. Many would have chosen to ignore, deeming it none of their concern. You've earned my respect, she confesses, taking a moment to clear her throat. Then in a voice that carries across the ship, she declares, "Ladies and gentlemen, our journey will take an unexpected turn. The vile men before you are traffickers. They won't be allowed the privilege of freedom. We'll be making for the shore, dealing with this menace away from innocent eyes and the faint of heart." With a resolute flare in her eyes, she whirls back, gripping the ship's wheel with ferocity. The sturdy timber creaks and groans under her force as she masterfully steers the vessel, redirecting its prow westward. The ship, as if catching her urgency, slices through the water with renewed vigor, charging towards the nearest shoreline where justice awaits.
I'm not sure about this.
What are you not sure about, buddy? You did a great job. Now we just sit back, relax, and let these guys get taken care of. Then we can continue to feign knowing that we have once again made the world a little bit brighter.
I mean, Raarh said it himself. He could have taken out all of them deckhands without breaking a sweat.
He's right, I did say that.
And we're supposed to believe that they were wrestled and restrained without at least one of them dying. I don't buy it.
I've got to admit, I'd have expected a little more resistance.
Well, what do you think their game plan is then? Do you think that they're going to try and pull a fast one when we're on shore?
I'm not sure. But what I do know is that there's something amiss.
Well, let's just go along with the captain to deliver their execution then. I mean, she said she wanted to go inland to keep it away from the eyes of weaklings, and that's one thing we're not, weak. If they try anything when I'm there, I'll pummel them into the ground.
And just like that, we have a solution. Nice work, Raarh.
Yeah, I think that's a solid idea. I'll just go over to the captain and request that we come along. Joe, I head over and ask if that's something she will allow.
Saxiron, as you approach the captain, every step echoing your intent, her gaze locks onto yours, assessing and measuring. There's an unspoken understanding, a sense that she's already a step ahead. I had the same thought, she muses, her voice steady and resolute. Their surrender was too easy, too compliant. Your presence during the execution might be more necessary than you think.
I want to make an insight check, Joe.
On who? The captain?
Yeah.
Is there anything specifically you want to gain insight about?
I don't know, I just want to gain a feel for whether she truly believes that these guys are playing some kind of game or not.
Okay, roll it.
That's a 16.
With a roll of 16, you discern a deeper, unspoken unease lurking beneath her confident exterior. While she appears to have faith in her crew's capabilities, there's something else that haunts her gaze, an underlying concern unrelated to the immediate situation. The weight of this larger, more ominous premonition looms over you, and you can't quite put your finger on its origins.
Guys, she's not telling us something.
All right, enough of this beating around the bush. Step aside, Saxy. Captain, let's cut through the ambiguities. Your response to this situation was not that of a mere encounter. It was personal and calculated. Observing your reaction, immediately changing course to give a swift execution before it could ever reach a trial. It's clear you've crossed paths with these men before, or know of their larger scheme. What is the real story here? What piece of the puzzle are you withholding from us?
Tronald, as you lock eyes with the captain, a shadow of unease crosses her face, barely noticeable but undeniable. You have keen eyes, don't you? While I'm not familiar with these individuals directly, I'm all too familiar with the whispers of their greater conspiracy. They hail from a shadowy network known as the Chains of Brass. Word on the winds suggests they have tendrils deep within the upper echelons of power. Turning them into Fane's authorities? That would be akin to throwing ourselves into the lion's den. Their swift surrender was probably a gambit, betting that once we reached land, the tables would turn in their favor. I intend not to grant them that satisfaction.
It's hard to argue with your logic, and it's good to know that when we make shore in Fane, we'll need to be careful with who we share this information with. Anyway, you can count us in. We will make sure that they don't get away. All right, Joe, I head back to the rest of the group and let them know the sitch.
The Chains of Brass. I could have sworn that I've heard that name before.
Tronald and Saxy, if you want to make a history check individually, or one of you make it with advantage, you can.
You go ahead and make it with advantage, Tronald.
Nice, that's a 23, Joe.
Tronald, with a roll of 23, fragments of stories, tales, and lectures you've come across in the past coalesce into a clearer picture in your mind about the Chains of Brass. They were birthed in the fiery crucibles of North Viridia during the tumultuous days of the last great Continental War. Originally, they were a band of hard-bitten mercenaries, known not just for their might, but for their adaptability in war's ever-shifting sands. Their prowess on the battlefield, though brutal, was a sight to behold, making them a sought-after asset across the entirety of Mortal Azure. However, as the flames of the Great War finally settled, their roles were diminished. Reduced to menial tasks, they were often commissioned to deal with local gang skirmishes or tame the wild tribal territories. But the Chains weren't meant to be satisfied with trivialities. The mundane nature of these tasks, coupled with the meager rewards they fetched, started grating on them. It wasn't too long before their ambitions took a darker turn. Rather than annihilating these groups, they began to see the value in capturing them. In the shadows of legality, they started a vile trade, shipping these captured souls to foreign lands as slaves. The roaring demand for this commodity in far-off continents changed their objectives drastically. Their operations grew even more sinister as they ventured beyond the fringes of the underworld. They began to target the very fabric of society. Innocent men, women, and children who were torn from their homes and lives only to be sold into a myriad of dark purposes. With each passing year, their infamy grew, not just as an organization of power and influence, but as a nightmarish entity that haunted the whispers of every parent, every village elder, and every traveler.
These are very bad people, guys.
How bad are we talking?
Well, let's just say that their power and influence were sought after by all of the 4 continents involved in the last Great War. So yeah, we're not exactly trying to catch a small fish here.
Great, I was literally just thinking we didn't have enough enemies.
My mother.
What was that, buddy?
That's where I've heard that name before. It was my mother. She told me a story one time of why we lived away from the rest of our tribe. She told me that one day the brass chains attacked, but my father, a soldier passing through, helped her flee.
I'm sorry, but I'm a little lost.
Joe, I explained to Saxiron and Celestia what I told Tronald.
Well, fuck, that's just awful. You do realize, though, Raarh, that there is a chance that your father was not just passing through, but instead a member of the Chains of Brass that went rogue?
No! I refuse to believe that this was the reason that we were hunted down. The man I remember would never have worked alongside such an organization.
We're not saying that he was, just that he could have been. Plus, people change, dude. Something might have happened that made him change his life around.
Debating this, it's moot. Whether his father was this or that, it doesn't matter. What truly stands out is the deep-rooted love, the unyielding bond between a child and his parent. These men, Raarh, might be our first step in unraveling the mystery of where your parents are. You have a formidable spirit, Raarh, a testament to the strength and determination passed down by your father. I envy him in ways I can't describe, for he succeeded where I faltered. He shielded you from the darkness and guarded you against all odds, whereas I stood by, helpless, watching everything I held dear, including my son, be consumed by flames and despair.
Thank you, Tronald. But what if they're right? What if my father was a member of the Chains of Brass?
Your father, in the face of danger, kept you safe, something that the great Lord Tanavir failed at miserably. And that's a legacy worth holding on to.
You know, when we first started out together, I thought we were pretty normal. Aside from the obnoxiousness of Tronald, the angriness of Raarh, and Gylro's uncontrollable stench. But we're all pretty fucked up. There's a lot of deep-rooted issues coming out. And I'm just glad we have each other to get us through it all.
Go on then, Saxy. What's your history?
Well, my mother and father...
It's at this moment the captain's voice booms across the deck. Drop the anchor. Lifting your gazes from your conversation, the looming rocky shoreline comes into sharp focus, its jagged facade providing no clear port for docking. It dawns upon you that the captain intends to anchor off the coast. "Ready the rowboats," she commands. "I'll need 5 men with me." Her eyes dart to the first mate, stern and unwavering. "Hold the ship. Ensure no mischief unfolds in my absence." Then, turning to your group, her gaze pierces each of you. "If you intend to join, now's the time."
All right, then, we climb on the boats.
One by one, you step onto the boats as the aged wood creaks beneath your feet. As you settle in, the 2 suspicious figures are heaved aboard, their bonds chafing against their wrists and ankles. The massive man is on your boat, his bulk causing it to list noticeably. Across from you, the other figure, draped in crimson and brass, is positioned with the captain and 5 sailors. The boats are released, descending with a series of strained creaks and groans. The combined weight of the towering figure and Raarh challenges the boat's very integrity, making you question its ability to carry you all to shore safely. Yet the craft holds, and you find yourselves afloat. As you journey towards the coast, the rhythmic pull of the oars through water fills the air. Around 10 minutes pass before the boat's prow scrapes against the pebbled shoreline. A flurry of avian life takes to the skies, startled by your landing, while the smaller denizens of the shore retreat to safety. Rising from your seat, you're met with a sight that takes your breath away. An expansive, unending forest, stretching its fingers along the coast. Towering mountains rise in the distance, their majestic peaks dwarfed by the vastness of the trees.
All right then, let's get this over with. Joe, I pull out my axe, ready to strike.
Whoa there, buddy. Don't we want to question them first? Figure out if there's anything they can tell us about your parents?
Good point, Tronald. Do you want to do the questioning with magic, or shall I give it a go?
I'm happy to do whatever, buddy.
Well, it just so happens I have a nifty spell prepared that will force them to only speak the truth. Granted, they can just choose not to say anything, unless we did a little combination of my spell and Tronald's suggestion.
Damn. You love to see it. That's some great magical teamwork.
All right, then. That sounds good to me. Do you want to cast yours first, or shall I cast mine?
Before you do that, Tronald, I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh, great.
That's a 19, Joe.
Tronald, without a hint of premonition, you're suddenly engulfed by a hauntingly familiar agony. It's a pain that feels ancestral, as if drawn from the very roots of your being, reaching out and wrapping its cold, vice-like grip around you. The torment pierces your mind, resonating deep within as if 1,000 shards of glass are being driven into your soul. The strength of it knocks the wind out of you, bending your form as your limbs convulse, and a guttural cry escapes your lips. To those around you, the sight is nothing short of harrowing. The indomitable Tronald, always a pillar of strength, is now at the mercy of an invisible, torturous force. Every gasp for air, every twitch of your muscles is amplifying the depth of your suffering.
What's happening to him? Celestia, do something!
What the fuck do you expect me to do about it?
I think he's having one of his vision flashback things. It's probably best we don't disturb him, because we're going to need all the information we can get.
Tronald, your consciousness is abruptly dragged into a nebulous realm, deep within the recesses of memories that are all too familiar. Within this miasma, a familiar voice, your voice, weighted with raw anguish and disbelief, resonates. "I don't understand. Why are you forsaking us?" From the swirling fog of memories, a silhouette of a woman materializes, her voice a haunting lullaby of sorrow and determination. "I must depart. That's all you must grasp. Have faith in our destiny. Believe in my resolve. Navigate true to your path, Tanavir, for if you waver, the cosmic wheel won't cease its inexorable spin. Your triumph is critical. It's you and only you who can shatter the cycle." The depth of her words, drenched in melancholy and mystery, clings to you, pulling at the very fibers of your heart. With the abruptness of a storm's end, the mystical bond releases you, thrusting you back to the world of the living. Your gaze meets the etched concern of Saxiron, Raarh, and Celestia. But amidst their familiar visages, another figure captures your undivided attention. Set against the backdrop of a dimming horizon on a remote, rocky prominence, stands a man. An eerie calm surrounds him, an unsettling stillness in stark contrast to the world in motion. The sheer weight of his presence is overpowering, igniting a primal fear deep within, as though your very soul is entangled in a dance with an ancient malevolent force. The atmosphere is electric, charged with foreboding, making every hair on your body stand on end. And then, in the blink of an eye, as if swallowed by the mists of time, the figure dissipates.
Holy fuck. Sorry, but that was the worst one yet. That hurt like a mother trucker.
Are you okay, though? Do you feel any different? And what did you see?
I don't think now's the time, guys. We can discuss the ins and outs of Tronald's freakout when we get back to the ship.
Joe, I want to look over to where I saw the figure. Can I see anything?
Huh? What figure?
Sure, give me a perception check.
That's a 21 total.
Tronald, as you diligently comb through the surroundings, absorbing every nuance and shadow, it becomes clear. The figure has vanished, leaving no visible trace.
Joe, I'm going to make my way over to the overlook and see if there is anything that he left behind.
Wait, dude, can we just get this over with first? We can do whatever it is you want to do after.
So do I see anything, Joe?
Dick.
Roll me an investigation check, buddy.
Okay, so that's a 17.
Tronald, as you crest the peak of the rocky prominence, a sudden urge pulls you down to your knees. You sweep your gaze over the ground and it catches, a lone pair of shoe impressions etched into the gathered dust atop the stone. Oddly, there are no footprints leading towards or away from this point. Your eyes narrow further, noticing a subtle, almost ethereal mark. It's as if a burst of energy has momentarily kissed the rock, scarring its surface with an otherworldly residue. How about you give me an Arcana check?
That's a 24 total.
With a roll of 24, knowledge unfurls within your mind in a way you can't quite explain. It's as if a distant whisper, a voice not entirely your own, conveys insights from the shadows of your consciousness. The bond between yourself and Lord Tan's memories seems to intensify with each of these episodes. With an unwavering certainty, you discern that the peculiar scarring on the rock's surface is the aftermath of the teleport spell.
Well, fuck. Joe, I head back down to the others, pulling our group away to one side as I explain what I've just seen to them. Guys, this is no joke. For someone to cast that spell, they would have to be an incredibly powerful wielder of magic. We should tread very cautiously.
Dude, you haven't explained shit to us yet. Yeah, I know. I said it should wait until after we've dealt with that situation over there. But it seems like this might be a little more pressing than I originally thought. So, what exactly did you see in your vision?
Okay, I explain everything.
Right, well, we clearly don't have enough time to unravel all this here. My biggest concern is what happened first. The figure watching us, or your vision? What I mean by that is, did the vision trigger because of the individual there, or did something else? And it was whatever that was that granted you the ability to see them.
I'm just as much in the know as you. I don't have the foggiest.
From a distance, the captain's voice pierces the air, laced with evident impatience. As riveting as it is to watch you meander aimlessly, perhaps it's high time we proceed? Either ask your questions now, or we will begin. We're wasting too much time.
Yeah, don't get a bee in your bonnet. Okay, Joe. I cast Zone of Truth onto the floor next to the two individuals.
Celestia, as you begin to chant, with your hands tracing symbols in the air, each of them leaves a lingering glow that interweaves with the next. The ground beneath the two suspicious individuals starts to shimmer, like the surface of a pond disturbed by the first drops of rain. A soft, golden radiance emanates outward, illuminating the area in its embrace. The light pulses in rhythm with your chanting, growing in intensity until it reaches its peak. It's at this point golden threads of arcane energy begin to rise from the ground, intertwining and spiraling upwards, ensnaring the two individuals in a web of divine truth. Their expressions shift from confusion to a subtle realization, a certain clarity. It becomes evident that within this sacred zone, deception holds no power. Their minds are now an open book, vulnerable and transparent to any query.
Okay, Tronald, are you going to use your suggestion then?
Not just yet. I think we could probably get the answers that we seek without it. And if we're unable to, then I'll use suggestion.
All right, I'm going to direct my line of questioning to the man in crimson, seeing as he's the only one who's able to speak currently. So, how long have you worked for the Chains of Brass?
Celestia, as soon as you start speaking to the man, his eyes light up with excitement as if you're engaging with him in a topic of conversation that he is wholeheartedly ready to indulge in. Ah, yes, I've been a part of this organization for 10 years, although my only regret is that I didn't find out about it sooner.
Geez, the way he answered that is making it sound like a cult. Okay, how did you come to learn about the Chains of Brass?
Ah, tales of the Chains of Brass are whispered throughout many taverns and alleys. Curiosity. It was curiosity which drove me to learn more, and my travels led me to various informants.
What interest do the Chains of Brass have in these parts? I've heard they mostly operate in North Viridia.
Expansion, perhaps. Resources, or maybe they simply wish to extend their grasp. Every organization has aspirations to grow and evolve. Isn't it natural?
Who fucking recruited you? Surely it wasn't just random selection.
I was approached by someone who saw potential in me, a woman of stature and power. But I never met her face to face, just through intermediaries.
Where are the individuals that you plan to sell off like they're cattle being kept? I want to know the specifics. If I don't find your specifics specific enough, well, then we're going to have a problem. And I know just the man to resolve that problem.
Tronald, roll me a perception check.
That's a 15, Joe.
Upon the conclusion of your inquiry, a peculiar murmur emerges from the man. The sound steadily swells, morphing into a chuckle. Before you can decipher its intent, it cascades into full-throated laughter. The eerie mirth is so intense that it borders on hysteria. Through gasps of amusement, he manages to choke out 5 words. You're all going to die.
Right. And how exactly do you see that playing out?
Okay, Tronald, what's your armor class?
16, Joe. Why?
Tronald, as the man's chilling laughter consumes the air, a sudden realization dawns on you. The captain is not where you last saw her. Before you can even process this disquieting shift, a thunderous bang pierces the atmosphere. It's a sound you recognize all too well, a gunshot. As you whirl around, the chilling truth crystallizes before your eyes. The captain, a figure of trust, stands with her firearm aimed, smoke curling from the barrel, directly at you.
What the actual fuck, man?
Is this really happening?
What the fuck's going on?
All right, so that's an auto crit because you're surprised, which brings us to 34 points of damage.
Can I take a reaction?
Unfortunately, no, you're surprised, which means you don't get any reaction.
Wow. Well, that's me, guys. I'm down.
And that is where we will pick up next session. The truth is a biting coldness, and last session it bore its icy fangs into your group. You were cunningly ensnared, drawn to this desolate area under the guise of bringing 2 traffickers to justice. Yet the stark reality paints a harrowing portrait. The captain and her entire crew, drowning in corruption, had other designs. The agonizing weight of betrayal was punctuated by the chilling cackle of the captain's pistol, which was aimed directly at Tronald. Blood splattered, painting a tragic tale on the ground beneath him, as his heart raced in panicked beats before succumbing to an eerie silence as he collapsed to the floor. With the echoes of treachery still ringing in your ears, the stage is set for a gruesome skirmish. Steel yourselves, for battle is imminent. I'm going to need everyone to roll for initiative.
That's a natural 20 for me, for a total of 23.
A 21 total for me, Joe.
And a 20 for me.
What's going on, Joe? Am I rolling initiative or what?
Yeah, you need to be in the initiative order, dude, because it will determine when you make your death saves.
Oh, great. That's a 13.
That's good. Now it means that you don't have to worry about any saves, before we all have our turns at least.
All right, so the captain is up first with an initiative of 24. A sinister grin etches its way across her features. Swiftly, she draws her short sword. With predatory speed, she lunges at the fallen Tronald, aiming a vicious slash at his vulnerable form.
Oh my God, she's going to kill me.
So she rolled a 21, which is an auto crit. That's 2 failed death saves for you, Tronald. Now she's going to use her bonus action to disengage and run down here beside one of the sailors. All right, Saxiron, you're up.
So the first thing I do is pull on the mechanism on my hip, assembling my armor. Then I run towards the barbarian and stab him in his chest with my rapier whilst casting Booming Blade, where I will roll with advantage because he's still bound and classed as restrained. That's a 16 to hit.
Yeah, that hits. Roll your damage.
Okay, so that's 9 points of piercing damage, as well as 5 points of thunder damage if he moves from his spot.
Nice.
Now I'm going to run here, behind Celestia, provoking the attack of opportunity from the meaty man.
Okay, so he's going to try make a headbutt towards you for his attack of opportunity. That's a 20 to hit, so it still misses you. All right, Celestia, you're up with Raarh on deck.
So I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon in the form of a giant scimitar behind a beefy boy.
Nice.
That's an 18 to hit, which I'm assuming hits if Saxy's attack did. I rolled a 6 on my damage, plus 5, so that's 11 total force damage. Then I'm going to cast Healing Word on Tronald at level 1.
Good looking out, Celestia.
That's 8 points of healing.
Thank you.
So that's 2 bonus actions you used, Celestia. I'm assuming you just wanted to do one of them as your action, right?
That's right, Joe.
Okay, channeling the depths of your faith and power, the air around you begins to vibrate with raw energy before coalescing into the form of a majestic, ethereal scimitar. It shimmers and radiates a divine aura, its blade honed by the gods themselves. With a mental command, you send it slashing towards the hulking figure, its ethereal edge seeking purchase. Without missing a beat, you pivot to face Tronald. Whispering ancient words of healing, a soothing wave of restorative energy cascades towards him, seeking to mend the wounds inflicted upon his form. Okay, Raarh, you're up.
I would like to fucking rage! Then I want to charge towards the fucking traitor and cleave at the bitch with my great axe. I'll be using a reckless great weapon master attack.
Fuck her up, buddy.
That's a 22 total to hit, -5 for the Great Weapon Master, so a 17 total.
Nice work, man.
I rolled an 8 on my damage, plus all my bonuses, so that's 24 points of fucking slashing damage.
Awesome. Well, the captain's going to use her reaction to uncanny dodge that attack, reducing your damage to 12.
Uncanny dodge all you fucking want. I've got another one coming next turn with your name on it, bitch.
All right, now it's the thick boy's turn. He's going to fucking rage, snapping out of what you now realize were very loosely set restraints before running towards one of the sailors who's holding his falchion. He spins around before jumping towards Celestia and making a devastating slash down towards you. That's a natural 20 to hit.
Silvery fucking barbs.
Clutch.
Thanks, buddy. I just saw my life flash before my eyes.
Damn, his new roll is a 15, so I'm pretty sure that misses.
Indeed it does, Joester.
Oh, and I want to give the advantage to Celestia.
Okay, well, it's your turn now, Tronald.
Okay, I shout towards the woman, you fucked with the wrong group, before running up here near Saxy and casting hold person on her.
Ooh, nice. Damn, she rolled a 19 to save.
Not on your life. I go ahead and give her my portent 8.
Damn. I'm pretty sure that's the last of your portents, right?
Yeah, I used the other one when I was arm wrestling the harbor master.
Tronald, with determination etched onto your face, you extend a hand towards the captain. Your fingers curl in arcane patterns as you chant words in a mystical dialect, pulling at the threads of magic interwoven in the very fabric of existence. The very air around the captain seems to thicken and shimmer. A dance of energy begins its hypnotic weave. Invisible tendrils of force close in on her, spiraling tighter and tighter, seeking to bind her very essence. Her movements start to falter, growing sluggish as if wading through a viscous mire. Her eyes betray a glint of panic, her limbs straining against the paralyzing grip of your formidable spell. For a moment, the entire world seems to hold its breath as the captain is ensnared, held captive not by chains or ropes, but by sheer, unyielding magical will.
Excellent.
Now it's Sailor 1 and Sailor 5's go. Sailor 1 is going to take a slash towards Raarh with his short sword. He rolled a 16 to hit. And a 5 for his damage, which is reduced to 2 because of your rage. Sailor 5 runs behind the magical individual, using his sword to cut off his bindings before making his way towards Celestia. Now it's the magical individual's turn.
Okay, let's see what he can do.
The mage dashes to his chosen spot with purpose, his robes trailing behind him like whispers of shadow. As he halts, he slowly raises a hand skyward, fingers splayed. The ambient sounds seem to fade, replaced by the unmistakable hum of gathering arcane power. Electricity, wild and unpredictable, forms around his fingertips, crackling and dancing with a chaotic rhythm. The very air grows thick with tension as the blue-white arcs of energy twist and writhe like serpents hungry for release. And then, with a swift, calculated gesture, the mage unleashes the fury of his witch bolt. But there's an added layer to his spell, as the electric arc splits mid-flight, producing twin bolts of devastating power. Each one seeks its target with unerring precision, Celestia and Saxiron. That's a 23 to hit you, Saxy, and a 9 to hit Celestia.
Yeah, that hits me.
Misses.
Okay, so that's 19 points of lightning damage to you, Saxy.
What the fuck? 19 points of damage?
Yeah, it seems like he has upcast his spell.
Sorry, Saxy, I didn't have my reaction up yet.
Don't worry about me, Tronald. Just keep yourself alive.
All right, now it's the rest of the sailors' turns. Sailor 4 is going to run behind Celestia, getting a flanking bonus to the slashing attack he's going to make with his short sword. That's a 17 to hit.
That misses me, Joe.
Sailor 3 is going to run behind Raarh. That's going to be a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that hits me.
And 8 points of slashing damage reduced to 4.
That's pussy damage. I eat it for breakfast.
What, pussy or damage?
Both.
Sailor 2 is going to move slightly up here, then make a shot at Tronald with his pistol. That's a 17 to hit.
That would hit me, but I'm going to use one of my luckies, seeing as I don't have a reaction available yet.
Nice. His next roll is a 13 to hit.
That misses me.
All right, so top of the round, the captain is going to try and break free from the hold person spell. That's a 19 total.
I use a lucky.
That's a 16.
Damn it, she's free. You're lucky I don't have my reaction available, or you'd be getting the full force of my cheese.
Well, don't worry too much. She still had to spend her whole action and bonus action breaking free from the spell. It's just that next turn she will be able to act again.
I accept these terms.
Okay, Saxy, you're up.
Right, I pull out my own pistol and take a sharpshooter shot at the sorcerer. That's a 22 minus 5, so 17 total.
Saxiron, you squeeze the trigger of your pistol, its familiar weight and intention clear in your hand. Yet even as the explosive report heralds the bullet's departure, the sorcerer moves with a fluidity and swiftness that seems almost inhuman. With barely a gesture, he summons a shimmering barrier around himself, a coat of ethereal armor that pulses with arcane energy. The bullet collides with the magical shield, its momentum halted, its purpose denied by the sorcerer's magical intervention.
Fuck. I don't know why I didn't expect that to happen. I shouldn't have used sharpshooter.
Don't worry about it, Saxy. We live and we learn.
Celestia, you're up.
So the first thing I'm going to do is cast silence on the wizard's mask.
Okay. Well, even though you're casting it on an item, I'm still going to have him make a save on it.
How come?
Well, after last time, I did a little bit of digging on how the spell can be used, and apparently even if you cast the silence spell on an object, it remains static to where the object was when you cast it. Now, I'm willing to homebrew it so that the silence can be moved when on an object, as I feel like this could make for some cool and unique situations, but I won't allow it to be movable and unsavable. I'm sure you'll agree that's fair.
Oh, if that's the case, then yeah, you're absolutely being fair, and I respect your decision to venture towards fun rather than purely rules-based.
Joe is a generous god.
Yeah, a generous god that tried to one-shot me.
Hey, I didn't try to one-shot you. It was the captain, and she did one-shot you. Count yourself lucky you've got allies looking out for you. Damn, so the sorcerer rolled a 9, so the mask and the area surrounding it has been silenced.
Excellent, now I'm going to command my spiritual weapon to attack the barbarian. That's a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits him.
And 12 points of force damage.
Very nice. All right, now it's Raarh's turn.
Jesus, fuck, you scared the shit out of me, man.
Can you repeat yourself, buddy? I didn't quite catch what you wanted to do.
I said I wanted to make another reckless great weapon master attack on the traitor.
That's definitely not what you said.
Go for it, man.
All right, so that's a 17 total to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And 21 points of damage.
Sweet, so she's going to use her uncanny dodge to reduce that damage to 10.
How many times can she use that shit?
She can use it once per round. Anyway, now it's the big guy's turn. He's going to slice towards you, Celestia, with his falchion. That's a 21 to hit.
Yep, my AC is 18.
Wow, he rolled a 2 on his damage, so that's 8 points of slashing damage to you.
Sorry for ever thinking this guy could beat you, Raarh. He's pretty lame.
He's going to attack you again with his frenzied attack as a bonus action. That's a 19 to hit. And 11 points of damage.
Next time I'll just keep my mouth shut, I guess.
I'm going to need 2 concentration saves from you, Celestia, to try maintain your silence spell.
That's a 19 and an 11, so I maintain concentration.
Nice. All right, Tronald, you're up.
I'm going to cast Hold Person again on the captain. I refuse to let her get any kind of momentum going.
So she saved with a 22.
Lucky.
Nice. So her second roll was an 11. She is once again held.
Nice work, Tronald. Keeping her pinned down is massive.
Now it's Sailor 1 and Sailor 5's go. Sailor 1 is going to take a slashing attack against Raarh, with advantage because of your reckless attack. That's a 13 total, which misses, right?
Correct.
Sailor 5 is going to make a shot at Tronald from within the sphere of silence. That's a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that hits me, Joe.
Dude, aren't you going to use shield or your silvery barbs as a reaction?
No, I'm not. Trust me, buddy.
You've got us through some crazy stuff in the past. You have my trust, Tronald.
Okay, so that's 6 points of piercing damage to you, Tronald, as the bullet, silent yet deadly, fires out of the sphere of silence and digs into your flesh. I'm going to need you to make a concentration check on your Hold Person spell.
With advantage because of my Warcaster feat. That's a 14 to save, so I pass.
Now it's the sorcerer's turn. He takes a few deliberate steps, his every movement measured and purposeful. His eyes dart around, confusion momentarily clouding his face as he grapples with the stifling sensation regarding the cause of his silence. Then, his fingers frantically trace the edges of the mask, realizing its cursed bind. With a swift motion, fueled by urgency and frustration, he tears the mask off, casting it disdainfully to the ground where it lands with a silent thud. As the mask falls away, the sunlight further reveals the pallor of his skin, a deep shade of midnight, sharp, angular features, eyes like twin orbs of burning silver, and the trademark white hair cascading over his shoulders. The lineage of a dark elf emerges from beneath the mask. Gathering himself, he then moves another 25 feet, putting even more distance between himself and the looming threats. He's unable to repeat his witch bolt to you, Saxy, because he spent his whole action removing the silence from himself.
Excellent.
All right, now it's Sailor 4, Sailor 3, and Sailor 2's turn. Sailor 4 is going to make a slash towards you, Celestia. That's a 15, so it misses. The next one is going to take a swing for Raarh. Also a miss. And the final one is going to take a shot at Tronald. Another miss. Damn, these sailors just can't hit their mark.
It's fair to say that they have bitten off more than they can chew.
Let's not get cocky, Tronald.
Okay, so top of the round, the captain is going to try and break free from this damn Hold Person spell. That's a 17 to save, so she breaks the hold.
Now I use my reaction to cast silvery barbs on the captain, giving the advantage to Celestia.
Damn, she rolled a 14, failing the roll, which means she is still held.
Beautiful. Now's your chance, Raarh. Fuck her up.
Saxy, it's your turn. What you doing?
I want to move up to where the sorcerer threw his mask on the floor. Picking it up. and throwing it 25 feet so it is back next to him.
Incredible.
Nice. All right, well, I'm not going to make you roll for throwing something 25 feet, especially whilst you have your power armor donned.
Cool. Then I want to activate my defensive field as a bonus action, giving me 4 temporary health points.
Nice. With a determined glint in your eye, you channel the energy of your power armor, causing the air around you to shimmer and condense, giving birth to a translucent, almost ethereal barrier. It pulses with a soft, protective glow, enveloping you like a guardian, ready to absorb a certain degree of harm.
Can you use that every turn, Saxy?
No, I only have a limited amount available.
All right, Celestia, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to command my spiritual weapon to attack the barbarian. That's a 15 to hit.
Yeah, a 15 still hits.
So that's 9 points of force damage. How is he looking, Joe?
I mean, he wasn't looking great even before this fight began, but after this ass-kicking you guys have served to him, he's looking pretty fucking rough.
Then I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at the sorcerer, using Tronald's gifted advantage to cancel out the disadvantage I would have received from being next to this guy. That's an 18 to hit. And I'm assuming he can't cast shield because of Saxiron's big brain move of throwing the silenced mask next to him?
Yeah, that's right. So an 18 does hit.
Awesome. Well, that's 20 points of radiant damage, and the next hit on him is made with advantage.
That's amazing. That brings us to Raarh.
Right, I want to let out a scream of rage. Then I want to smash this bitch in the face with my great axe. Even though she's held, I'll be going reckless, great weapon master. That's a 22 to hit. And as for the damage, that's an 11 on my dice roll, plus 10 because of the great weapon master, doubled to 42 because of her being paralyzed, making it an auto crit, plus my rage bonus, plus my modifier. That brings me to 48 points of damage.
Wow.
What a Chad.
That's actually insane, dude. Even if she could use her uncanny dodge, she cannot withstand that damage output. Raarh, how do you want to do this?
I want to raise my axe high into the air, looking her directly in her paralyzed eyes before saying, "Nobody touches my fucking Tronald," before cleaving down, taking off her head and booting it as far as I can.
So fucking epic. In a display of raw, primal prowess alongside a powerful kick, you send the captain's severed head flying, its final expression one of sheer terror. The chilling sight sends a shockwave of dread across her crew and the sorcerer, their eyes wide with horror. You sense that given the slightest opportunity, their next instinct will be to scatter and flee.
Nice work, man.
Now it's the beefy boy's turn. He's the only one who seems unfazed by what's just happened. He's going to take a slash towards Celestia. That's a natural 20!
Jeez, no need to sound so fucking excited by it, Joe.
Tronald, have you got anything?
Nope.
That's 22 points of damage.
All right, well, I'm down.
Fuck.
Celestia, with a devastating slash of his blade, it cleaves through the air, striking you squarely in the chest. The sheer force and precision of the attack sends you spiraling, the world blurring around you before you crash to the ground, succumbing to the cold embrace of unconsciousness. Now he's going to use his bonus action to make another attack against your lifeless form. That's a 19 to hit, so mark down 2 failed death saves.
This isn't ideal.
The barbarian, his eyes alight with a malevolent fervor, is going to use a free action to brutally tear away the stitches binding his mouth shut. As the threads yield to his force, arcane runes ignite across his form, pulsating with a menacing energy. Tronald and Saxy, your senses are immediately alert to the raw magical power emanating from him. With your understanding of the arcane, I'm going to need both of you to make an arcana check.
That's a 14 for me.
21 total for me, Joe.
Tronald, with a roll of 21, the realization hits you with the force of a tidal wave. This is no ordinary enchantment. It's a cataclysmic arcane self-destruction, designed not only to annihilate the vessel it's anchored to, but to unleash a torrential burst of devastation upon everything in its vicinity. The scope of the impending detonation remains uncertain, yet its potency is unmistakable. It's a final gambit, a desperate measure to ensure that the secrets he carries are obliterated, rendering them unreachable by even the most potent magical divinations, and in the process, intending to obliterate anyone unlucky enough to be within its deadly radius.
Fuck. This thing is going to kill Celestia outright.
Joe, do I have any idea how long we have before he goes boom?
You gather that the sequence will finalize at the start of his next turn.
Right.
Well, it's your turn now, Tronald. What's the plan?
I'm going to cast Vortex Warp on Celestia, moving her body 30 feet upwards, although I have serious concerns that she still may not be far enough away.
Okay, so here's the thing, Tronald. Under normal circumstances, an ally could actively choose to fail a saving throw from your Vortex Warp to be moved away from harm. But because Celestia is unconscious, I feel as though it would all be down to natural instincts and not one of choice. So for that reason, I'm going to rule that Celestia still needs to make a saving throw against it and cannot choose to fail.
Oh, great. Are you trying to get her killed or something?
It makes sense. If she succeeds, I could run over and give her a healing potion. But then I wouldn't have enough movement to get either of us away from the explosion. So you would have to use our remaining 2 health potions on me and Celestia, Tronald.
Of course. I rolled an 18, guys. I'm assuming that passes.
Damn, yeah, you're stuck there, Celestia.
Unlucky. All right, all the sailors are going to use their full action to move as far away as they can towards the rowboats. Raarh, you can get an attack of opportunity on either Sailor 1 or Sailor 3.
I'll just take a swing at Sailor 1. That's a 16 to hit, and 15 points of damage.
With that, your swing at the sailor almost cleaves him in two, sending his lifeless body to the floor. Now it's the sorcerer's turn. He's going to move towards the rowboats, then cast web here, not only hindering your ability to chase him down, but giving you a sticky situation, that if you run in to help your ally, you very well could be entrapped in the web before you can even get there, taking the full force of the impending explosion. Saxy, you're up.
Fuck, I don't know what to do here. Sod it. Joe, I run towards Celestia, hoping to give her a health potion.
Roll a strength saving throw.
For fuck's sake. That's a 9 total, Joe.
Damn, Saxy. Desperation fuels your every step as you lunge toward Celestia, determined to shield her from her all but guaranteed death. But just as hope flares in your heart, an insidious force ensnares your feet. A dread realization dawns upon you. The treacherous webbing has you bound, rendering you immobile, just inches away from saving her. The weight of helplessness bears down upon you as the seconds tick by menacingly.
In that case, I'm going to take a shot at the sorcerer. That's a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And 8 points of damage.
Nice. The sorcerer is looking really rough now.
I'm sorry, Celestia. There's literally nothing else I can do.
Speaking of Celestia, it's your turn now. Give me a death saving throw.
That's a 12.
All right, so that's 2 fails and 1 success. That brings us to you, Raarh. What you gonna do?
I look around and see the situation that we're all in, realizing that Celestia and Saxiron are far too close to where the upcoming explosion will be. Knowing that this could very well be the death of one, if not both of them, I shout out, "I refuse to lose any one of you guys." Then I'm going to charge towards the barbarian, grappling him with a contested strength.
Interesting. All right, roll it.
What did he get, Joe?
He rolled a 19 total. What about you?
I rolled a 20 total.
Damn, nice work, buddy.
Awesome. So what are you going to do?
Okay, I'm going to drag his body as far as I can, which I think is around 10 feet if we're going off half of my remaining movement. Then I'm going to throw him to the ground and lay on him, trying to cover as much of him as possible, basically making myself a shield for them guys.
Oh shit. Well, mechanically speaking, if you're trying to smother the detonation, it will drastically reduce its area of effect. Although, be warned, it will also massively increase the damage. Are you sure you want to do this?
Don't do it, Raarh, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, Joe, I'm sure. I'm not about to lose any more of my family.
Raarh, with feral determination, you grapple the barbarian, hauling him to the ground beneath you. The glyphs and runes carved onto him blaze with a brilliance that strains your vision, their pulsating glow painting the world in alternating shades of perilous light and shadow. The searing heat radiates outwards, the infernal warmth charring your skin, each second feeling like an eternity as the scent of scorched flesh fills the air. But in the face of this imminent doom, a serene smile creeps onto your face. Your gaze sweeps over the comrades you've bled with, fought alongside, cherished. Your kin by spirit, if not by blood. With a final, resolute glance at the barbarian, you close your eyes, surrendering to the destiny you've chosen, shielding your family with every ounce of your strength. To the onlookers, the scene unfolds like a nightmarish tapestry. The ground trembles as if Sylvanus himself writhes in agony. A cataclysmic explosion ensues, its force so potent it feels like the very sinews of the world are tearing apart. The concussive wave thrusts each of you off your feet, the world a blur of motion, dirt, and blinding light. The sounds of battle are drowned in the deafening roar, leaving behind an oppressive silence filled with absolute dread.
Raarh, buddy, are you okay?
We will find out next time, because that is the end of this session. See you later, guys.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Hey guys, let's jump straight into it. Raarh, by laying directly on top of him before the explosion, you forfeited your dexterity saving throw. That's 40 points of fire damage doubled to 80.
What the heck? That's insane.
All right, well, I take half of that because I was still raging when it kaboomed.
Nice. What HP does that take you down to then, dude?
That brings me to 6 health.
Holy moly, that was close.
Joe, before Celestia bleeds out, I run over to her and cast Cure Wounds. That's 7 points of healing.
Thanks, Saxy. What the heck was that all about? Like, man, can't we trust anyone?
Saxiron, as you cast your Cure Wounds on Celestia, you look up, realizing that the sorcerer and the remaining sailors are still attempting to flee on the rowboats. At this point, they've all begun boarding and about to push off.
Ah, shit, what are we doing, guys? Are we chasing them down or just letting them leave?
Of course, we're chasing them down. There's no way in hell I plan on letting them get away after the bullshit that they just pulled.
All right, so what are you doing?
I cast Firebolt on the sorcerer.
Okay, make an attack roll.
That's a 17 to hit.
Tronald, with vengeance burning in your eyes, you raise your hand, feeling the arcane energy pulse and swirl around your fingers. As you release the firebolt, it surges toward the fleeing sorcerer, leaving a blazing trail in its wake. Yet even as it cleaves through the air, another force reveals itself. A blazing bead of fire, swift and potent, of an origin you can't discern, bolts ahead, completely overshadowing your own spell. The world seems to stand still, a suspended breath of anticipation. Then, in a cataclysmic moment, the bead of fire smashes into the rowboat. A massive explosion rages forth, consuming water, wood, and the very earth beneath. The sheer force of the explosion tears through everything: the rowboat, the surrounding waters, and every soul unfortunate enough to be nearby. The remnants of the sorcerer and his sailors are lost amidst the devastation. The once placid waters are now a roiling tempest.
Oh, for fuck's sake, what now?
I'm going to need one of you to make a perception check with advantage, taking the lead for your group.
All right, so who's got the best perception stat?
That's a 17, Joe.
Or just go ahead and roll Tronald, sure.
Tronald, with a roll of 17, your senses heighten and you become acutely aware of the world around you. The trees, usually teeming with life, are eerily quiet. You search their looming shadows for any sign of movement, but find only stillness. Casting your gaze skyward, an uncanny emptiness greets you. Not a single bird in flight, nor any rustling of leaves. Suddenly, the air around you becomes dense. An oppressive heat washes over you, reminiscent of stepping onto a sun-scorched island. Every breath feels heavier, and beads of sweat quickly form on your forehead. Then, just as abruptly, a chilling voice slices through the stifling heat.
Interesting. So you do exist.
Whipping around with adrenaline pumping through each of your bodies, your group is met with the sight of a figure merely 20 feet away. He stands there, arms crossed, observing you all with the intensity one reserves for a precious artifact. The man's appearance is striking. His long, jet-black hair flows like a shadowy river down his back, contrasting sharply against the pale hue of his skin. But what truly captures your attention are his eyes. Crimson pools that burn with an intensity reminiscent of hell itself. They hold wisdom, pain, and above all, a darkness to a degree none of you have witnessed before. This is no ordinary adversary.
Who are you, and what do you want with us?
Who am I? Such a feeble question from a being as inconsequential as you. But to sate your curiosity, you may address me as Visurial. What do I desire? Not a single shred of your pitiful existence. Him, on the other hand, well, that's a different matter entirely.
You'll die before you touch him. Joe, I fucking rage. Then I charge towards the man and take a swing at him with my great axe.
Don't do it, Raarh.
For fuck's sake.
That's a natural fucking 20.
Nice, what damage do you do?
So that's 10, doubled to 20, plus 6. So 26 points of slashing damage.
Raarh, with every sinew and muscle taut, you hurl yourself forward, great axe brandished with the intent of cleaving through the mysterious figure before you. Each step you take reverberates with the weight of your determination and the rage boiling within. Just as you are about to strike, the man's lips curl into a self-assured smirk.
Such arrogance.
Suddenly, the air around him seems to warp, twist and ripple like the surface of disturbed water. A dark vortex of energy forms with tendrils of inky blackness spiraling around the man. But not just him. It seems to be happening to Saxiron as well. It's as if the very fabric of reality is being torn apart and stitched together elsewhere. Saxy, I'm going to need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
For fuck's sake, man, what have you done? Yes, that's a 20 total, Joe.
20 total? Not high enough.
Oh no.
What the fuck?
Oh, excellent.
Huh? What's happening?
It's worth noting, Tronald, that as soon as he cast that spell, a pounding headache shot through you. Raarh, you watch, almost in suspended animation, as the man and Saxiron become enveloped in this disorienting field of magic. And then, in an instant too rapid to perceive, the positions are exchanged. The man now stands where Saxiron was, and vice versa. Your momentum carries you through. Before Saxiron can even register what has happened, your great axe meets its unintended target. The weight of the realization is almost as heavy as the blow you've just delivered. The battlefield remains silent for a split second, punctuated only by the aftershocks of the spell and the gasp of realization.
Well, that's me down. Thanks a fucking lot, Raarh.
What do you mean? How was I supposed to know he could do that?
Well, that's just the fucking point, isn't it? I'd say let this be a lesson, but we're pretty much screwed.
Well, heal him or something, Celestia.
Sure, for all the good it'll do. Joe, I cast Healing Word on Saxiron.
Celestia, before you get a chance to cast your healing word, the man is going to cast Hold Person at level 4, attempting to paralyze the rest of you.
And it just gets better and better.
I'm going to need all of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
That's a 14 for me, Joe.
I rolled a fucking 5.
Okay, so I rolled a 17 for a 24 total.
All right, so you all are classed as paralyzed.
Are you taking the piss, man?
Who the hell is this guy?
With all of you now held, Visuriel walks over to Saxiron before crouching down beside him.
Do you truly comprehend the weight of the situation, or are you so blinded by your own arrogance? The sands of time run thin for your ally. If you have any semblance of wisdom, you'd relinquish your feeble attempts to defy me. They are, after all, as futile as a moth challenging the flame.
What do you want from us?
You seem so desperate for knowledge, so desperate to know who stands before you. Let me enlighten you. I am the Pinnacle, the sovereign head of an order known as the Obitus. Perhaps the name rings a bell? I would be surprised if it didn't, given your encounter with that lamentable excuse for an arcane practitioner, Rick. But let me clarify, his incompetence is not a reflection of our order.
Are you guys going to try resist the next round of Hold Person or not?
No, we don't resist.
Also, I'm going to need a death saving throw from you, Saxiron.
Damn, that's a 7.
Please, just tell us what you want. Don't kill him.
The man's intense gaze meets yours, Tronald. For a brief moment, his head tilts as if wrestling with some deep, unspoken thought or emotion. But just as swiftly, he dispels it, his demeanor regaining its unwavering steadiness.
Whilst the thought of extinguishing your life may not currently entertain me, understand this. If I desired your end, I would need but utter a single word.
The figure gracefully descends, his form poised like that of a predatory bird about to strike. Delicately, he places a hand on Saxiron's forehead. The air thickens with tension as he murmurs an arcane chant, the words dancing on the edge of your understanding but remaining tantalizingly out of reach. Saxi. An ethereal warmth radiates from the contact point, seeping into your very being as you feel a surge of vitality coursing through you. You regain 30 hit points.
Wow, okay, not what I was expecting.
The man stands back up, taking a few steps towards you, Tronald, before dropping the Hold Person spell and proceeding to say,
My attention was drawn your way when one of my acolytes brought me a curious relic belonging to you. This trinket piqued my interest. It belonged to Lord Tanaver, didn't it? To think there exists a clone not birthed from my machinations. Intriguing. Tracing the energy of your artifact, I have been a silent observer in the shadows, evaluating if the legend of Lord Tanaver was truly walking this realm in the flesh once more.
Well, you found me, so what do you want?
My presence here is twofold. The essence of the first eludes you for now, a shadowed enigma that lingers far beyond your grasp.
Suddenly, the man's eyes blaze to life, a storm of emotions brewing behind them. The tranquil facade he once wore shatters, replaced by an overwhelming fervor as he declares,
The second, it's elementary. I am here to ignite a spark of ambition within you. Seek us out, rally your allies, challenge our might, and strive to pierce the veil that obscures the rotting core of this world. And rest assured, when the pivotal moment dawns, you will embrace my truth, aligning yourself with my cause as fate demands. And in that moment of clarity, you will lament not standing beside me all those years ago. It is only fitting, however, to extend my gratitude. Your demise was the very crucible that forged the embodiment of power and purpose you now witness. My intentions, my designs, they are vast and intricate, far beyond the narrow confines of your comprehension. Even in your previous life, before you were reborn as this Tronald, the grandeur of my vision eluded you. It always has.
Who were you to me? And what drives your mad ambition to awaken Vecna and Orcus to plunge this world into oblivion?
In time, every shadowed corner of this grand design will unveil itself before you. Such revelations are inevitable on the path you tread. However, this moment is merely a prelude, and I must depart. As I mentioned previously, my initial intention was merely to light the flame of ambition within you, to compel you to chase our shadows. Yet I perceive that our discourse may have only fanned those flames, and so let me stoke them further. After all, am I not the very monster you once declared me to be? Now, Tronald, make your choice. Decide which one of your friends will be the one to drive your ambitions. which of your comrades will be denied the dawn.
Huh?
What? This is insane. I'm not letting any one of them die.
Ah, dear Tronald, understand this. The illusion of choice is just that, an illusion. One of them is destined to perish. Refuse, and I shall ensure that they all enter the cold embrace of the void.
I can't do this.
This is fucking insane. But Tronald, listen to me closely. Choose me. When our paths first intertwined in that quaint fishing village, where you stood aimlessly, lost and confused, our bond was not immediate. We clashed, challenged, and bickered, our beliefs often divergent, our perspectives contrasting. Yet through the storms of discord, something grew. A bond. You became more than just an acquaintance, more than a friend. You, and all of you, have become my kin, my family. And it's a family I want to shield. So, if a sacrifice is demanded, let it be me. Let my final act be one of protection for those I love.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Saxy. Tronald needs you. It should be me who gets chosen. All I do is cause trouble and fucking break things. I'm a mess, and all of you would be better off without me. I mean, my recklessness was always bound to get one of us killed at some point. So, let's avoid that. Just, Saxiron, promise me you will look out for Tronald. And Tronald, brother, see my task through. Make sure that my mother and father are rescued.
No. I'm not choosing any of you. Take me. Kill me. If I was the one who called you monster, if I was the one who turned you into what you are now, then let it be me who faces the consequences of my actions. None of my friends deserve death, but me, I shouldn't even be here. I'm a fake, a clone, an abomination. Kill me, and let my friends walk out of here alive.
Tronald, as the man fixes his gaze upon you, peering deeply into the very core of your being, you discern something unexpected. Not a trace of animosity, but a bottomless well of sorrow and pain.
Ah, Tronald, your willingness to face the abyss is admirable. But it's not your place to embrace that cold silence. While you may not bear the full mantle of the original Lord Tanavir, in my eyes you've transcended him. You're imbued with an essence, a spirit more genuine than he ever was in his final moments. Your end will not be here, not today. You, Tronald, bear a significance that you cannot yet fathom.
Everyone keeps telling me that I bear a significance. Well, I don't want it. I don't want any part of this game which is leading to the death of my family. Please, there has to be another way.
His voice drips with sorrow alongside a steely resolve.
This dark juncture, as tormented as it appears, is the sole road we must tread. It is the only way to forge a hatred so intense within you, propelling you to boundaries yet unknown. Only by traversing this twisted path will you be bestowed clarity to the truth of this world. Make your choice, Tronald.
Tronald, please choose me. From the start, when our paths intertwined, it was as if the universe had designed this very moment for me. Sune's divine hand guided me to stand beside you, and now I can almost feel her ethereal touch, pulling me gently towards a horizon I cannot yet see. We've laughed, fought, and stumbled our way through this journey like a band of fucking idiots. And while we may have been the world's most ridiculous group, know this: my purpose has been eternally entwined with yours. This feels right. This is the culmination of my journey, my destiny. And as the curtain descends upon the final page of my tale, let it be the spark that ignites the next grand chapter of your own story.
I don't know what to say. Joe, a tear rolls down my cheek as I nod my head in agreement.
The man's eyes, deep pools of sorrow and torment, lock onto yours, once again piercing the very depths of your being. With a voice heavy with regret, he murmurs,
That's not good enough, Tronald. Words hold power. I need to hear them. I need to hear the words from your own lips, the words which will seal your friend's fate.
Do it, Tronald.
I swear to you, Celestia, this is not where your story ends. I will find a way to bring you back to us. I'm so sorry. I say the words, Joe. I say, take Celestia. Kill Celestia.
Tronald, as the fateful words escape your mouth, Vesurial gives a solemn nod. With an air heavy with finality, he murmurs a lone, potent word.
Uccidere.
Time seems to stretch, each heartbeat an agonizing eternity as you lock eyes with Celestia. Those bright eyes once teeming with dreams, aspirations, and boundless horizons now dim. A light extinguished, snuffed out in an instant as she crumbles to the ground. the vibrant life within her now ceasing to exist. Hey guys, last session was a tough one. I'm sure we can all agree that Miley brought a lot to the table and her presence here will be truly missed. As we begin this session, the chilling silence becomes more profound, punctuated only by the tragic stillness of Celestia, her cold body laying motionless on the ground. Vesurial's unyielding gaze drifts over each of you, his voice dripping with dark intent as he murmurs,
Let this serve as the spark you so desperately needed.
It's at that moment, from the very air itself, a malevolent creature takes form, with a hide of sinister reddish-brown and bat-like wings that flutter with quiet agitation. Its eyes dart with mischief and chaos. As it hovers, it murmurs words in no language that you understand directly to Vesurial. A few moments pass before he declares,
And on that note, I must take my leave. Our tale is far from its end, Lord Tanavir.
and with that, the atmosphere converging around Vesurial begins to pulse. He extends his hand with his fingers splayed toward the inert form of Celestia. Slowly, ethereal tendrils of obsidian smoke snake out from his fingertips, wrapping around her, binding her lifeless form in a cocoon of shadow. Then, with a hushed incantation, the ground beneath Vesurial and Celestia pulses, rippling like the surface of a disturbed pond. An arcane symbol glowing an intense cerulean appears at their feet, spiraling outward in intricate patterns, its light contrasting eerily against the shadowy tendrils. Suddenly, a blinding surge of energy erupts, folding space around them. The world seems to bend, warping inward on that singular point, and as quickly as it had started, the explosion of magic subsides, leaving behind an echoing void. Where Vesurial and Celestia once stood, there is now nothing but an unsettling silence and a fading wisp of shadow and light. So, what do you guys want to do?
I can't believe it. She's gone.
Yeah. Nothing could have prepared any of us for that. Tronald, are you okay?
No, Saxiron, I'm not okay. I just had to sentence one of you guys to death. So please, tell me, because I'd love to know. In what fucking reality would I be okay?
Don't get pissy with him, Tronald. I can't imagine what you're going through right now. But fighting amongst ourselves isn't going to help any of us. It certainly isn't going to help us get closer to stopping the Obetus. And it wouldn't be what Celestia would have wanted.
I'm sorry, I just don't think I'm cut out for this, you know? I'm weak. I'm pathetic. All of that bullshit I spouted whenever I got the opportunity about me being the strongest mage, it's nothing more than a sick joke. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything but stand there quivering, scared to death that I could lose one of you two as well. I was helpless. That man, he wielded the arcane like nothing I've ever seen before. How would we even dream about overcoming such power?
Tronald, it might be true. In the vast expanse of this world, there are mages whose raw power might overshadow yours. But raw power? It's fleeting, it's momentary. But what you possess, that fierce, unwavering determination, it's eternal. It's a beacon that outshines anything I've ever seen before. It's relentless. At times it's so overwhelming that it drives me to the brink of insanity. It's what defines you. So, Tronald, channel that maddening spirit. Direct it towards the obliteration of the Obetus, towards the redemption of Celestia from the clutches of death. Engrave it into your soul, because with that fire in your heart, our triumph is not a mere possibility, it's a certainty.
Thank you, Saxi.
Yeah, Tronald, enough of this fucking self-pity. You reckon Celestia would have stuck around to see you sulking like this? Hell no. Think she tagged along because we were a bunch of scholars and sages making wise decisions? Bloody wrong. I might bash heads better than I think through plans, but I ain't blind. Every reckless choice, every damn time we went and did something so absurd it should have been in a jester's tale, she'd have this hidden smile, as if our idiocy, our unpredictable antics made her day. She loved this mismatched, idiotic band of misfits. Us. So let's not make her sacrifice in vain. We'll move forward like the unpredictable idiots she loved and make her damn proud.
He's right, Tronald.
Okay, so where do we go from here?
Well, the first thing we need to do is get some rest, because we're all absolutely beat.
Yeah, okay. I don't think it would be a great idea to rest here, though, because all of the explosions were definitely within seeing distance of the ship. And if the first mate's strength is even close to any of them three, then we wouldn't be able to deal with them, especially if you take into consideration all the sailors as well. we would be overwhelmed in this state.
That's a great point. Joe, I want to look out to sea. Is there any movement in regard to the ship?
Make a perception check.
I'll assist you with this, Saxy.
That's a 17, Joe.
The scent of salt fills the air as you turn your gaze towards the vast expanse of the sea. The ship, eerily motionless, casts a long shadow on the waters as the sun descends. However, amidst the rolling waves, you spot 5 smaller silhouettes bobbing with a steady rhythm. Rowboats. The distance cloaks the exact number of figures aboard them, their forms blurred by the dance of the shimmering waters. But one thing's clear. They're making headway, and fast. By your estimate, the impending arrivals will breach the shoreline in a mere 5 minutes.
Right, guys. They're going to be here in about 5 minutes, so we need to get the hell out of here.
Joe, I quickly loot the captain's body.
There really isn't much of a body left after the big guy exploded, but if you wanted to try scour the area to determine where any items or gold may have scattered to, you can certainly do that. It's just that it will take you a few minutes.
Dude, I really don't think we have time to be doing this.
I've got to see if there is any more information that was on her about the chains of brass.
Give me an investigation check, Raarh.
That's a 13, Joe.
With a roll of 13, the next few minutes feel even longer than they truly are. The environment becomes a maze of shifting sands and shadows. Every grain feels like a challenge, every whisper of wind a distraction. Yet just as hope dwindles and frustration mounts, a faint gleam catches your eye amidst the earth and palette of the shoreline. Drawn to it, you crouch down and extract the source of the glint from its sandy grave. The find is macabre and intriguing in equal measure. An earring dangles gracefully from a severed ear, undoubtedly that of the captain. The earring itself is a masterpiece. From its fine golden hook sways a sapphire, deep blue like the heart of the ocean, its facets capturing light and reflecting it in mesmerizing patterns. Despite the grim context, the pristine condition of the earring suggests more than mere ornamentation. Its untouched elegance hints at potential arcane properties.
Right, well, we can figure out what that is later. Joe, we run into the forest.
As you pivot away, an eerie silence is shattered by a triplet of thunderous blasts. The ground beneath your feet trembles for a moment, urging you to glance back. The sight that meets your eyes is a rising veil of smoke and ember from the ship. 3 deadly cannon volleys have been unleashed in your direction.
Marvelous.
The air grows tense, and time seems to slow as cannonballs whistle perilously close, their deadly dance inches from your visage. One slices through the tree line, tearing branches asunder and sending leaves fluttering like a burst of green confetti. Another strikes the ground, erupting in a violent display of earth and sand, creating a mini tempest in its wake. The last one crashes into the water with such ferocity that a tidal wave of displaced liquid rises. The ensuing splash drenches the approaching sailors, their wide eyes revealing the shock of the near miss. As the droplets settle, there's an unspoken consensus in the air. It's unlikely they'd chance another cannonade after that far too close for comfort volley.
We get the hell out of here, Joe.
Okay. As your feet pound the forest floor, the thick canopy above offering a momentary reprieve, you risk a glance over your shoulder. The sight chills your blood. The first mate, unmistakable in his stature and garb, leads a band of roughly 15 sailors. They disembark from their boats with the fluidity of practiced routine. Without hesitation, the first mate bellows a fierce command, and like hounds released from their leashes, they surge forward in hot pursuit. Your hearts thunder in your chest, beating a rhythm of adrenaline and desperation. The forest becomes a dizzying blur of motion, trees melding into one another, ferns and underbrush clawing at your legs. The rough bark of the trees and the whip of branches sting your face, yet the sound of pursuit is relentless. Every turn, every jump, every desperate dodge, they match and mirror. They seem to be everywhere, the sound of their pursuit a constant echo in your ears. The air grows thick with tension, with the weight of the chase. Minutes feel like hours, and just when the weight of exhaustion starts to pull at your limbs, a silhouette breaks the uniformity of the forest ahead. Rising on a prominent hill, a grand structure stands tall against the horizon. Stone walls weathered by time encircle a central tower. Stained glass windows and fragments of colors hint at the stories within. The structure looks old and sacred, a place of refuge or worship, with spires reaching towards the heavens and a great bell nestled high above.
We make our way there, Joe.
How do we know that whatever that place is won't be just as bad or worse than what we're currently dealing with? What if it's a water-deep outpost?
From Joe's description, it sounds like a monastery. And even if it was an outpost, I'd rather be imprisoned with a chance of escape. then face certain death against them lot.
Are you guys going up or not?
Yeah, we run up the hill and start bashing on the front doors.
Racing towards the looming structure, your eyes fixate on its magnificent front doors. The massive entryway is flanked by intricately carved pillars. At the very heart of the door is a resplendent gong-like ornament, forged from a blend of metals that shine even in the dim light, its surface etched with ornate patterns and symbols that suggest both invitation and warning. In your desperation, you strike the gong fiercely, its deep, resonant note echoing through the surrounding woods and reverberating in your very bones. The cruel reality sets in when a minute elapses without any response from within. The muted footfalls of the sailors become a deafening roar as they close in, encircling you. Their expressions are a mosaic of malice and predatory anticipation. The air grows thick with tension and it becomes clear that you're trapped, the grandeur of the doors at your back and a sea of snarling faces before you.
Joe, I fucking rage. Then I start smashing my head against the door as hard as I can and shouting, "Open up, you fuckers!"
Oh, great. Well, it looks like we're not getting in at all now.
It's at this point, the first mate steps forward, slowly pulling a blade from his side and pointing it directly at you before saying, "You thought that you could kill our crew and get away with it?"
They attacked us first. Hell, they fucking killed me. They deserved everything that they got.
That's irrelevant. The fact still stands is that you killed our captain and our crew, and for that, you must die. The leader of the sailors advances, each footfall echoing a growing sense of doom, as the remainder of the crew follows suit, tightening their formation around you with predatory precision. The air is filled with their ragged breaths and the scent of salt and sweat. Yet just as hope seems fleeting, an imposing rumble interrupts the silence, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of chains grating and massive gears turning. Behind you, the colossal front doors are parting, revealing the sanctuary's inner sanctum. As the vast doors swing open, a flood of ambient light pours forth, revealing a sight to behold, a formation of 24 monks, each exuding an aura of disciplined strength and serene confidence. Their attire, a blend of sturdy materials and intricate designs, reveals hardened physiques beneath, a testament to years of rigorous training, yet their eyes, while sharp and vigilant, radiate an innate tranquility. Among the assembled monks, 3 figures stand out prominently. In the center is an individual whose very presence seems to command respect and authority, likely the temple's leader. Flanking him are 2 formidable-looking monks, guardians, or advisors, perhaps. One of these flanking monks steps forward, his posture proud and challenging. He's a striking figure with a chiseled physique, strong jawline, and an intense gaze that could pierce through steel. His head, cleanly shaven, accentuates his hawk-like eyes and high cheekbones. Clad in intricately detailed robes that highlight his musculature, he is the very embodiment of a warrior monk, disciplined, powerful, yet deeply connected to a higher purpose. Andrew, do you want to join us at the table?
Which one of you peasants is fucking swearing outside of my fucking place of worship?
Oh my God, I can't believe it. It's him.
It's who, Tronald? Who is it?
It's Alexandrew Bate.
It was him. There in the middle. He was the one that was cursing.
All right, Joe. I take a few steps towards the ringleader of their group and say, "So you've chosen to approach our sacred halls with the intention of violence? Very well. If it's violence you desire, we are more than capable of obliging. I'd ponder over the idea of scavenging your remains to contribute to our beautiful temple, but by the looks of it, you look like a gang of fucking brokies."
Roll an intimidation check, Alexandrew.
That's a 15 total, Joe.
The first mate's eyes dart quickly, absorbing the overwhelming force now opposing him. A spark of realization dawns as he acknowledges that his odds have diminished. With each step back, the weight of his misjudgment bears heavily upon him. As he nears the edge of the hill, he pauses momentarily, eyes locked onto yours, and bellows, "You all better watch your back, for the chains of brass have long memories." Then, with urgency, he begins his descent down the hill.
Damn, thanks for saving us. That would have been a messed up way to go out after the shit we've been through recently.
Mind your fucking tongue in the presence of my temple.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you or your temple.
I think he's fucking with you, Saxy.
Good, because if he wasn't, that'd be very hypocritical.
You all seem like quite the intellectuals. So, what brought you to my temple?
Well, you see, we were trying to do some good and expose a slave trade group called the Chains of Brass, who we thought were hiding amongst a ship we were on. But it turns out the captain was in on it and they betrayed us. Then a super powerful guy showed up who killed one of our allies, Celestia, before taking her body back to wherever he came from. Then to top it all off, if we weren't already beat enough, the rest of the crew chased us down. So we fled. We fled inland as fast as we could. That's when we stumbled upon this temple.
I've come across the Chains of Brass in my readings. I'll give them credit for their entrepreneurial spirit, but their methods? Disgusting. They've earned a swift end. Kudos on taking a few of them down. You can stay here for the night. Eat, drink, rest up. But come sunrise, you'll need to be on your way.
The man who had been the focal point of the monks stands still and observant. His visage bears the marks of a life steeped in wisdom, contemplation, and perhaps battles of yesteryears. Age has etched deep lines onto his face, yet his eyes are sharp, almost piercing, reflecting a spirit that remains undiminished by the passage of time. He eventually raises his hands, motioning for you all to come inside. As you all move in, the colossal doors merge once again with a thunderous, echoing thud. Alexandrew, with a gentle but firm touch, the head of this temple, the man you know as Shenzhou, places his arm on your back. His voice, bearing the weight of decades yet filled with clarity, speaks.
The convergence of these outsiders with our path is not by mere happenstance. They are the bridge that connects my visions to the tangible world. Alexandrew, when the first light breaks, you must walk beside them. Seek the truth that clouds my foresight. Undertake this quest, not just for yourself, but for our sacred order.
Very well, my master. You have guided us through many dark times, and I have always followed your command without question. I've never second-guessed you. Not gonna start now. Whatever you say goes.
So what's your gimmick anyway, bald man?
Oh my god.
What the fuck did you just call me?
I called you bald. You know, because you're bald.
Is that right? Well, you're fucking green and broke.
Don't you ever call him that again.
Oh, sorry. Did I touch a little green nerve on your big green friend?
Oh, no, not that. He's as fucking green as they come. I meant don't call him broke.
Right.
So what do you do then?
You see these fists of mine? They aren't just any fists. They're divinely blessed weapons. Heaven itself chose me above all to carry this gift of delivering swift justice. I mean, just look at them. When I strike, it's like the universe itself is making a point. Now, any evildoer, any peasant who thinks they can stand in my way, they're simply delusional. It's clear they're just begging for a lesson in humility. After all, when you're this good, it's not boasting. It's just stating the obvious.
I miss Celestia.
We all do, buddy.
Okay, Alexandrew. May I ask where we will be staying for the night? Because we're all really running to the ground with a hell of a lot to unload.
Not a problem, mate. If you all want to follow me, I'll take you to where you'll be staying.
Thank you.
All right, Joe. I take these 3 to the guest chambers within the temple.
As the trio of you step in rhythm behind Alexandrew, the courtyard unfurls before you like a tapestry of nature's finest handiwork. Verdant shrubbery borders and intricately carved fountains, each spouting crystalline water that dances under the soft temple lights. Your eyes are drawn to a statue unlike any you've seen before. It depicts a monk, perfectly balanced on a single point, seemingly defying the very laws of physics. Yet the real challenge looms ahead. A grand stone staircase stretches up before you. Each step seems to beckon you higher and higher. You lose count after 100. The exertion brings warmth to your muscles, but finally, you reach the top. Breathless, you're met with the temple's sanctum.
So whose godforsaken idea was it to build your temple at the top of all these stairs? I feel like I'm about to collapse.
Well, Tronald, they're a challenge. Every step you take is a testament to your commitment and your strength. In ascending, we purge our weaknesses and embrace the path. If you feel like collapsing, perhaps it's not the stairs, but rather your spirit. That's the problem.
Or maybe it's just my knees. I'm not exactly a spring chicken.
But you see, Master Shenzhou is also, in your words, not a spring chicken. But you see him mastering these steps upwards of 50 times every single day. Age is but a number. It's the spirit that defines our strength. With each passing year, our spirit has the potential to grow richer, deeper, more robust. But it requires nurturing, dedication, and purpose. An uncultivated spirit, regardless of age, becomes like the finest steel blade left neglected, gradually succumbing to the ravages of rust.
Wow, I mean, I knew you were wise from your books, but hearing you in the flesh, it's really something else. Have you ever thought about making your own academy or something to help train people in your methods?
Well, you see, to truly lead, one must first find mastery within oneself. There's a path destined for me, elevating me above the rest, not just in affluence, but in wisdom and knowledge. So how can I lead others when I have such a vast journey that I, myself, must travel?
So wise.
It's at this point that Alexandrew begins to guide you all through intricate corridors adorned with glowing sconces. The aroma of incense greets you. The path eventually leads to the guest chambers. Inside, the rooms are an embodiment of spiritual minimalism. Simple bedrolls lay on the polished stone floor, accompanied by statues in deep meditation, casting a serene atmosphere. It's clear that the temple's purpose is not just worship, but profound reflection.
You will stay here for the night. If you desire, I can bring you bread and water before you sleep.
Bread and water? Seriously? Haven't you got anything a bit, less shit?
Raarh, stop being so rude. We will gladly accept your hospitality, Alexandrew.
I'm not saying I agree with Raarh, but there has to be something else that you could give us. I mean, this has probably been the worst day that I've had since my city was destroyed and my family was killed. So, anything to take the edge off would be greatly appreciated.
Well, I suppose there could be something. Tell me, are you familiar with Elvenleaf?
No, I haven't heard of it before.
Well, Elvenleaf is a sacred herb amongst our people. When consumed in the right proportions, it propels you straight into the depths of your darkest fears, giving you the chance to confront and conquer them. Once you've mastered your mind and defeated your fears, you'll find yourself immersed in a tranquility and serenity that's unparalleled to anything you've ever experienced.
Well, if you think it will help, sure, I'll give it a go.
Okay, Joe, I'll start assembling the bong and ready the Elvenleaf. Once everything's set, I'll use that nearby candle to ignite it. Okay, Tronald, you'll want to take a deep inhale, then hold your breath.
Okay, sure thing.
Do you feel any different, buddy?
He can't exactly respond to you currently, can he? Then he's got to hold his breath, so we'll find out afterwards, I guess.
Tronald, your peripheral vision begins to ripple, the world around you distorting as though you're looking through the surface of a serene pond. Colors, once mundane, deepen and intensify, each hue vibrating with an ethereal life of its own. Every inhale feels vast, an endless intake of not just the room's air, but the very cosmos itself. Gradually, the familiar sights and sounds of your surroundings start to melt away. They're replaced by a swirling vortex of kaleidoscopic patterns and geometric fractals, drawing you deeper into its mesmerizing dance. The patterns become more vivid, pulling you further from reality and into an abyss of hallucination.
Whoa, this is wild.
Suddenly, the rhythmic beauty of the fractals shatter and you find yourself plunged into a suffocating void. The only thing anchoring you to any sense of reality is a haunting tableau, Visurial, with malevolence pouring from his every pore, uttering the dreaded power word kill. Celestia collapses, her life extinguished in an instant, but the torment doesn't end there. The scene grotesquely resets, and now it's the rest of your friends in Visurial's fatal crosshairs. Their agonized faces, filled with shock and betrayal, seem to stare directly into your soul. This harrowing loop plays over and over, each repetition driving the dagger of guilt deeper into your heart. The overwhelming emotions threaten to consume you: guilt, despair, and anger. But as the scene continues its relentless repetition, a spark of clarity breaks through the anguish. Memories flood back, but not of Celestia's tragic end, but instead memories of every decision, every sacrifice, and every battle fought for the greater good come rushing forward. In this torrent of recollection, a truth emerges. You didn't cause Celestia's demise. It wasn't your fault. This revelation stands as a beacon amidst the psychological storm, gradually dispelling the repeating nightmares. The dark void starts to recede, replaced once more by the entrancing patterns that initially led you into this journey. They guide you gently, back from the depths of the vision and toward consciousness. As the experience starts to fade and the real world filters back in, a newfound serenity envelops you. Though the remnants of the nightmare linger, they're countered by an inner strength and realization that your journey and decisions were always driven by a purpose bigger than any one individual's fate.
That was awful. But I think it's helped me gain clarity that there was nothing that I could have done to prevent what happened. It wasn't within my power. But what I can do is stay true to my promise to Celestia. Guys, we will find her, and we will bring her back to us.
Wow. Well, you certainly seem a lot more optimistic than earlier.
It's good shit, am I right?
Anyway, it's time that we get some rest, guys. Because come sunrise, our counterattack begins.
Hey guys, so last session you all reached level 5. If you all want to give a quick summary of what you've gained at this level, as well as what your hit point increase was, that would be awesome.
Okay, so my hit point increase was 8. I also get an extra attack and some new spells, which is cool.
Well, I rolled pretty terribly for my health increase this time around. I only got a 5. Anyway, I get access to my level 3 spells now, which is what I've been waiting for since we started.
You know, a 5 isn't all too bad. I'm pretty sure that's the average for what you could have gotten.
Average isn't going to bring Celestia back or beat the Obitus, though, is it? Well, I suppose I'm not meant to be at the front lines anyway.
Don't worry about it, buddy. I rolled max on my dice, so that's a 15 health increase for me, which brings me to 67. I'll take all the hits to the face that we need.
Damn, that's juicy. Plus, with your rage, you might as well be sitting at 134 health.
Yep. I also get an extra attack, and the ability to move an extra 10 feet per round as long as I'm not wearing heavy armor, which, let's face it, I never will be doing.
Alrighty, so I will be playing a monk who's specialized in the way of the shadow. My total health is 46. For my variant human level 1 feat, I chose Eldritch Adept for the Devil's Sight ability. For my level 4 feat, I chose Crusher. This will let me push anything back by 5 feet if I hit them.
Sweet. What about your level 5 stuff?
At level 5, I get the ability to utilize my key points to use Stunning Strike, and I also get an extra attack.
Awesome. Well, that about wraps it up. As we begin this session, you are all stirred from the depths of slumber by the distant and harmonious resonance of bells which beckon you to wakefulness. The tones reverberate within the monastery's ancient stone walls. As you rise and peer through the window's ornate lattice, the sky stretches before you in deep shades of indigo and cobalt, untouched by the first light of dawn. The world outside seems suspended in that serene moment before daybreak, wrapped in the sacred stillness of pre-morning hours.
We're under attack!
Shit. It must be the Chains of Brass who have returned with greater numbers.
Does he always scream like that first thing in the morning?
No, not always.
I'm just letting you all know that the bells are donging, telling us that we're being attacked.
But we're really not, though, are we? That's just the morning bells, making sure everyone is awake so we can proceed with our routines and jobs for the day.
What kind of monsters are you? Waking people up this early?
Raarh, please don't ask. He's going to go into one of his long-winded spiels.
The bells don't just chime, they challenge.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Waking us at this hour, they push us away from the mundane comfort we're so easily lured into.
Alexandrew, you really don't need to tell us.
You see, oversleeping is nothing but surrender.
But please, go right ahead.
A concession to mediocrity. It's the day's first battle, and if you're not winning it, you're starting behind. Rise with purpose. Embrace the discipline and take control. Don't let the day dominate you. Dominate the day.
Well, thank you for that, Alexandrew. I'm feeling incredibly motivated to start the day now.
Motivation? It's just a temporary high, like a drug that wears off.
Oh my God.
It's discipline, that's the real power. If you're waiting around for motivation, you're just making excuses.
Right, so what's the plan for today, guys?
Discipline's what makes you get up, grind, and conquer day after day.
Can somebody please turn him off?
Don't be weak. Dominate your goals with sheer will and determination. It's the only way to win.
Shut the fuck up!
Wow.
Sorry, I just don't like to be woken up for a start, and I'm also really fucking hungry.
Hunger is only a temptation of the mind. Nevertheless, you do not follow the path, so I suppose I cannot expect you to. I will go get you some bread and water. Joe, I leave the room and go to find some nourishment for our troop.
Joe, about a minute after he leaves, I want to sneak out of the room. There's got to be some better food in this place than bread and fucking water.
Roll a stealth check for me, dude.
That's a natural 19, so a 21 total.
You know, after all this time, I assumed your stealth would be ass. But a +2 isn't even that bad.
Joe, do we see Raarh trying to leave?
No, not with your passive perceptions. Okay, Raarh, as you stealthily make your way out of the room, you find yourself alone in a hallway, its stone walls steeped in ancient wisdom, bathed in the faint, ephemeral glow of distant lanterns, with no one else in sight. So where do you choose to venture next?
I want to try find the kitchen.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
That's only a 6.
Raarh, you begin your venture with the assurance that the scent of simmering broths and the warmth of a hearth are just around the corner, the walls around you reverberating with a harmony that seems to guide your steps, suggesting the proximity of a welcoming feast. You meander through passages, whispering ancestral teachings, your senses attuned to the anticipated aroma of culinary concoctions. Your assured steps, however, slowly transition to a hesitant stagger as you find yourself not amidst the sizzle of cooking and the welcoming warmth of the kitchen, but within the cocoon of whispering scrolls and texts, a cavern of silent words and untold stories. The air is laden with the essence of ink and the echoes of thoughts long past, and it's here you realize that the inviting harmony has led you not to a banquet of sustenance, but to a banquet of knowledge.
Well, there's got to be some food in here somewhere. Joe, is there anywhere which looks to be more hidden or secretive than the rest? If I were these monks, that's where I'd hide my good food.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
That's a 16 total, Joe.
With a roll of 16, your gaze is drawn like a whisper in the vast quietude to the distant silhouette of a lockbox placed with purpose upon a statue. This effigy is not just any mundane representation, but that of a figure seemingly wrought from the heavens themselves, graceful, with wings unfolded in the silent proclamation of celestial dominion, the statue radiating an ethereal beauty and serenity, akin to an angel descended amongst the mortals.
Gotcha! Joe, I head over to the lockbox before raising my great axe and busting into it, making sure to not damage any of the food inside.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay, make an attack roll.
That's an 18 total.
Yeah, that hits. Roll me your damage, dude.
That's 15 points of damage.
Raarh, you elevate your imposing great axe, its silhouette poised against the subdued light. With the weight of decision and fate guiding your muscles, you execute a swift, powerful smash, targeting the vulnerable facet of the lockbox with precision. With a symphony of splintering metal, the side of the lockbox yields, surrendering its secrets as it plummets to the ancient stone floor below. The whisper of parchment against metal accompanies the fall, revealing 3 scrolls, their delicate forms rolling away.
Huh, this ain't food.
No shit, Sherlock.
Ah well, waste not, want not. Joe, I pick up the scrolls and have a little read.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Nice, that's a natural one. So a 0 total.
Raarh, your hands wrought with battle scars, clutch the first scroll, feeling the parchment whisper secrets of an ancient time to your fingertips. With a mixture of reverence and anticipation, you slowly unspool it, laying bare strange scripts and intricate glyphs, an enigma to your warrior's mind. The atmosphere around you seems to hush, resonating with the silence of unseen realms as these obscured signs murmur in forgotten tongues, whispering secrets and untold tales from realms beyond. You have absolutely no idea what this is.
Fuck it! I throw the scroll over my shoulder and make my way back to the room.
Raarh, you carelessly toss the scroll over your shoulder, expecting to hear the soft thud of parchment meeting stone, yet the anticipated sound never pierces the enveloping silence. Moments linger in a weighted breath, a sense of realization dawning like a shadow over your mind. There was no contact, no brush with the floor. Your form whirls around swiftly, muscles tense to see Master Shenzhou, his colossal shell, a testament to years and wisdom barely visible in the penumbral illumination. With a grace unexpected from his sturdy form, one arm is extended, having intercepted the flying scroll midair. The flicker of a smile warms his wise features, his eyes shining with a mix of amusement and sagacity as he watches you with the scroll held securely in his grasp.
I see you have found our sacred scrolls.
Ah, shit. Yeah, sorry about that. I was just searching for some food and accidentally stumbled in here.
I understand. You eat when you are upset. So why are you upset?
Well, you see, we lost our friend yesterday, and I think it was partially my fault. I rushed into attacking this guy, and then he did a display of power, killing Celestia.
Ah, my dear verdant friend, fear not the shadows of past events. I feel Celestia's energy, a gentle breeze in the spiritual winds, and she bears no resentment, no shadows toward you. Your actions were a reflection of deep love and the desire to shield the ones close to your heart, a noble essence ingrained deeply within your spirit, a light that the veils of time and fate cannot dim. This eternal flame within you, it is your guide, your essence, your beacon through the labyrinth of life. It is an enduring luminescence, a spiritual whisper, reminding you of your inherent nobility and the boundless love residing within your soul. Walk the path with this light, my friend, and let it illuminate your way through the cosmic dance of existence.
That's nice of you. Can you really feel her energy?
Of course. She is with us right now. Can you not feel her too?
I think I can. I just wish I could bring her back to us.
Then bring her back. What's stopping you?
Well, she's dead, and that powerful guy took her away.
Then find her, my friend, and bring her back to you.
But how can I do that? I don't even know where to begin looking for her. And even if I found her, I don't have any magic, any way to bring her back.
There lies a divergence in our perceptions. You, Raarh, are a reservoir of a magic more ancient and profound than the arcane or the divine, a magic born of the heart, a symphony of love and camaraderie. Trust in your kindred spirits, in your companions, to walk beside you on this sacred quest, and trust in the wisdom encased within our revered scrolls. I bestow this upon you, the bearer of a noble and loving heart, with the belief that, When the cosmos aligns and the moment is ripe, you and your brethren will unearth the keys to unlock its celestial power. Let the essence of love and the bonds of friendship be your guides. Let them illuminate your path in the boundless dance of the universe. Trust in them, and you will find the strength and the wisdom to overcome the shadows of yesterday and embrace the light of tomorrow.
I don't know what to say. Why are you giving this to me? Surely it's incredibly valuable.
True, its value is vast, like a river's depth. But just as a river is of little worth to one who isn't thirsty, and only as valuable to he who is parched, this scroll of resurrection shines brightest in the hands of one who truly knows the ache of loss. To you who feel such profound emptiness, its worth becomes immeasurable. It is not about its monetary value, friend, but the purpose it serves and the heart it mends.
It's at this point that you return to the room with bread and water, Alexandrew.
Here you all are. Wait a second. Where's the green guy?
What are you talking about? He's right. Oh my God.
Fuck, he's gone. Raarh's gone, he's loose. What are we gonna do?
Calm down, Saxy. This is no time to panic.
What are you talking about? Do you understand the severity of this? There's never been a more perfect time to panic.
I slap him, Joe. Snap out of it.
What the fuck?
What did I tell you about fucking swearing? I slap him as well, Joe. Twice.
Can you please stop?
It's at this point, Raarh, you return back to the chamber where your friends are. Everyone else, you notice that Raarh walks through the door, holding a scroll in his hands.
Ooh, are we playing Slap the Saxy? I want to join in. Joe, I slap him.
I hate all of you.
Where did you wander off to, buddy? We were worried about you.
I mean, I was less worried about him and more worried about everyone else in this temple.
I went to try find some munchies, but instead I found a room full of books and scrolls, as well as that old turtle dude.
How dare you refer to Master Shenzu like that?
Yeah, show some respect. He's clearly a tortoise.
Well, whatever he is, he had some serious wisdoms, and he gave me this scroll.
He did what?
Huh, how about that? Well, what's inside of it, buddy? Is it a nice little poem, or maybe some pretty pictures?
Nah, just a whole load of letters I don't understand. Anyway, he said it would help to bring Celestia back to us, and called it a scroll of resurrection.
A scroll of Resha what now?
Holy shit, he means a scroll of resurrection, Tronald. Do you know how valuable they are? Joe, do I even know how valuable they are?
Roll me an intelligence check, Saxy.
I rolled a 17.
As you delve into the recesses of your memories, sifting through your experiences, you strive to remember if you've ever glimpsed scrolls of comparable might or equivalent arcane magnitude to a scroll of resurrection. Slowly, fragments of knowledge coalesce within your mind, revealing that the worth of such a potent scroll dances in the realm of 40 to 50,000 gold pieces.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Don't even think about it, Tronald.
Don't even think about what? If you think for a second that I would consider selling this scroll when it could be used to bring Celestia back to us, then you have seriously misperceived my character.
So you didn't even think about it for a second?
Nope. Well, maybe a split second, but it's a hell of a lot of coin. But Celestia means more to me than any amount of gold.
For the life of me, I don't understand why he's given it to you. But for Master Shenzu to do such a thing, he must see something inside of you that, well, I'm struggling to see myself, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, well, he said that if we work together and believe in each other, then we can bring her back. I still don't know how we're going to find her, though.
I have an idea. Joe, I used the scrying crystal that charismatic Asmo gave me to cast scrying on Visuriel.
Ooh, okay. Okay. Tronald, as you clutch the shimmering crystal firmly, your eyes gradually close, the world around you fading as your mind enfolds into focused contemplation. Moments tick away before an unforeseen force seizes your essence, yanking it fiercely from your corporeal form. Your eyes flutter open to witness your spirit soaring, ascending 200 feet, 1,000 feet, then transcending miles above. You are then dragged at an acute trajectory, traveling at a velocity so profound that the world around is nothing but a blur. Abruptly, your journey halts, slamming you into the solid ground below. Your senses adjust, and there he stands, Visuriel, in a realm that would rival the most resplendent palace ever conceived, yet it's steeped in palpable malevolence, a sinister aura permeating every facet of its existence. Visuriel's countenance is aligned with 6 others, discussing matters in tones so muffled they resemble whispers of the damned. Fragmented words pierce through.
I've left the body in the eye of the storm. There, it will serve its purpose.
Responses murmur in reply before Visuriel's authoritative voice breaks through again.
Well, I'm glad to know that Cass has been revived. Bring him to me.
A figure emerges from the assembly, his flesh pale as the driven snow and eyes void of light, enveloped in a robe that seems to bend reality around its folds. With pleasure, and if he resists, shall I? Vizuriel's response cuts like a blade.
Why not? Let him witness his rank in the natural hierarchy.
Suddenly, his gaze shifts, piercing directly into your essence with a sinister smile drawing across his face. The being before you is not the man you previously saw, but instead a manifestation of absolute malevolence. His crimson skin and towering horns are a testament to an ancient and formidable lineage, radiating a potency that could bend the cosmos to its will. With that haunting smile, you are catapulted back through the stratosphere, flying across realms until you collapse back into your mortal vessel.
What is it, Tronald? What did you see?
I saw Vizuriel's true form. He's a devil.
So what do you want to do?
All right, well, I want to take a second to discuss what just happened. The clarity I had through that crystal, it was unexpected. I was fully prepared for it to be a dead end, a futile attempt given the substantial barriers we're trying to breach. Yet the images were clear. It was as if Vizuriel wanted me to see, wanted us to witness something, and that's made me incredibly nervous. Knowing that he is a devil only amplifies my suspicions. Everyone knows the stories about devils. They're master schemers, clever and crafty, known for their deceitful ploys to ensnare even the most vigilant souls into their cunningly devised contracts. It feels like he's orchestrating a complex game, like he's luring us into a maze of deceit.
Then it doesn't make sense that he would reveal to you that he is a devil, would it? If he wanted you to follow a trail of breadcrumbs that he left for you in whatever you saw, why would he try to make you even more suspicious by revealing his true form? I'm going to need you to tell me exactly what you saw, Tronald.
I tell them everything, Joe.
All right, so by my count, there's 4 points that we need to address. Number 1, I have left the body in the eye of the storm. What does that mean? Number 2, he addressed that Cass has been revived. Number 3, there seemed to be 6 people he was talking to. Who are they? And how powerful are they compared to Vizuriel? Well, we know the answer to some degree. The fact that Vizuriel tasked one of them with bringing Cass to him as nonchalantly as if he was requesting him to collect a puppy from a shop. And finally, number 4, why reveal to you that he's a devil?
I can't pretend as if I have the answers to any of what you're asking, but to be honest, I don't care about any of them right now. That is, aside from one. I have left the body in the eye of the storm. I don't know why, but I feel like he was talking about Celestia, but that doesn't make sense. Why would he leave her body in a fucking storm?
You've spoken of him being of devilkin, correct? From the scripts which I've had the privilege to study, it is depicted time and again that devils have a certain fondness for enigma and cryptic phraseology. They often wrap their true intents in layers of mystique and allegory. Perhaps this mention of the eye of the storm isn't as literal as it seems, but rather a metaphorical veil.
That's a good point. And whatever it is, it's quite possible it has been phrased in a way that could only make sense to you, Tronald. If he is speaking directly to you, that is. We're still making a lot of assumptions with that.
What could it mean? For the life of me, I cannot think.
I'm not certain of its relevance, but I remember stories that my father used to tell me about great battles. He spoke of the supreme battalion of Auroros, the creme de la creme of warriors and mages, specialists in their fields, the sovereign's own brigade. They were often dubbed the Storm by their adversaries. I know that it's a bit of a long shot, but could there be a connection?
Huh. You know what? I think you might be onto something. I mean, think about it. When Vizuriel was talking to us yesterday, he kept bringing up how this world was rotten and corrupt. So, if he is trying to show you something, I bet it has something to do with some kind of corruption within Auroros. And I bet he's using Celestia's body to force your hand into unveiling it for yourself.
But why bother? Why waste so much time meeting with us, killing Celestia, hiding her body? All for the sake of what? Showing me some corruption? What's the point?
From what you've told me about that incident, it sounds like he needs you on side for whatever it is he has planned. I don't know why or for what reason, but he certainly does need you. Otherwise, like you say, why bother?
Joe, I fill Alexandrew in on the whole Lord Tanavir situation.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, that just adds to my point. If you were some god-tier arcane user, then maybe, even with all his power, both through blood and the arcane, there has to be something that you can do, which he cannot.
Trust me, there's nothing I can do which he can't.
Well, maybe not this you, but certainly Lord Tanavir, right?
Maybe, who knows? Anyway, for the sake of it, let's just say that Raarh's guess is correct. What could the eye mean?
It's hard to pin down what the eye could symbolize. It could be a geographical landmark, cloaked in the annals of history, or a relic of formidable power forgotten by time. It might also represent a concept, philosophical or metaphysical, maybe even an esoteric organization orchestrating events from the shadows. It could symbolize myriad entities or ideas. The profundities are nearly inexhaustible.
Right, well, that was all incredibly wordy, but if this Visurial was speaking directly to Tronald, I feel like the answer will come to you. You just have to think.
Yeah, rather than incredibly complicated, what if it's extremely obvious instead?
Maybe. I have an idea. So, your eyes are what you used to see with, right?
I really hope that's just the start of your idea and not the conclusion. But yes, your eyes give you vision.
Exactly. The eye of the storm, the eye of Auroros, the vision of Auroros. Who holds the vision for a continent? The ruler. The eye of the storm means the emperor of Auroros.
So you think that he just dumped Celestia's body on the lap of the current emperor? Like, hey, here you go. This guy will be coming along at some point to uncover some corruption and revive his friend. That doesn't make sense.
Why does it have to be the current emperor?
Exactly. He's probably given it to the previous emperor.
You mean the one that's dead, right?
Of course, it all clicks into place. Emperor Valerius, he's the one who elevated Lord Tanavir from obscurity to become the Empire's right hand. That must be where we'll find Celestia.
Oh, wonderful. So, your grand plan is to simply stroll to the former emperor's final resting place, disturb his eternal slumber, and with a bit of luck, stumble upon Celestia there as well.
Yep, that about sums it up.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, it all sounds quite promising, minus the chance of us being caught and killed.
I'd say the chance of us being caught and killed makes it a little less appealing than how you're selling it.
Yeah, well, everyone here is willing to take a small chance of that happening to bring Celestia back. The question is, Alexandrew, are you?
Would you be surprised if I said no?
I'd be a little bit hurt by it, yeah.
I've known you for less than a day. Why would I risk my life on a half-cocked plan?
Because Master Shenzhou told you that you should come with us to find the darkness that's clouding his visions.
Yes, he instructed me to join you, hinting at a premonition that our destinies might be intertwined, when in truth there were no mysteries shrouding his insights. He simply didn't want to burden you with his pain. He's on borrowed time, you see, his days drawing to a close with every sunset, perhaps just a few weeks remaining. There's a relentless horde of goblins encroaching upon us, persistently testing our defenses, thirsting to lay siege to our sanctuary. But each time, Master Shenzhou's presence has been the barrier between us and them. My heart dreads the inevitability that without his shielding spirit, their next assault might mark the fall of our sacred refuge. Master Shenzhou, with his boundless compassion and humility, would never invoke the aid of strangers. He would rather bear the weight of the world than impose it upon another soul. However, my resolve is not so noble. With a selfish heart, I implore you to stand with me against these creatures so that when the sands of time run out for my master, he may embrace eternity and solace untroubled by looming shadows.
I've known you less than a day. Why would I risk my life on a half-cocked plan?
You're right. It's not fair of me to ask, and you have no obligation to agree, but
we're in. All our journeys, our battles, they've been filled with half-cocked, spur-of-the-moment decisions, one of which lead us to your temple, to you and your noble master. You stepped in at our direst moment, asking for nothing in return and giving us the means to bring our sister back to us. Before today, I never knew a group of people could be so kind, so selfless. You've more than earned our trust and our aid. So if this is your selfish request, I say yes, let's track down this horde and ensure one way or another they'll never be a threat to you again.
thank you.
I'm all for kicking some goblin arse, but I do have one question. Why can't you deal with them yourselves? Even without Master Shenzhou, you all seemed pretty fucking jacked. For humans, anyway.
It's because my brethren, my kin, my father, they tread the noble path of enlightenment, the path bathed in celestial light, of serene harmony. They're bound to principles of nonviolence and tranquility. I've always been the outlier, my soul tinged with shadows, an anomaly in a sanctuary of peace. My entire existence, I've wrestled with my internal tempest to walk in serenity's footsteps. Yet Master Shenzhou, he saw through my turmoil and embraced my darkness when he took me under his protective wing. There must be a reason, an orchestration in why he let me plead for your sanctuary within these sacred walls. When the purest of lights are obstructed, they birth shadows, and the more brilliant the light, the more profound the shadows it casts. I am destined to be the concealed darkness, the silent guardian to shield my kin. Where they hold back, I will strike. Where they show mercy, I will deliver the final blow. I'm willing to sacrifice my own soul's sanctity, to become the phantom in the shadows for their protection.
Wait, so you were the reason why we were let inside?
Indeed, I implored them to grant you entry. They resisted. I beseeched them with every ounce of my being. Master Shenzhou finally consented, but with a single stipulation. If an assault came, they would stand passive, leaving me isolated in the fray. And should we fall, the weight of our temple's demise would rest squarely on my shoulders. Yet, in spite of that burden, I continued to plea for the gates to be opened.
Then it seems like we owe you even more than we originally thought, Alexandrew.
You are in debt to me for nothing. The path I chose was walked freely, with no expectations trailing behind. I wouldn't be sincere if I didn't harbor a sliver of hope that the winds would guide us this way. The moment Master Shenzhou granted his permission, encouraging me to join your journey, it was like being embraced by a warmth I had never known. He perceived the unspoken necessity of the deeds to come, and though his spirit couldn't follow into this endeavor, he gifted me the sanction my soul craved to chase it.
So I guess the only thing to ask is this. How strong is the force we are about to face?
They number around 100, accompanied by creatures of terror and engines of destruction. It will be incredibly dangerous, maybe even downright suicidal. Are you sure you wish to do this with me?
Certainty of death. Small chance of success. What are we waiting for?
Then we must prepare, for we have no healer. Alexandrew, do you have any storage where we can load up on any potions or supplies?
Of course, I will go retrieve the bread and water. I'm just fucking with you, big guy. Follow me, I will take you to the supply room. We will gather what we need, then we will begin our journey. Joe, I take everyone to the supply room.
All right, as you stride forth from the quarters where you rested, your path meanders through the venerable sanctuary. The stone passages whisper tales of yore, and the walls, saturated with the divine resonance of the monastery, reverberate softly with the murmurs of ancient mantras. Soft, warm light plays with the shadows as tranquility embraces every alcove and stair. The air is imbued with a serene energy, reverberating with the echoes of countless whispered prayers. Upon reaching the storeroom, a realm of myriad supplies and sacred artifacts, you witness a flurry of activity within. The domain is congested with satchels of herbs, vials of arcane liquids, and ancient relics, each nested in its designated sanctuary. A halfling monk, enveloped in the traditional robes of the monastery, seems absorbed in the delicate dance of arranging and shelving the treasures of this alcove. His diminutive stature is underscored by a broad, peaceful smile and eyes radiating ageless wisdom, seemingly paradoxical to his youthful, sprightly demeanor. The flickering lights paint his countenance with an array of shadows, revealing the lines of a life devoted to spiritual ascension and divine service. The air around him seems to shimmer with a subtle, benign energy as he moves with a grace born of a harmonious union with the energies of the universe. Alexandrew, it's good to see you, my brother. May I request that you reach to the top shelf for me? I seem to be unable to grasp the potatoes.
What? There's been taters here this whole time?
I mean, yeah, we don't just survive off bread and water.
Then why didn't you share them?
Look, it was just an easy go-to. We batch cooked the midday meal, our only meal of the day. You missed that meal, so you got bread and water.
Well, I guess I can understand that.
Joe, I reach up to the top shelf and get a basket of potatoes down for the halfling, then I pluck one out and throw it gently towards Raarh. There you go, man.
Joe, I catch it in my mouth and swallow it whole.
I don't know if you'll be able to do that, dude. I mean, it's a pretty fucking big potato.
Don't you dare question my methods.
Right, fuck it. Whatever, dude. Roll me a strength check to see if you can force the spud down your gullet.
Well, that's an 8 total, Joe.
All right, so Raarh's now in the process of choking to death.
Oh my God, somebody do something. Saxy, give him CPR.
How the fuck is CPR meant to get a potato out of his throat?
Well, somebody needs to do something and fast. He's turning greener.
Ugh, Joe, I activate my armor and give Raarh a power punch in the stomach.
Roll for attack, Saxy.
That's an 11 to hit.
Saxy, with a flicker and a whirl, you summon forth your armor. Its machinations embrace your form, preparing to unleash a torrent of mechanized power. You reel back, and with the precision of a hawk and the power of a speeding chariot, your fist hurtles towards Raarh's midriff. But, oh, fate and fortune do toy with the best of us. Raarh, in his frantic flails and jibes, pirouettes away from the incoming storm of metal and power, transforming your aimed assault into a spectacle of dance. So instead of connecting with your gyrating comrade, your fist embarks on a merry collision course with a humble basket of straw. The ensuing impact transforms the once serene basket into a flying frenzy of straw and, of all things, salted fish. The basket bursts and a rain of piscatorial delights showers the room, each fish a soaring testament to your mechanical prowess. The air becomes a symphony of flapping fins and rustling straw, a dance of the sea amidst the terrestrial.
Seems like I have no choice. Joe, I cast Fireball.
Joe, I sprint towards Raarh, aiming a punch directly in his stomach, immediately following it with a flurry of blows. Each hit lands slightly above the previous one, expelling every ounce of air from his abdomen and propelling the lodged potato from his throat.
Give me 3 attack rolls, Alexandrew.
That's a 17, a 15, and a 19.
Good enough. With each decisive strike, the rogue potato is launched from his mouth with the velocity of a fired cannonball, zeroing in on the halfling. The halfling, with agility and flair reminiscent of an acrobat, deploys his deflect missiles ability, seizing the airborne tuber with a single hand. However, the robust propulsion of the potato sweeps him into an involuntary pirouette, spinning him around in a grandiose display before he recovers, landing in an overly dramatic, almost theatrical defensive pose.
Jesus Christ, man. Can't we take you anywhere?
Hey, you was the one who destroyed the barrel of fish, so don't go blaming him for this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like you wasn't just about to cast a fucking fireball to dislodge a goddamn potato from his throat.
What can I say? I thought fast. Luckily, Alexandrew thought faster, and I didn't have to resort to such extremities.
Raarh, what do you have to say for yourself?
You've been hiding fucking fish too.
Right, and that's the takeaway from this.
It's at this point the halfling can't help but release a chuckle. It appears this storeroom is embracing a tad too much pandemonium for my taste. I'll return subsequently. Alexandrew, do me the courtesy of tidying up post your escapades, or you can bid farewell to your share of the fish and potato stew later.
What? Why are you blaming me for this?
And with a playful shake of his head, he makes his exit.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Bate. I'll just have your share of the stew.
Ha! That sounded an awful lot like you called him masturbate.
You'll do no such thing. We're not stopping around for any godforsaken stew. We're getting the supplies we need, then we're heading out.
Also, stop cutting me off. I'm not Saxy.
What do you mean you're not Saxy?
Joe, I want to grab some food for the journey.
Right.
And as many health potions as I can without deteriorating the supply too much.
Navigating through the storeroom, your footsteps tread lightly among the jumbled mishmash of straw and salted fish. Your hands, practiced and efficient, begin to sort through the available supplies, delicately packing satchels with a mindful blend of provisions, while also rescuing the fish from their scattered plight, placing them back into containment, salvaging what you can. As you mindfully select items, you estimate that each satchel will grant about 3 days of sustenance for the entirety of your group, amounting to a comforting 9 days of provisions at hand. Progressing to an all-too-familiar crate, your memory guides your expectations toward its healing contents. Upon prying it open, 5 vials, swirling with a vibrant red, confirm your recollections. These are healing potions which lay before you, ready to be chosen. How many do you wish to take?
I'll take 3, Joe. Leaving 2 here should be enough until I return, then I can restock them.
You sure you don't want to take 4? I mean, there's 4 of us.
No, I shall leave 2 behind. In the event that Master Shenzu's condition unexpectedly declines, I willingly forsake my share to ensure there's a safeguard for his well-being. I value his comfort more than my own.
Okay, well, if that's everything, I guess we should begin making our way out of here. And to... Where exactly is this goblin horde located?
How the hell am I supposed to know? I mean, we've only ever been approached by them.
Well, I suppose a horde of goblins will be hard to miss.
Let's do this, guys.
The muted echoes of your footsteps cascade through the grandeur of the storeroom as you all, bags thoughtfully packed, ready yourselves for the looming journey. Carefully, you make your way out of the sacred temple. As the heavy doors creak open, a sea of warm, ambient light greets you, casting an almost ethereal glow upon the serene faces of the monks. They are all there, arranged in a dignified congregation along the majestic stone staircase, their garments whispering secrets to the floor with each subtle movement. Their heads lower, bowing with a reverence that speaks volumes more than words could capture, forming a corridor of respect and heartfelt farewells down the entirety of the stairway. With each step downwards, the weight of their silent goodbyes seeps into your souls, the realization that this could be the last exchange you share etching itself into the moment. The undulating gratitude, the unspoken bonds formed in brief encounters, all manifesting in the graceful dips of their heads, conveying a million unspoken words and well wishes. As you descend to the bottom of the staircase, an atmosphere of solemn respect envelops you all. Master Shenzu awaits. His gentle smile, a beacon of tranquility and resilience, emanates a soothing, albeit poignant, reassurance. His peaceful shelled form slowly approaches, each step a testament to a lifetime of wisdom and strength. His eyes meet yours, Alexandrew, and in that moment, unspoken understanding passes between master and student, acknowledging not just the physical journey that lies ahead, but the spiritual one as well.
Alexandrew, your bravery glows like a steadfast flame in the darkness. Throughout our shared journey, despite the wisdom I have imparted upon you, your essence has remained unswayed, and truthfully, it is not my place nor intention to alter it, for within you resides the spirit of a guardian, unyielding and resolute. Remember this, dear pupil, as you traverse the unpredictable paths of life. You will encounter moments, crucibles of moral dilemma where those meriting death might find an unexpected yet just path toward life. And equally, there will stand those who, while desperately clutching to life, might indeed find their rightful peace in the release of death. May your heart guide your actions, crafting justice from compassion and strength from understanding as you navigate these complex junctures.
It's at this point Master Shenzhou, despite his tranquil demeanor, succumbs to a torrent of wrenching coughs. He stumbles, landing heavily on one knee, as an unsettling silence blankets the scene, the gravity of his weakening condition laying bare and unmasked.
I run up to him, Joe, catching him before he falls any further. I rest my head against his as I say, I will ensure that our sanctuary is kept safe, my master. This I promise you with every fiber of my being.
He lifts his gaze, and within his eyes pools of emotion cascade, not forged from sorrow, but rather brimming with an immense, boundless pride.
I know you will, my boy. But please, you must not do this at the expense of your own life. You must return home safely.
I grip his hand tightly as I look into his eyes and say, I will return to see you, my master. I will be there to walk the final path with you, my master. I will be forever grateful for everything you have done for me, my mast. I will be forever grateful for everything you have done for me, my father. I love you.
As we begin this session, you find yourselves in the tender moments of farewell as the formidable gates ahead slowly rumble open. Stepping forth, you cast a lingering glance backward, observing every individual bestowing upon you a respectful bow as a silent pact of goodwill and hope just before the monumental doors solemnly converge, sealing your path forward.
All right, well, which direction are we heading to find these gobos?
Well, when they came in the past, they came from the north. So I presume that's the direction we should start going in.
You really don't have a fucking clue, do you?
Nope. But I've already said this. It's going to be a case of us tracking them down.
All right then, let's make our way a little bit to the north. Then I say we should start to do a little bit of investigating to see if we can see any tracks or something left behind by them. I mean, I know you said they last turned up a while ago, but I can imagine that goblins, and so many of them at that, would leave quite the mess behind them.
Okay, Raarh, have you ever had a run-in with gobos? Does that sound viable?
I'm hoping you're asking me that question because you know that I'm well versed in traveling the lands, not because we're both green. But yeah, goblins are as scruffy as they come. Leave crap everywhere, don't give a toss. Can't cook for nothing either. You can sniff their awful attempt at a stew from miles away. And by God, their idea of a song? It consists of screaming and banging on pots all night.
It sounds like you're quite familiar with them.
Oh yeah, you humans have your elves and dwarves as distant kin. We orcs get stuck with the damn goblins, occasionally traded with them, seeing as we're both kind of societal rejects in a way. But enjoying their company? Nah, they're puny, sly, always angling to con you, rob you, or stir up some sort of chaos. I know I'm painting with a broad brush. There's got to be a few decent ones out there somewhere, but I'll be buggered if they ain't rare.
Okay, Joe. We begin to make our way northward, making sure to scour the area as we go for any indication of the goblins passing through.
The northern path, unknown to most yet vaguely familiar to Alexandrew from his occasional foraging ventures, lays open before you. Your journey from the east still lingers in memory, with the hill you ascended to reach the sanctuary now gently sloping down towards a distant, shimmering ocean, glimpses of it peeking through the dense tree line. Venturing northward, your eyes are graced with a rather serene spectacle, vast expanses of gentle rolling plains, occasionally punctuated by sporadic clusters of trees without a clear-cut path to dictate your journey. Off to the west, the eminent Portsea summits unveil themselves, their majestic peaks serving as a remarkable divider between the coastal regions and the extensive stretches of mainland Ouroros. There's a silent strength in their stature, a timeless watch over the lands that have birthed countless stories, including your own unfolding tale. As you navigate through the serene yet undetermined trail, you find yourselves vigilantly scanning the environment, eyes and ears attuned for any whisper of goblin activity, any disturbance in the tranquility of the landscape that might herald their chaotic presence.
I want to make an investigation check, Joe, to see if there are any oddities in the area.
Roll it.
That's a 21 total, Joe.
With the soft whisper of the wind playing through the trees, your footfalls come to a halted crunch upon the autumn leaves as your eyes catch a peculiar sight. A series of inconspicuously rudimentary contraptions lay scattered ahead, an unsophisticated yet oddly cunning array of traps. Crude snares made of disjointed twigs and mismatched stringy vines lie hidden amidst the foliage, alongside pits shoddily covered with a fragile weave of branches and leaves. There's an almost tragic humor in the almost childlike attempts at subterfuge, and you can't help but marvel at the raw, untutored intellect that fashioned them.
Well, these traps are absolute garbage.
Yeah, these certainly look like they were made by gobblers. Joe, I give one of the traps a little nudge.
Okay, your steps become mindful, a mixture of curiosity and cautious respect for the minimal menace these traps may still pose. Gently, your boot nudges a stick, observing as it tilts a hidden rock, which abruptly loosens a small pile of stones aimed to tumble upon an unsuspecting traveler. Your senses heighten, the air almost thickening with a tangible trepidation as your gaze traces the spattering of these makeshift hazards, snaking into the encroaching tree line. It's within this nervous stillness that a muted form, hanging awkwardly amidst the looming shadows of the trees, grasps your collective attention. Your cautious steps guide you closer, the crisp rustling of your movement contrasting with the stifled silence of the forest ahead. Then you see it. It's a goblin, its sallow green skin pallid in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, dangles limply from a counterweight trap, its leg awkwardly twisted in the poorly crafted rope snare.
Huh, well, isn't that just pitiful?
Be careful, guys. This could be a lure to get us in closer.
True. I approach the strung-up goblin carefully and see what's going on.
You approach, your senses sharp, every instinct alert to the potential for deception or ambush. Yet the scene that unveils before you speaks not of malice, but a pitifully tragic misadventure. A weak gurgle emanates from the goblin, its once lively eyes now glossed with a pained resignation. The motley array of gear strapped to its back, likely salvaged from ill-fated adventurers or stolen from unwatched camps, rustles softly as it sways ever so slightly in an unfelt breeze. Abandoned, injured, and now forgotten by its own, this pitiable creature, in an ironic twist of fate, has become the unintended victim of its own ilk's carelessly devised machination. Your party stands there amidst the silently judging trees, caught in a tense moment of ethical quandary and veiled vulnerability, in the pallor of its weakly heaving chest and the desperate surrender in its eyes.
Oh god, it's still alive.
Have no fear, my dear Saxy. I can fix that for us.
Wait, buddy, we don't want to do anything too rash after all. It may be able to tell us where the rest of them are based.
I approach the goblin Joe, giving it a few small slaps on the cheek before saying, "Well, hello there, sunshine. Fancy telling us where the rest of your miserable horde is?"
Tronald, do you want to...
Way ahead of you, Saxy. Alexandrew, I can take the lead on this if you want.
What's wrong with the way I'm doing it?
Oh, nothing at all. It's just that maybe there's a more efficient way to get the answers that we want.
Whilst I appreciate your support, I feel more than comfortable with my ability to get answers from it myself.
Yeah, okay, sure, man. Just let us know if you need any help.
Joe, I slapped the goblin again, a little bit harder this time. Oi! Sunshine! It's time to wake up!
Okay, a glint alights in your eyes, Alexandrew, as you raise your hand in the air before landing a resounding slap upon the suspended goblin. The creature's body recoils, frenetic energy surging through its limbs, causing it to wriggle and writhe amidst the air with an almost fish-out-of-water desperation. An unwitting performance of flailing and confusion ensues. This bewildering struggle continues unabated for at least a minute, the goblin's limbs contorting and spasming in a bizarrely enchanting spectacle, while it appears to momentarily disregard the precarity of its elevated predicament.
Got your attention now?
Its eyes, once adrift in a sea of panicked confusion, suddenly snap towards you, narrowing with a mingling of perplexed irritation and weary resignation. A creaky, vexed voice spills from its lips. What the fuck do you want?
I want you to tell me where the rest of you little shits are hiding.
The fuck if I know? They ain't around here though, are they? Otherwise I'd be with them, not talking to you, you pig-skinned freak.
Look, you're going to tell me where your horde is based. Otherwise, I'm going to begin beating the shit out of you. Then I will proceed to continue to beat the shit out of you until there is no more shit left to beat.
Would be proper scary that if I hadn't chalked myself up as worm food since getting snagged in this bleeding trap. So go on then. Give it your best shot, you lily-livered sack of elf puke. Ain't nothing you can do that's gonna make me shake.
All right then. Joe, I crack my knuckles and prepare for an absolute beatdown.
Joe, I step in front of Alexandrew, resting my hand against his chest and giving him a look, indicating for him to go along with this.
Okay, I hold back for now.
I turn around to the gobbo before giving him a smile and saying, apologies for the abruptness of our companion. He does struggle, shall we say, with the finer points of communication. We've wandered these lands, heard tales and whispers of your horde's remarkable might and dominance in these parts. Respectable, truly. And you see, it's that very power, that impressive presence that brings us to you now.
The goblin's mottled jaw slackens, poised on the precipice of speech, yet as your words cascade forth, a subtle metamorphosis transpires in the creature's demeanor. His mouth, once agape, begins to gradually fuse shut.
We seek your hoard not for confrontation, but for parley. A generous gift is what we bear for you, a tribute, if you will. We come to you with the hope of presenting this offering as a gesture of respect and goodwill, aspiring for a dash of assistance in return with the potential of great mutual benefit. So how about it, friend?
Roll me a deception check, Tronald.
Not great, that's an 8, but I'm going to use one of my luckies to re-roll it. Better, that's a 15.
All right, with a roll of 15, your gaze locks with the goblin, observing meticulously as his eyes, once wide with a blend of defiance and skepticism, incrementally narrow into scrutinizing slits. A pause pregnant with anticipation bathes the encounter, every second drawing out like an eternity as he mulls over your carefully spun words. And then, breaching the heavy silence, the goblin grumbles, "Oi, then why didn't your mate kick off with that, huh? There ain't no need for slapping and bullying, not when you're trying to get cozy with someone for a nice, friendly-like deal."
Why does the goblin sound like that?
That's just how he sounds. Is that okay?
Fair enough.
So where can we find the rest of you?
Oi! How about first you get me down from this blinking noose, eh? Then we can have a nice chinwag about all them sparkly treasures you're promising to lug our way. Else we might just keep dangling here, dancing the jiggly foot dance, and ain't nobody gonna chat about no gifts, no deals, no nothing.
I pull out my great axe and take a slice at the rope which is holding him up.
Raarh, the corners of your mouth twitch upwards ever so slightly, amusement alighting your stern, orcish features as you unsheathe your great axe. With a fluid motion, you let the hefty blade arc through the air, its path a deliberate trajectory toward the rope. The sharp steel slices cleanly through, and the goblin, previously suspended and conversing from his lofty predicament, tumbles downward with a mixture of surprise and panic scrawled across his crude features. He collides with the hard-packed earth beneath him, a resounding crack punctuating the abrupt end of his descent. There's a moment of silence, punctuated only by the faint rustling of leaves in the overhead canopy. His body crumples into an untidy heap, his limbs akimbo. Oblivious to any potential threat, the goblin groggily shakes his head, muttering an array of colorful curses and expletives as he gingerly rubs the emerging lump on his scalp. Then, as if suddenly remembering his circumstances, he snaps his head upwards, eyes narrowing into slits as they dart suspiciously between you all. With a crouch that resembles a wary feline, he scampers hastily toward you, Tronald, an incongruous mix of apprehension and demanding curiosity evident in his hunched posture and bared teeth.
What's he doing?
I honestly have no idea, but let's just let it play out.
He begins peering at you closely, his nostrils flaring as he sniffs, trying to detect any hint of concealed treasures. A gnarly finger jabs towards your robe, yanking it upwards with no concept of personal space or manners, his other hand patting roughly at any hidden pockets or crevices. With an accusatory squint, he jabs a dirty fingernail into your side, demanding in a gruff, skeptical growl, "Oi, where's all this shiny loot then, eh? You think Gobba's a mug, do you? Show me the shinies, or I might think you're playing Gobba for a fool."
Huh, how about that? A gobbo named Gobba. What are the odds?
Probably higher than you'd initially think. I mean, sure, some goblins get some extremely creative names given to them, but then again, they're usually the ones who have potential greatness seen in them, at least as far as goblins go. The rest just get stuck with names like Gobba.
Oi, what you got a problem with Gobba, huh? Me Papa Gubba, he gave me this name, he did. Right after his own Papa Gibba met his end under a rampaging goat. May his soul rest in peace or pieces or whatever. So you make fun of Gobba, you're making fun of Gubba and Gibba. And let me tell you, ain't no one makes fun of the great lineage of the Boz without getting a piece of Gobba's mind. Got it?
I'm a little confused. Was your father Gibba or Gobba?
Gobba's eyes seem to practically roll out of his head as he slaps his filthy hands to his face in exaggerated exasperation. By the sloppy swamps, are you daft? I'm Gobba, me right here. As for Gubba, G-U-B-B-A, that's me papa, and don't get me started on my grandpapa Gibba. His arms flail wildly as he speaks, with occasional points to himself, then away into the imaginary distance, as if he could summon the spectral images of Gubba and Gibba to clarify the familial chain. He continues, an incredulous chuckle rasping from his throat. I understand you big greenies are a bit soft round the noggin, but come on. I thought even the likes of you might manage to track a bit of Gobbo lineage, especially when it's as storied and exquisite as that of the Boz.
What the fuck am I even listening to right now?
You know what? He's kind of endearing. Saxy, can we keep him?
No, Tronald. You're not allowed any more pets. Not after the last one you had betrayed us.
You raise an excellent point.
So, Gubba, Whereabouts would we find the rest of your companions so we could give them our mighty gift?
How about you give old Gaba a little peep at this mighty gift of yours first, huh? Then maybe, just maybe, I might be inclined to yap about where you might find the boss and the rest of the rowdy bunch.
Okay, we would be more than happy to show you. You see, we had it designed especially for him. It's armor that can instantly wrap itself around him. It will also make him huge and feared across the lands even more than he already is. I pull out a gold coin and continue to say to him, "You see this? If he learns the secrets of this coin, the armor will do his bidding." Then I try to sneakily activate my armor so he doesn't see me press the mechanism.
Ooh, tricky. All right, Saxy, I'm gonna need you to make a sleight of hand check for me.
That's a 24 total, Joe. 18 plus 6.
Very nice.
Saxy, with deliberate slowness, you extract a singular gold coin, letting it dance tantalizingly in the faint light. Your eyes, a well of calm sincerity, lock with the goblins as you weave your tale. As the words flow, your fingers, masterful and sly, dance over the concealed mechanism of your own armor, a finesse disguising your true intentions. With a subtle click, barely audible beneath the blanket of your smooth dialogue, a mechanical spectacle unravels before the goblin's wide, unblinking eyes. From unseen compartments in your belongings, panels of meticulously crafted metal emerge, converging around you in a cascade of enchanting armor assembly. Each piece locks into place with precision, enhancing your form with an intimidating yet majestic mantle of might, while your expression remains soft and unthreatening. Goba's eyes, once beams of suspicion, balloon in a cocktail of awe and bewilderment, his grizzled, mud-streaked face etching a mural of emotions as he witnesses the marvel encasing you. His guard shatters, momentarily eclipsed by the mechanical wonder unfurling before him. Blight and blunder. That's a bloomin' miracle, that is. Ain't never seen nothing like it in all me days. Listen, I'ma take you straight to Boss Snagglegut Firemantle meself, aye? Can't have you wandering all willy-nilly and getting lost in these tricky woods now, can we?
Well, Gaba, we'd be grateful if you just told us how to get there. We can manage from here and ensure your boss gets his gift.
Nah, ain't gonna happen. It's a 2-day trot, and these woods ain't kind of strangers. Gaba's gonna lead the way. Make sure you present this marvel right to Boss Snagglegut Firemantle proper. I want to see the look on his mug when you hand over this beastly magic, yeah? Besides, this be a chance for Gaba, son of Gubba, grandson of Gibba, to shine a bit, you know? To pull his weight and all in the eyes of the boss and the lads.
Well, sure, if you insist.
This is great. Not only have we got a guide, but it will give Goba a chance to shine and show them all how they really screwed up by leaving such a magnificent Gobbo out here by himself.
Hey, I reckon I'm starting to warm to this one, you know? As he points a dirty, clawed finger at you, Tronald, his other hand rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Huh, speaks sense, he does. All honey-like with his words, but not in the sly, sneaking way. Nah, there's truth there. I can sniff it out. Maybe there's something to be said about these big folk after all. Besides, it's high time the lads back home saw what Gaba can bring to the table, and with your fancy tricks and gifts, they're gonna remember this day. Ooh, boy, they will.
Well, I like you too, Gaba. Let us begin our journey to the boss man.
Aye, make haste, new pal. Gaba leads the way, and what a tale we'll spin. Us lot together. With an oddly graceful nod, Gaba turns to lead the way. His movements, peculiarly entwined with both sprightliness and a disjointed limp, conjure an unexpected sense of urgency and awkward agility. He scuttles ahead, his back slightly hunched, one leg dragging just a tad more than the other, yet his pace remarkably swift, despite its oddity. His hands occasionally graze the earth as he maneuvers through the terrain, weaving a path for you all to follow.
All right, Joe, once I'm sure that Gaba is out of earshot, I turn to Tronald and say, "You do realize that this Gabo isn't actually our friend, right?"
Who says he isn't? I mean, yeah, he's a goblin, but it sounds like the rest of them have been awful to him.
I say he isn't. As soon as he finds out our true intentions, do you think he would hesitate in the slightest in joining the rest of them to try and kill us? As a matter of fact, he wouldn't even be helping us right now if he didn't think he was going to get some kind of reward or praise for bringing us to his boss.
I just have a soft spot for outcasts, it seems.
Well, snap out of it. Goblins are all the same. All they want to do is cause destruction and loot.
Right, well, by that logic, what about orcs? Are orcs all the same, Alexandrew?
You're totally missing my point. These are literally the goblins that have threatened my monastery's peace for the last few years.
Alexandrew, goblins follow orders or they die. That's it. Boss says fight, they fight. Boss says steal, they steal. Ain't about evil, it's surviving, same as us. They're little, scared, and they're just trying to make it through. We all got our paths, right?
You know what? You've actually raised an incredible point there, Raarh. Maybe it's not a case of taking down the whole horde, but instead, taking out the main circle of them. But I'm going to be honest, it would still be a long shot.
Well, we've got options, and we've got 2 days to figure out them options. I'm not opposed to going with our original plan, but maybe there is a safer way, a better way.
It's at this point Goba's voice pierces through the muted rustlings of the forest, a cheerful, crude timbre dancing with an odd friendliness. Oi, slowpokes! Get your boots moving quicker, eh? You're lagging behind.
All right, guys, we can discuss more of this later. For now, though, let's just keep up with him. Joe, we speed up and make our way towards Goba.
As you hasten your steps to catch up, the path ahead unwinds uncertainly into the wilderness, leading you towards the goblin horde. And with a journey of 2 days ahead, decisions hang in the air. So, what do you guys want to do?
For now, we will just continue to follow Goba, but regardless of what anyone else will be doing, I'll be making sure to keep a very close eye on him.
Well, you're not alone there. I'll be joining Saxy with that.
Why are you all acting like I'm some kind of goblin sympathizer? I couldn't care less about what race someone is. All I was saying was Goba seems cool, so until he shows us otherwise, I won't be sentencing him to death. After all, one of my best buddies is part orc. So who's to say that Goba won't surprise you all?
One of your best buddies? Who are the others?
You, of course, dummy.
What about me?
Huh? I've known you for like a day. It'll take more than that for you to earn your spot in Tronald's book of best buddies.
Who's at the top of the list in this book?
Well, it's not really a hierarchical list, but more like a wheel.
Oh, you mean like a cheese wheel?
Exactly.
I don't know, it sounds to me like you're dodging the question.
Hush, Saxy. Joe, what is Goba doing now? And how far have we progressed so far?
You've traveled roughly half an hour since your encounter with Goba. Currently, he behaves much like an eager pup, darting ahead to survey the path, then doubling back to ensure you're still in tow. Each time he confirms you're following, there's a gleam of enthusiasm in his eyes before he zooms off once more into the wilderness ahead.
He's a hell of a scout. You've got to give him that at least.
Oh, I see. Dashing back and forth like a maniac qualifies as being an exceptional scout these days, does it?
Hey, hold on there. It might seem odd to you, but I'm willing to bet he's surveying everything around him. I guarantee he's fully aware of every little detail. Heck, he probably anticipates things before they even occur.
I think you're giving him far too much credit.
As the ambient sounds of the forest fill the air around you, a rapid rustling emerges from the distance. Breaking through the muted sounds, you see Goba dashing back in your direction with an urgency not present in his earlier jaunts. So much so that his feet seem barely to touch the ground.
What is it, Goba? What's wrong?
Oi! So there I was, scuttling and scouting, being all pro-like when whiz, an arrow nearly takes off me nose. Barely had time to scratch me head, but I darted a look, right? Saw 4 of them big old neighing beasts pulling a cart with folks trapped in a cage. About 4 guards marching alongside and 2 sitting atop, driving the critters.
Damn, good dodging, Goba. Are you okay?
Oi, thanks for checking, big un. That arrow whooshed so close, I could feel its cold breeze tickling me ear. Nearly had a second nose hole, I did. This world's gone mad, it has. Since when can't a fine gobbo like myself take a leisurely walk without becoming target practice?
It's disgusting. You know what? I'm going to go have a word with them about it.
Oh God, Tronald, please don't.
Good thinking, Tronald. They dare disrespect our guide. They'll feel our wrath.
I mean, do you blame them? If I saw a skulking goblin approaching me, I'd shoot an arrow at it as well.
I wasn't sneaking about. I was doing proper scout work. They had no right shooting at me out of nowhere.
Look, calm down. You said they were transporting prisoners, right? Well, they probably thought it was some kind of ambush. Can you blame them?
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Joe, I head over the brow of the hill to where Goba was shot at.
Oh my God.
Okay, are the rest of you following him?
Of course.
Do we really have a choice?
Doesn't look like it, so sure, let's follow.
Tronald, determination etched on your face, you lead the way, cresting the brow of the hill with resolve. As you rise, the ground beneath your feet changes from the soft, forgiving earth to the harder, rocky terrain of the hillside. Behind you, the footfalls of your comrades, whilst begrudgingly grow rhythmic and synchronized, a united front advancing into potential danger. The wind picks up, ruffling the edges of your cloak and carrying with it the distant sounds of hooves clattering against stone. As you reach the peak, the scene below unfolds. The sprawling slope reveals a prisoner transport, a robust, hefty cart pulled by 4 muscular horses, their coats slick with sweat from the effort. Each rhythmic hoofbeat sends a cloud of dust into the air, marking their path. Flanking the cart, 4 armored guards trudge along, their armor catching the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, while 2 more sit atop the cart, reins in hand, guiding the horses and surveying their surroundings with caution. The cage at the back of the cart reveals silhouettes of prisoners, huddled together, their fates uncertain.
Those are the blokes what tried to put an arrow in me noggin.
I approach the guards, Joe. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we all doing?
As you stride confidently over the hill's crest and voice your greeting, the guards snap to attention. Almost instinctively, they notch their arrows and train their bows on you, forming an imposing line of tense readiness. The glint of the water-deep sigil stands prominent on their breastplates, signaling allegiance to the famed city. Peering past this wall of guards, your eyes land on the cart behind them. Inside, 3 prisoners sit resignedly, their expressions weary. One in particular catches your eye, with flowing raven black hair. A conspicuous metal band encircles her neck, suggesting some sort of restraint or control. Breaking your contemplation, the guard seated atop the cart scoffs, "Look around, stranger. The sun's high. It's well into the afternoon."
Sir, the passage of time is, at this moment, of little interest to me. However, what truly piques my interest is your decision to loose an arrow at one of my companions. How about you give him an apology? Or shall we engage in a more elaborate discussion?
Oh my God.
The man atop the cart arches an eyebrow, an intriguing mix of skepticism and scorn. "Oh, so the little vermin is in your esteemed company? My most heartfelt apologies then. You see, goblins around these parts are typically arrow targets, not travel companions. Perhaps you should reassess your choice in allies."
No, don't apologize to me. Apologize to Goba.
You better get those words out, mate, or you'll see just how upset my big friend can get.
The guard rolls his eyes. "Oh, deepest apologies, little goblin, but we must be off. You see, we have actual important matters to handle, unlike, well, whatever this circus is."
There, he's apologized. Can we leave it now, Tronald?
Yep, that'll do me. Joe, we make our way around the cart and down the slope.
Off you go then, daft humans. Thanks for the real touching sorry to Gobber here. Don't you forget today, and next time, think twice, for you loose an arrow at us for no good reason.
Yep, well, you sure showed them.
Nice work, Tronald.
Yeah, well, it was just uncalled for, wasn't it?
Let's go then, Gaba. Lead the way.
Follow me then, friends. Hopefully we don't run into any more humans like that.
We follow Goba, Joe.
As you distance yourself from the cart, an unsettling tension permeates the air, filled with the guards' derisive whispers. "Let a goblin talk that way?" One of them sneers. But before you can react, a chilling series of whistles slice through the stillness. One by one, 4 deadly arrows streak past your ears with precision. Time seems to stretch, every second an eternity, as each arrow finds its mark, puncturing Goba's back and protruding gruesomely from his chest. Goba's legs buckle beneath him as he crumples to the ground.
What the fuck?
No, Gobber!
Well, he's dead.
For fuck's sake.
You hear one of the guards shout out, "Nice job, guys. At least you didn't miss this time."
Joe, I spin around with fury in my eyes as I raise my hand, unfurling my fist as I point a singular finger to the group of guards.
No, don't do it, Tronald.
Then I cast Fireball, Joe.
Damn. Whereabouts are you centering it, Tronald?
I want to make sure to get all the guards. Unfortunately, this means that the horses have to die. I also want to try and clip the prisoner's cage enough to blow the metal bars out, but not damage the people inside. They chose violence, and now they will pay for their actions. They will pay in fire and blood.
Why was this the best course of action?
So that's 40 points of fire damage.
Tronald, as you raise your finger into the air, an aura of anger and power surrounds you. The ambient energy crackles, channeling through your being as you prepare your deadly spell. A ferocious rage fueled by the cruel, unprovoked demise of Goba focuses your intent. You mutter the ancient incantations, weaving the power of fire and destruction between your fingers. A seething bead of fiery energy forms at your fingertip, its intense glow casting eerie shadows on your face. In a swift motion, you thrust your finger forward, directing the bead towards its target with untamed ferocity. The bead rockets forth, expanding exponentially as it hurls towards the guards, who momentarily sense the impending doom but have no time to react. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupt, consuming the guards in an inferno of retribution. The horses, innocent in their duty but unavoidable collateral, whinny in terror as they too are engulfed, their last cries echoing the injustice of the situation. The fire rages, its heat and force precisely channeled by your will to glance the cage. The metal bars heat up rapidly, glowing a brilliant orange-red before bending outward, blown out by the sheer force of the blast, but sparing the prisoners within, who cower, miraculously unharmed, but shaken by the fiery tempest they've just witnessed.
Oh God, Tronald, why would you do that?
They killed our friend.
You mean our guide, right?
I know what I said, Alexandrew.
That was fucking incredible, Tronald. When the hell did you learn that spell?
Well, as you know, it's been used a couple of times around us now, and my familiarity with it in my previous life was certainly there. I guess after that long rest, the pieces of the puzzle just clicked.
Well, I hope to see a lot more of that in the future.
Speaking of pieces, Joe, how many pieces are the guards in right now? Did any pass their saving throws and have any survived?
Tronald, they were all basic guards. Even if they did pass their saving throws, they'd all be dead anyway.
Perfect. Saxy, can you heal Gaba?
That depends whether he's dead or dead. By the looks of it, he looks pretty fucking dead.
Well, you've got to at least try.
Do I, though? I mean, just take a look at him. He was probably unconscious after the first arrow, with the other three just sealing the deal.
Well, we can't know for certain until we've tried. So can you give it a go, please, Saxy?
But that's just it. I do know. I do know for certain. But if it'll get you guys off my case, sure. I'll give it a go. Joe, I walk over to Goba and cast Cure Wounds on him.
Okay, Saxy. With a reluctant nod, you step forward, if only to settle their pressing need for certainty. As you approach the goblin, you're well aware of the difference between life's fleeting presence and its irrevocable absence. You place your armored hand over Goba's punctured body and invoke the Cure Wounds spell. A soft glow emanates from your palm, shimmering briefly over Goba, but as expected, it dissipates without any change. The magic, having nothing to mend or restore, simply fades.
See, are you happy now? I've wasted a spell slot just to prove what I already knew.
He might have been nothing to you, Saxy, but I saw decency in him, potential in him.
Now what? Do you want to bury him, Tronald? Or maybe you can use some of that fire magic to give him a more fancy send-off.
Oh my God, who cares how he's sent off? I know you guys are helping me, but he is the very reason why you've been helping me. Yeah, he might have been forced to do it out of fear and cowardice, but that doesn't automatically grant him my forgiveness, nor does it compel me to give him a send-off.
It's at this point you guys notice a frantic rustling within the smoky remnants of the fireball. Emerging from the broken cage of the once intact carriage, the captives seize their newfound freedom. Their faces, etched with joy and urgency, glance briefly towards your group before they turn on their heels and dash in the opposite direction, desperate to distance themselves from the scene of chaos.
Great, and then there's that as well. You've just let a bunch of convicts escape. God knows what trouble they will cause now.
Are you forgetting that I was as you say, convict? I was imprisoned by the very same people for something I didn't even do, and they wasn't even willing to hear me out or anything. They took one look at me and sentenced me to death. They're a bunch of bigots. Have you forgot that we fled Waterdeep and have been actively avoiding them for our lives? Nah, I'm glad they're dead. Tronald did us a favor. Who knows if they recognized us? Or maybe they didn't. Maybe they would have told a bunch of their buddies about that funny-looking group traveling with a goblin. I mean, we're not exactly a vanilla group, are we? It wouldn't take them much effort to start to piece things together. Then we would have Waterdeep hot on our heels again.
That's a fair point.
As you are all talking between yourselves, the thick veil of smoke from the incinerated carriage gradually thins out, lifting like a curtain. However, the acrid stench of charred flesh remains heavy in the air, amplifying the effects of the fireball's destruction. Yet now that the surroundings have become clearer, you spot the lone figure of the woman, the metallic collar still clasped around her neck. She stands apart, her gaze fixed on your group, observing intently from a safe distance.
Okay, well, let's walk over to her and see what she wants.
Do you have to get drawn in by everything, though? Can't we just go about our day and leave her be?
Prisoner or not, who are we to judge what got her caught up in this mess? She clearly needs help of some kind, but is too afraid to come over after the destruction Tronald just caused.
Yeah, let's head over. I mean, it's not really putting us out of our way, is it?
Right. Okay, Joe, we head over.
As you approach, the finer details of the woman come into view. Before you stands a woman of ethereal beauty, her jet black hair cascading down like a waterfall of midnight silk, contrasting her porcelain skin. Sharp, pointed ears protrude through her hair, much more prominent than Saxy's. The icy white hue of her eyes captures your attention immediately. They seem to hold a depth of wisdom and a hint of mystery, as if they've witnessed countless lunar cycles. Her form is draped in robes that carry the patterns of the night sky, adorned with silver crescent moons and twinkling star motifs. But what truly strikes you is the metal collar snugly wrapped around her neck, its cold and unyielding nature contrasting the free spirit that seems to radiate from her very being.
So who are you, and why do you have a collar wrapped around your neck?
Emilia, if you'd like to join us at the table.
Sorry, are you talking to me? I was caught up in a bit of a daydream, wondering why you freed us.
I mean, who else would I be talking to?
Maybe one of your friends? I don't know. But anyway, thank you for getting me out of there. It's a miracle you came along when you did. My name is Lunaria. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you.
You're more than welcome. My name is Tronald. That over there is Raarh.
Hi, I break things.
That's my good pal Saxy.
Actually, my name is
And that's Alexandrew.
Wow,
We're helping him with a problem currently.
Ooh, what problem are you helping him with? Is it some sacred mission to help him find his hair?
Actually,
Because if it is, I'm sure I could whip up a few remedies to assist with that.
no. I do have the ability to grow hair. I just choose not to have it.
Well, that seems awfully silly. Don't you get cold?
Once I set foot on the path, I let go of such earthly comforts. So no, the cold no longer touches me.
What were you arrested for anyway?
You see, the land you recognize as Fane holds the woods I call home. A group of hunters trespassed, not for sustenance, but for the mere vanity of trophies. I couldn't bear to stand by and let them wreak havoc, so I intervened, making certain they'd reconsider their actions in the future. Little did I realize that defending the woods would put me on a hit list, so to speak. When they came for me, I faced a choice: end their lives or submit to capture. I chose the latter.
Oh, right. Well, that's incredibly noble of you.
Yeah, I know how you feel. The bastards did the same thing to me. Well, close enough anyway, locking me up for no good reason. Luckily, I had these guys, who I now call my family, who were willing to put their necks on the line to rescue me.
Oh, that's nice that you have each other's backs. I don't actually have anyone, well, not people anyway. I've got a bunch of squirrels, dear. Even some boars, but no people. And it would be pretty difficult for squirrels and boars to rescue me, wouldn't it?
Well, why don't you stick with us? It'll be good for someone to have your back with the way this crazy world is going.
Are you sure you wouldn't mind? I've never had a family. Well, I'm sure I did have a family at some point, but not one I can remember.
Yeah, of course, I'm sure. Our crazy family is ever growing. We're not bonded by blood, but by respect and loyalty. We do get into some pretty sticky situations, though, so as long as you feel up for that, we would be more than happy to have you on board.
You're a druid, right?
Yeah, I am. What gave it away?
I think it's the way you talk about animals and how you lived in a forest with critters as your family.
She was being sarcastic, Raarh.
Huh? No, I wasn't.
Well, that just sounds even more sarcastic than it did previously.
That's weird. I wonder why. I'm not meaning for it to.
Lunaria, I know this is a long shot, but do you possess the ability to restore life to our friend, Goba?
He's not our friend. He's a random goblin that we found hanging from his own trap, who said he would take us to his horde, only after we basically bribed him.
You don't dictate who my friends are.
Fine, allow me to readjust my statement. He's not my friend.
Good, that means more of his friendship for me.
Whatever, man. Enjoy your friendship with the dead goblin.
Oh, I will, and he won't be dead for much longer because Lunaria can do something about it. Right?
Oh, should I use the scroll of resurrection on him, Tronald?
Absolutely fucking not.
Why the hell would you consider that?
Jeez, it was just a suggestion. Calm down.
A pretty fucking stupid suggestion.
Don't call his suggestion stupid. He had good intentions.
Regardless of his intentions, it was still stupid.
You're stupid.
Uh-huh, right.
Thanks, Raarh. But that scroll is incredibly powerful, and we need to save it for Celestia. So, Lunaria, do you have anything?
I mean, under normal circumstances, once they're dead, I can't really provide much help to them. However, I do have this scroll of Raarh's dead. I found it in a chest that was abandoned in the forest. So, I mean, I don't really care much for it. We can use that if you like.
This is a terrible idea, Tronald. We would be much better off saving it for if one of us falls.
But he was great, and we certainly could do with our guide back.
There's pros and cons with each decision. So, you decide, Tronald. What do you want to do? Have you made your choice then, Tronald? What do you want to do?
Yeah. I'm going to use the scroll to bring Goba back.
Whatever, man, if that's your choice.
Yeah, it is. All right, Lunaria, would you mind handing me the scroll?
Yeah, of course. Here you go.
Thank you. All right, Joe, I'm going to unfurl the scroll before reading out its incantations and using it on Goba.
Okay, I'm going to need you to make an ability check using your spellcasting ability, which is intelligence. The DC would usually be 15, seen as the Raise Dead spell is level 5, but because this spell isn't in your spell list, the DC is going to be 18.
Nice, I rolled a natural 19, so that's a 22 total.
Tronald, as you delicately unfurl the scroll of Raise Dead, the very air around you and your companions seems to tremble. The parchment reveals handwritten runes which, bathed in a faint luminescence, begin to move and dance as if they were alive, beckoning to unleash the dormant power contained within. As you begin to read the incantation, vibrant weaves of green energy spring forth, emerging from the scroll and reaching for Goba's lifeless form. They don't merely surround him, they pierce into him, intertwining with the very fibers of his being. As these tendrils infiltrate Goba's body, they encounter the arrow shafts that brought his end. Rather than forcefully extracting them, the green energy seeps into the wooden shafts, rotting them from the inside. Like trees withering away in an accelerated passage of time, the arrows decay until they crumble away, leaving no trace of their once prominent existence. Suspended in this green embrace, Goba begins to levitate. The tendrils, having done their task, start to form a luminous cocoon around him. The intensity of the light within the cocoon grows, becoming almost blinding. A few moments pass before the cocoon's radiance begins to wane. Slowly it unravels, and the tendrils, instead of returning to the now powerless scroll, absorb into Goba. And then, with a gasp, Goba breathes. His eyes flutter open as life courses through him once again.
Hey, Goba, you're back.
Me noggin's all fuzzy like. Last thing me felt was a sharp sting in me back and then just darkness. What's been going on?
You were killed by the guards, Goba. They shot a bunch of arrows into you and made you look like a pincushion. So, well, long story short, Tronald killed them all. Then we met Lunaria. She gave Tronald a magical scroll to which he brought you back to life with it.
Oi, Tronald, you went through all that ruckus for little old Goba?
You're damn right I did. I've just about had it with people making judgments against individuals before they know the first thing about them.
Tronald, I ain't got the words, you know. Boss Goblin wouldn't have done that for any of us, and he's been bossing us around since forever. And here you are, barely knowing me a wink, and you go saving my hide. You're a strange big un, Tronald. That settles it. You're me new boss now. Forget old boss. He ain't got nothing on you.
Oh my god.
Wow, well, that's very kind of you, Goba. But I don't want you to think you're lesser than us. So I will be your boss, but only under one condition.
And what condition will that be, eh?
That you view all of us as your equals.
Equals? You really mean it, Tronald? No one's ever... goblins always get the short end of the stick, you know? We're always under someone's boot, or just another target for an arrow. Never thought I'd see the day someone, let alone a big old human like you, would call Goba an equal. It's a bit much for old Goba's heart. You truly are something else, boss. All right, deal's a deal. Let's do this. As equals.
What just happened?
Did you miss it, Alexandrew? Goba has chosen to see Tronald as his new leader. In return, Tronald has shown him that he's no less than any of us, embracing him as our equal. It's actually really quite adorable.
No, I didn't miss it. It was a rhetorical question.
Oh, gotcha.
So what will Tronald being your new boss entail for you, Goba?
Let me think. First, reckon I'll be on boot shining duty. Get Tronald's boots all sparkly, yeah? Then, maybe I'm his official food taster. Gotta check if it's too spicy or, poisoned. Then there's finding the best sticks for his fires and sneaking ahead of everyone. We gubbos are real good at that sneaky stuff. And you bet, any dirty jobs that need doing, Gubba's got it covered. But most of all, anyone tries to mess with Boss Tronald, they'll have a very big problem in a very small package.
Joe, what class is Goba?
To be honest with you, he doesn't even have a class. He's a CR 1/4.
Good. So I guess my real question is this. Can I make Goba my apprentice?
You mean train him to be a wizard?
Yeah.
Honestly, I have no issue with you training this guy up. The rules as written would make it an extraordinarily long process, but I'm just going to throw them out of the window. If you wanted to take him on as your apprentice, I'd say it would take 3 days for him to reach the equivalent of level 1. Then after that, it would be on him to how far he can progress.
And what would his stats be?
Once he reaches level 1, I just let him have the standard array of stats to use as you and he saw fit.
You know what? This is actually quite hilarious.
How about it then, Goba?
How about what, boss?
Would you like to become my apprentice? I can train you in the art of magic. I can train you to be powerful.
Gubba's eyes go wide, practically shining with excitement.
Boss? Apprentice? Me? Learn magic from you? That'd be the most amazing thing ever. Imagine Gobba the Goblin, zapping and casting spells left and right. Oh, the other gobbos won't believe it when they hear about this. Maybe I can even make things float or turn invisible. Or make bright lights in the dark. The possibilities.
Suddenly, his energy seems to fade a bit and his shoulders slump. His voice lowers to a soft and somber tone.
You know, I wish my pa Gubba could see this. If he were working for someone like you instead of old boss, He deserves better than the hand he's been dealt.
Well, I'd love to be the boss of all you fine gobos. How about this then, Goba? We forget about that special gift that we were going to give to your old boss, and instead we work with you to free and liberate all the goblins from underneath him. After we have done that, then you, Goba the Great, can be the boss of all the goblins. Then we will have quite the team going, won't we? I'll be your boss, and you can be the boss of all the others, managing things for me whilst I'm away.
Wow. Is Tronald really trying to swindle his way into becoming the leader of a goblin horde?
Shh, let the man cook.
Honestly, whilst I was totally against this at the start, you're managing to turn this into something decent, Tronald. I guess a horde of goblins that are sworn in loyalty to you is better than dead goblins. At least then, my monastery would have a force that would be willing to do the dirty deed to any trespassers where we would be unable to.
You're not saying that out loud, are you?
Absolutely not.
Oi, Boss Tronald, you mean? I'll be Boss Goba the Great and Magical?
That's absolutely right.
Blimey! Never thunk I'd have any fancy title, and now I gets two!
Yeah, Boss Tronald is indeed very generous.
Just so you know, I won't be referring to you as Boss Tronald.
But here's the snag. There's a couple handfuls of gobos, the real uppity ones. Their noggins stuck real deep in loyalty to the old boss. Dunno if they'll switch sides, but the rest, push, hundreds of them. They'd hop over in a jiffy if they see you leading.
That's amazing, Goba. I've got every faith that you will be a great boss goblin. Have you got any plans that you'd like to do when it happens?
Once as boss, no more raiding human places, no more silly fights. We'll make nice, do some trading. Got loads of shiny bits they'd fancy, and I bets they got stuffs we'd like too. Our horde, it'll get big and rich, but not from snatching, from trading and working. Ain't gonna be easy, but Goba's gonna be the bestest goblin boss there ever was.
It's at this point Goba starts strutting ahead with one hand on his hips, swinging his other arm around with a massive grin on his face.
Gonna be fair, gonna be good. Gonna watch out for every lil gobbo. No gobbo gets left in the muck when Boss Goba the Great and Magical's running the show.
You really can't deny his aptitude for leadership.
Aptitude and enthusiasm are two different things, Tronald.
Joe, I slap Saxy. That's Boss Tronald to you, peasant.
You know, this shit is getting really old.
Do they slap you often then?
Oh yeah, we've made a whole game out of it now.
It's not just the slapping, but it's the constant need to cut me off at every
Well,
opportunity.
personally, I think you've done a really great thing here, Tronald. You should be proud of yourself.
You're an asshole for that.
Thank you. Well, if it's all the same for you guys, I'm going to spend the next few days of travel training Goba up. I know it was meant to take us 2 days to get there, but we'll be going a little slower because of the training. So 3 days should be fine.
Are you asking the group whether we're all okay with that or just doing it?
Okay, Joe. So I'm going to begin the training with Goba as we walk.
You get used to it, man.
I have a whole step-by-step plan for him to follow.
Okay, so are you wanting it to just happen, or do you want to RP it?
Of course, I want to RP it. I didn't spend the last 3 minutes writing his training regime down for nothing.
Okay, man, just tell me what you want to do to train him up then.
All right, Goba. First things first. Whenever I give you a task or approach you with something, you will need to respond with, "What is thy bidding, my master?"
Okay? But why do I gotta say that for?
Don't worry about it too much. It's just formalities.
I ain't too sure about what this formalities thing is. But if Boss Tronald says it's good, then Goba's all in.
All right, Goba, listen up because we've got a packed few days ahead of us.
What is thy bidding, my master?
Today we start with the foundations of magic. We'll dive deep into the basics of magical theory straight away as we're walking. You need to grasp where magic truly comes from. By the afternoon, we'll transition to arcane symbols. You'll learn the intricacies of drawing them, as they're the backbone of spellcasting. And as the sun sets, we'll sit in quiet meditation, helping you connect with the arcane energies around us.
Okay, Joe. As Tronald's going through this with Goba, I ask him which direction we should be going in, then start heading that way.
Goba briefly breaks his focus, pointing in the necessary direction before quickly refocusing on Tronald's words, hanging on to every syllable.
Tomorrow, it will be all about spellcasting. In the morning, you'll get your hands dirty with simple cantrips just to get a feel for casting and controlling magic. Post-lunch, you'll practice on target dummies, honing in on your aim and the strength of your spells. And come evening, it'll be study time. I'll hand you a spare spell book, your very own spell book, and you'll start memorizing your very first spells.
I feel like I'm becoming magical just by listening to you, Tronald.
Thank you, buddy. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, the final day. On the final day, we will push your boundaries with advanced techniques. You'll discover the vast realm of complex spells and understand how to use magic in both defense and offense during the morning. The afternoon will test you. We'll engage in mock combat, where I'll throw challenges at you. This will test your reflexes and your ability to cast spells under duress. And finally, as night approaches, we'll have one last meditation session. If everything goes as planned, by the end of it, you, Goba, will emerge as a wizard.
Boss Tronald! That sounds amazing! Gobba's gonna be the bestest wizard goblin there ever was. I can't wait to get started and show everyone what Gobba the Great can do with your teachings. Let's do this!
Joe, I'm going to go up front with Saxy and keep a close eye on our surroundings for any indication we're going in the right direction or any danger we might be heading into.
Okay, if you two want to roll either a perception or a survival check, basically roll whichever one fits what you want to do.
So I rolled a 17 on my perception.
15 survival for me, Joe.
Okay, guided by Lunaria's keen vision and Saxy's innate sense of direction, your group winds its way through the gentle embrace of the rolling hills. The rhythmic cadence of your footsteps is occasionally interrupted by the playful antics of a hare darting in and out of the tall grass, and the distant call of a falcon echoing as it searches for prey from above.
So what's your story then, Saxy?
Joe, I fill her in on everything that has happened throughout the journey so far.
That's quite the tumultuous tale. Yet I was hoping to hear about you, your essence, your history, separate from the adventures with this group. I can discern the lineage of a half-elf, even if seeing one is a rare delight for me. There's a comfort in the presence of kin, don't you think?
To be honest, I feel more tethered to my human side. Not in a physical sense, because that's evenly split. It's just my upbringing was devoid of the traditional elven ways. My parents, especially my mother, the elven part of me, were more drawn to the world of cogs and gears than to the rhythms of the forest. She found her magic in mechanics, her wonder in widgets. It's an unusual stance for an elf, I know. But that was my mother. Unusual.
I don't think it's unusual at all. The universe has its mechanics too, think about it. The moon that guides my every step. It's not unlike one of your mother's intricate mechanisms ticking away in perfect harmony. And the stars? They're like countless light bulbs, illuminating our path, each with its own purpose and story. Nature and machinery, they're not so different when you look closely. Both require balance, precision, and understanding. In a way, Saxy, your heritage mirrors the universe's blend of chaos and order, of magic and mechanics. It's beautiful.
That was nice. I've always felt somewhat disconnected from my elven side. Maybe you could help me understand it better. And if you're ever, curious, I could try to show you a bit about mechanics.
The merging of two worlds, nature and machine. It would be quite the adventure. Yeah, I think I'd like that.
So, why do you act so indebted to Tronald? Trust me when I say that I don't mean any offense by this, but you act like a lost puppy around him.
I used to hate him, you know.
Really? I can't picture that.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of our adventure, I was just hoping that he would die so I wouldn't have to listen to his overconfidence day in and day out.
What changed?
For a long time, I misjudged Tronald. I kept my guard up, certain that we were too different to ever see eye to eye. But that all changed. I was cornered by a massive zombie bear, convinced I was about to fucking die. But Tronald jumped in, risking his life for mine. And after the dust had settled and the creature was dead, he didn't gloat or boast. Instead, he looked me in the eyes and called me friend. It was then that I understood. It wasn't about proving might or skill, or even getting one up on the other. It was about trust. He had my back when I least expected it. Beneath his exterior and our differences, Tronald showed me what genuine friendship and loyalty looked like. And that's why, Alexandrew, I am loyal to him. Not because of some obligation, but because he earned my respect and trust.
No, that's not how you draw the elemental symbol for fire, Gobba. What you've done looks like a pair of balls. Try again.
Oh, ha! Gobba thought it looked familiar. All right, boss. Gobba'll give it another go.
And he's patient and understanding to those who others may not be quite so patient or understanding with.
You drew the exact same thing, Gobba, except this time it's got a... What even is that? Again.
Yeah, I can see it.
What about you, Alexandrew? Clearly you have great respect for that turtle man. But what are your ambitions for this life?
Don't call him that. But yeah, he's a great man. The best I've ever met. And I just want to make him proud.
So do you plan on taking the baton, so to speak, from him and become the leader of your temple?
If Master Shenzu saw me as worthy, I could imagine no higher honor.
And there you go, Gobba. That's perfect. I'd say you're ready for tonight's meditation on what you have learned today, channeling all that knowledge and storing it at the surface of your brain. so it becomes as natural as breathing.
All right, guys, with Saxi and Lunaria leading up front, the otherwise tranquil journey is interrupted as around the 5th hour, the cerulean expanse above becomes tainted. A slender wisp of smoke rises, threading its way into the sky, its origin concealed by the undulating landscape. As you continue, the previously fresh air grows thick with the biting tang of burning timber and underbrush. Above, crows form a dark tapestry, their synchronized circling and harrowing caws hinting at an unseen disturbance just beyond the next hill.
Joe, can I make some kind of check to discern whether this is a natural fire or not?
Yeah, sure. Roll me a nature check.
That's a 16, Joe.
Lunaria, as you take a deep inhale, drawing upon your connection with nature and the surrounding environment, the scent of the smoke fills your senses. The dominant aroma is certainly that of burning timber, reminiscent of forest fires or hearths you've encountered before. However, beneath that, there's a subtle, troubling undertone. A faint, acrid scent of charred flesh is unmistakably mingled with the wood smoke. This isn't just a natural fire. Something or someone has been consumed by the flames.
Guys, I think we should proceed with caution over this next hill. Someone or something is burning, and the odds of that being from their own free will are pretty low.
How far away from us is it, Joe?
You gather that it's maybe another 20 minutes of walking.
What do you want to do, guys? Are we going to see what's going on, or shall we go around, avoiding it?
I think going around it when there could be someone in danger would be extremely cowardly. So yeah, that's my vote. We see what's going on.
Yeah, that's fine by me. I don't disagree with that statement.
Yeah, let's go have a little gander.
Okay, Joe. We make our way towards the plume of smoke.
As your group makes its ascent, the world before you slowly unfurls, revealing a landscape painted with both beauty and sorrow. Cresting the brow of the hill, your eyes settle upon a sizable farmstead, its structures punctuated by the remains of what once must have been a bustling mill. The scene, which might typically hum with the vibrant rhythms of daily farm life, now resonates with a heavy, oppressive silence. At the heart of this tableau, a gargantuan pyre blazes fiercely, its flames hungrily reaching for the heavens, creating a smoky veil that blots out the sun. But it's the fire's tragic fuel that draws your attention. Twisted forms of livestock, their once living bodies now reduced to silhouettes in the fire's dance. Standing sentinel around this mournful blaze, about half a dozen figures appear almost like statues. Their postures tell a story of deep weariness and heartbreak. Dressed in the humble garments of farm folk, their faces bear the marks of recent turmoil, eyes lost to the distance or fixed on the ground in despair. Every now and then one of them, with heavy steps and reluctant motion, adds another animal to the fire.
Oh, so there's not actually any issue here then. It's just them burning their own livestock.
And that doesn't seem strange to you?
Strange or not, it's their business what they do with their animals. I say we make our way around this area. No need to waste any more time.
Animals aren't mere possessions to be discarded on a whim, Alexandrew. They breathe, they feel, just as we do. Using them for sustenance is one thing, but this is something else entirely. There's more to this story, and I intend to find out what's really happening here.
Well, it looks like we're going down there then, Alexandrew. Chin up, though. I doubt it will take us too long.
All right, Gaba, pack your stationery away. We will continue our studies after we have dealt with whatever this is.
Packing away as you speak, boss.
All right, Joe, we make our way down and see what's going on.
As your party begins its descent toward the farm, the true extent of the devastation becomes heartbreakingly clear. All around, the lifeless bodies of cows, sheep, goats, and other livestock lay strewn across the fields. The air is thick with the mingling odors of blood, singed fur, and charred flesh, now weighing so heavily on your chest that it becomes an incredibly difficult task for some of you not to heave. The sorrowful murmurs of the people tending to the remains only add to the somber atmosphere. Amongst the group of people, one figure stands out. A tall man with grizzled, sun-beaten skin and the broad shoulders of someone accustomed to hard labor. His eyes are dimmed by fatigue and sorrow, shadowed by the lines of recent tears. Dressed in worn leather boots, simple brown trousers, and a dirt-streaked white shirt, he begins to walk toward your group with the slow gait of someone bearing a heavy weight. At his hip rests the worn handle of a farmer's blade. He offers a sad smile, a ghost of friendlier times. "I'm afraid Clearbrook Farm is closed for the foreseeable future, friends. You'll have to look elsewhere if you're looking for a roof over your heads." However, as his eyes land on Goba, that fleeting moment of warmth vanishes instantly. His face contorts, twisting from one of muted sorrow to raw anger and disgust. His voice, previously resigned, takes on a sharp edge of fury. "What is that creature doing with you?"
Oh, that's just Raarh. He's actually quite a friendly guy if you get past his intimidating presence. his anger, and his lust for food.
Well, it's good to see you're still shit at making jokes, Saxy. You're nothing if not consistent.
Well, I thought it was quite funny.
Well, I suppose it would be to someone whose history of humour is based on what jokes squirrels and boars have told you.
Well, dear, I'll have you know that there are some squirrels out there with a far better sense of humour than certain big, grumpy beasts I could mention.
I don't believe you. Go on then. Tell me a joke that one of these squirrels have told you.
Okay, so how about this? Why don't squirrels wear pants?
I don't know, Lunaria. Please enlighten me. Why don't squirrels wear pants?
Because they'd have too many nuts to fit.
Ha 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 ha. That was so funny. You're actually almost as funny as Tronald.
Oh, you really think so?
No, it was shit.
Joe, I step forward and walk up to the man, bringing Gaba along with me. We're with this goblin because he's a great guy, so please stop with the fucking racism, because I've just about had enough of it today.
The defiant set of the farmer's shoulders relaxes slightly, replaced by a mix of surprise and weariness. His gaze, once piercing with anger, now seems to be holding back a reservoir of sadness. Well, stranger, you have to understand what we've been through. This used to be a thriving farm, passed down through generations. Every animal here was treated with love, and they gave us their best in return. But last night, a horde of goblins, not like your friend here, came upon us. His voice breaks for a moment, but he continues. They raided without mercy, laughing as they went. Some animals they took, while others they just slaughtered in their wake. It wasn't even for food. Their weapons were tainted with some kind of vile poison, rendering the creatures inedible. The meat's tainted, and we've been forced to burn them. Such waste, such senseless destruction. He swallows hard, eyes glossy as they drift over the bleak scene. We barely survived the raid, hid in a trapdoor cellar beneath our home. My family and I listened to the chaos all night, praying they wouldn't find us. So you see, stranger, after witnessing such devastation at the hands of goblins, you'd forgive me if I was taken aback by seeing one amidst your party.
Well, I guess that's fair.
What did these gobos look like? Human?
The farmer takes a hesitant step back, his gaze darting between Tronald and Goba. For a moment, it was as if he might refuse to answer, but then, after taking a deep breath, grounding himself, he speaks. Well, I ain't one to know much about goblin differences, but there were about 30 of them, all sneering, cackling, and creating chaos. Among them, though, 3 stood out. There were 2 bulky ones, almost the same size, like twins. They were clad in some makeshift metal armor and always fought side by side. Their faces were alike, brutal and filled with malice, carrying those big spiked clubs of theirs. And then there was one draped in robes, bones, and other trinkets, tattoo marks all over his body, and he was wielding a staff. Looked to be made of bone. This one didn't charge in mindlessly like the others. No, he was calculating, chanting, and calling upon some dark magic. Those 3 were calling the shots, directing the rest of the horde as they wrought destruction upon my farm.
How did you know what they looked like if you were underground?
I may have popped my head up once or twice to see what was going on.
Oh, I see.
Gubba's eyes widen with a spark of recognition.
Oh, them! Them be Mud and Slud, the nasty twin brutes. They ain't got 2 brain cells to rub between them, but what they lack in smarts, they make up for with brawn and ruthlessness. And the robed one, that's Braga, a dark shaman, they say. Calls on the bad spirits, does the wicked rituals, and makes the other gobbos afraid. Trust Gobba, they as nasty as they come. Real bad news, those ones. But that be precisely why Gobba the Great is gonna overthrow them. Gobbos deserve better than following those horrible lot around. With me as their leader, Gobbos will have a better life, away from the dark magics and mindless destruction. Time for a change in the Gobbo world.
The farmer's eyes widen with a mix of surprise and hope. Wait a tick. You lot are actually out to take them down? Going after that horrid bunch? He pauses, clearly reflecting on the weight of recent events before straightening up with a newfound determination. If you can rid these lands of that menace, you'd be doing more than you can imagine. They've been terrorizing us for far too long.
You and me both, Mr. Farmer. I'm from the Monk Temple, Sanctuary, about 8 hours from here. That's why we
wanted to seek them out originally, to bribe them off his lands and offer them a deal. As it turns out, we met Goba, and we quickly realized that instead of bribing them, Goba could instead be their leader, making things better for everyone.
The farmer rubs his chin thoughtfully, taking in your words, Tronald. So, instead of dealing with the devil, you're aiming to replace him? It's a bold plan, and I have to admit, it's better than anything we've hoped for. Having Goba here as their leader might just be the change these lands need. It's at this point he glances up at the dimming sky, noting the encroaching shadows of the evening. It'll be dark soon. I can't offer much, but you're more than welcome to stay with us tonight before you continue your journey tomorrow, not as paying customers, but as guests. And, well, maybe there is a selfish part of me to ask this from you, but it would certainly ease my mind knowing you're close by, just in case those creatures decide to pay us another unwanted visit.
Well, I guess that depends. What's on the menu?
The farmer's face brightens a little, and he gives a small chuckle. Well, I reckon you're in for a treat, my large friend. Those gobos might have taken our livestock, but they missed our reserves. We've got salted pork, seasoned and preserved to perfection, tender cuts of lamb that melt in the mouth, and if beef's what you're after, we've got hearty chunks that have been marinating in a blend of herbs and spices. There's also roasted root vegetables, crusty fresh bread, and pots of rich, thick gravy to drown it all in. I'd wager it's a meal fit for kings, or at least a band of hungry adventurers. All I can say is that I hope you've brought your appetite.
My mouth is just a torrent of drool at this point, Joe. I want all of it. I want bloody all of it.
The farmer chuckles, looking Raarh up and down. Well, judging by your size, I'd say we'll be lucky if there's any left for the rest of us. Come on, let's get you all settled in.
We follow his lead, Joe.
He leads you through a sturdy wooden door which groans slightly under its own weight. The room inside is cozy, the golden hue of torchlight reflecting off polished wooden beams. The warmth immediately envelops you, pushing away the evening chill. The earthy scent of timber and hay mingles with the distant aroma of herbs and cooking meat, promising a delicious meal soon to come. To one side, a series of pallet beds have been laid out, each piled high with straw-filled mattresses and blankets that feel soft to the touch. There's a comforting quiet in the room, broken only by the occasional pop from a fireplace that crackles merrily in the corner. The walls are adorned with farming tools and family portraits, giving a sense of the life and history of this place. Settle yourselves in, the farmer says, pointing to the sleeping arrangements. The food will be ready in about an hour, just enough time to freshen up and relax. As you begin to unpack and settle, the farmer takes a moment, looking at each one of you with misty eyes. Listen, I can't begin to express my gratitude for what you're doing. Every night I tuck my daughters into bed, and the thought of losing even one of them, it's unimaginable. You're not just protecting us tonight, you're standing up for every family in this region. You're heroes, true heroes, not because of what you're capable of, but because of the choices you make and the people you choose to stand up for. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
We never got your name, sir. What should we call you?
You can call me Harland.
Well, Harland, rest assured that while we're here, your family and land will be safe under our watch. As the sun rises tomorrow, we'll set out and ensure that the Horde won't be a shadow on your doorstep ever again. Sleep easy tonight.
As Garland shuts the door, you hear his footfalls fade into the distance. It's at this point Goba leans in, his beady eyes scanning the room around him before looking up at you, Tronald.
Boss Tronald, this place still got lots of shinies, yum-yums and munchies. Gobba knows gobbos. They like to grab everything, not leave nothing behind. My senses say, high chance they come back tonight. Want to finish what they started, grab the rest, and, finish the job.
Goba, I hope with every fiber of my being that they do decide to come back tonight. You've mentioned the presence of 3 lieutenants in last night's raid. If we can confront even just one of them here, that's one less blade at Snagglegut's side when the final confrontation comes. A split force, after all, can be picked off far easier than a collective one.
As you all take this next hour to rest in the quarters which Harland and his family have provided, you each find a brief respite, washing away the dust and grime from your journey. The wooden floorboards of the house seem to have a gentle give beneath your feet, reminding you of its age and history. A few stray rays of the setting sun filter through the curtains, casting the room in hues of gold and amber. The scent of food slowly begins to waft through the air, and it's at that moment a firm knock resounds on the door, drawing your attention. Harland's face, wearied but with a hint of pride, peers in with a welcoming smile playing on his lips. The meal's ready? Hope you all brought your appetites?
Absolutely. Lead the way.
You're led into a dining area that, while not opulent, exudes a charm born from years of family gatherings. The polished wooden table, surrounded by mismatched chairs, gleams under the warm glow of lanterns. A large window offers a view of the dusking horizon, painting the room in soft twilight hues. Everything is immaculate, each utensil and plate positioned just so. Upon the table lies a feast fit for kings. Juicy chunks of salted pork glisten next to a large roast of beef that's so tender the knife slides through it like butter. Lamb chops, seasoned perfectly, send an aroma into the air that makes your mouth water in anticipation. Bowls of freshly harvested vegetables, steamed and buttered, accompany the meats, and fresh loaves of bread, still warm from the oven, sit waiting to be torn apart. Sitting down, you all dive in, the flavors bursting in your mouths, each bite better than the last. It's hard to remember when you last had a meal this delicious. The air is filled with the clink of cutlery, satisfied murmurs, and the occasional request to pass a dish. Amidst the joy, the flowing ale, and the rising sound of laughter, the ambiance takes a sudden shift. The mirth is disrupted by a faint sound, a high-pitched, sinister cackle echoing in the distance. It sends a chill down your spines. The laughter and chatter around the table fades, replaced by an oppressive silence as all eyes turn to the window.
All right, guys, everyone, go get your gear. And Harlan, keep your family inside. Do not come out no matter what. We will come get you once this is over.
So that is where we would usually wrap up this session. So what do you guys want to do?
Well, first things first. Anyone who doesn't have all their equipment on them, go back into your rooms and grab it.
Oh, I never took mine off.
Joe, I run into the room and grab my great axe.
Okay, so for the sake of expediency, let's just say that whoever didn't have all their equipment on them, you spend the next 30 seconds gathering it all.
So how are we approaching this then?
Well, let's go off what we know to be a fact. The goblins that are attacking have absolutely zero idea that we are here, and they are most likely expecting it to be a nice, easy raid with no resistance. So I say we use that to our advantage to get the jump on them.
Oh, absolutely. Me and Emilia were discussing this over the past week. We have a pretty nifty idea on how to approach this. First, we need to sneak out and gauge their position. Then Lunaria is going to clump as many of them together as possible before I send a beautiful fireball their way.
Well, if we need some assistance with the sneaking, I can use Pass Without a Trace on all of us, which will give a +10 to our stealth rolls.
Yeah, that's great, Alexandrew. Do that, then we will head out and see what's going on.
Our counterattack begins. Let's show them what Boss Tronald and Goba is capable of.
No, Goba, you're staying here. You're not a wizard yet. There is much more training that we need to do before you're ready to be thrown into the fray.
Goba's once eager eyes dim slightly, a shadow of disappointment crossing his features. He gives you a long look, and you can see the mix of frustration and understanding there. His stance falters for a moment, as if deflated by the weight of his unspent energy. After a few tense seconds, he straightens, puffing out his chest with renewed determination.
All right, Boss Tronald. Goba not ready. Goba understand. But Goba no sit idle. Goba stay and protect soft humans. If sneaky Gobos try come in, they get taste of Goba.
That's perfect, Goba. We have every faith in you. All right, guys, let's move out.
A subtle, cool sensation washes over you as Alexandrew casts Pass Without a Trace. The world around you seems to hush, like you've been wrapped in a thick, velvety shroud. Every sound you make, the rustle of clothing, the scuff of your boots, is muffled, as if being swallowed by the very air. You carefully push open the door and glide through, the wood gently clicking shut behind you without a sound. Your feet barely make a whisper against the ground as you move through the desolate fields, scarred remnants from the goblin raid. Every now and then, the wind carries the pungent scent of burnt crops, coupled with a metallic tang of spilled blood. All right, I'm going to need everyone to make a stealth check.
That's a 28 for me, Joe.
A 21 for me.
Ooh, a 30 for me.
Damn.
That's a 25 for me.
And a 33 for me, Joe.
With such impeccable stealth rolls, each of you meld effortlessly into the shadows. Even though you're side by side, it becomes nearly impossible to discern the position of your comrades. It's as if the night itself has cloaked you, making you all but invisible to the world around you. The glow of torchlight ahead casts erratic dancing shadows on the broken form of the windmill. Its sails, once tall and proud, hang limply, torn and battered from the previous night's assault. The groaning of the windmill's damaged structure sounds like a mournful lament in the night, yet another reminder to the brutality that had taken place. Getting closer, the raucous laughter and crude banter of goblins grows louder, their voices rough and jarring. It's clear that they're making no attempts to mask their presence, confident in their numbers and the fear they've already instilled.
Joe, can I discern how many of them there are?
Sure, make a perception check for me.
That's a natural 19.
Saxy with a natural 19. Your eyes adjust further, picking out individual goblins. You see a mix of them. Some are visible, standing brazenly around torches, their jagged weapons gleaming in the flickering light. Others lurk in the darkness, their greenish skin and mischievous eyes nearly blending with the surviving greenery. Their numbers and positions confirm that there are about 18 goblins, and it's clear that they are gearing up for another wave of chaos.
And what about leaders? Are there any that stand out amongst the others?
Saxy, as you focus your attention on the horde and take a closer look at the goblins, you spot a few that stand out from the rest. At the front, there's a goblin dressed in intricate tribal markings and clutching a staff that seems to glow with a soft light. He's chanting something, surrounded by an aura of power. Near him, you can't help but notice two particularly massive goblins. They're strikingly larger than any typical goblin you've seen before. Holding heavy axes that look challenging even for a human to wield, they move in near perfect synchronization. Their formidable presence and the way the other goblins defer to them suggests they hold significant authority within this group. These seem to be the very same goblins that raided last night, and thanks to Goba, you know them as Braga, Mud, and Slud.
All right, Joe, I'm going to creep around the side here and wait for the rest of the group to get into their positions.
I'm going to climb up the side of the windmill, then hold my position crouched on the roof. My armor is not currently activated, as I think that would make noise.
I'm going to go up there with him, Joe.
Okay, so if you could both give me an athletics check to see if you can climb up.
I'll assist them, giving them a leg up and a shoulder to stand on.
Okay, so you can both roll with advantage because of Raarh helping you.
Okay, so that's a 15 total for me, Joe.
And a 17 for me.
Saxy and Alexandrew, as you approach the windmill, Raarh positions himself, allowing you both to use his broad shoulders as a sturdy platform, giving you a significant boost upwards, easing the initial challenge of your climb. Saxy, you lead the way, signaling to Alexandrew where the most reliable footholds are. However, about halfway up, the brick you've grabbed crumbles beneath your hand. For a split second, your heart races, feet dangling with nothing but open air beneath them. But before panic fully sets in, Alexandrew grabs your arm firmly, steadying you. The two of you share a relieved glance before pressing on. Finally, you both reach the top, hearts still pounding from the brief scare. You crouch down, stealthily observing your surroundings, ready for whatever may come next.
Okay, Joe. I'm going to make my way around the opposite side of the windmill to Tronald, making sure one of the big ones is within 60 feet of me.
I'm going to go with her, Joe. I figure seeing as she will be closer to the horde, it wouldn't hurt having some protection there for her just in case we get spotted.
Okay, with your stealth rolls, that's easy enough to do without being seen.
Okay, I'm going to cast Conjure Animals towards the big guy closest to me.
Awesome. What are you summoning?
I'm wanting one CR level 2 beast, Joe.
Okay, so which one are you going to choose?
I think the rules say that you have to choose what creature appears.
Nah, I don't like that. Why don't you go ahead and choose, Lunaria?
Oh, okay, well in that case, I want a giant constrictor snake to appear.
Amazing. Lunaria, as you call upon the natural energies of the world, you feel a primal surge of power coursing through your fingertips. Your hands begin to glow with a soft, verdant light, which spirals and twines around itself, taking on the form of an intricate, glowing serpent sigil in the air before you. With a determined exhale, you push this sigil towards the ground next to Mud. Suddenly, with a rush of wind and a hiss that echoes ominously throughout the night, a colossal giant constrictor snake materializes. Its immense, sinuous body coils powerfully, muscles rippling under smooth, glistening scales. Its eyes, predatory and intense, lock onto Mud. The surrounding goblins, caught entirely off guard, scramble back with wide-eyed terror, their usually malicious grins replaced by sheer shock. Weapons are haphazardly raised in defense, and a chorus of frantic, high-pitched goblin shouts fill the air. Give me an attack roll from it.
It says that I have to roll its own initiative.
Yeah, that's fine, but this is a surprise round from the giant constrictor snake, so it gets to attack straight away as well as again on its initiative.
Has anyone ever told you that you're an awesome DM, Joe?
Oh, I tell myself that every night before I go to sleep.
So that's a 16 to hit Mud, and it's going to try constrict him.
Yeah, that hits. As the giant constrictor snake zeroes in on its target, it lunges forward with astonishing speed for a creature of its size. Before Mud can even react, the snake's massive coils surround him, wrapping around his body in a tight, crushing embrace. You can hear the wind being forced out of Mud's lungs as the powerful muscles of the snake constrict, squeezing him with relentless pressure. So that's a 14 on his save against being restrained. What's the DC, Lunaria?
The DC is 16, Joe.
Okay. Mud's face turns a shade of deep purple, his eyes bulging in panic, and his attempts to struggle free are futile against the overwhelming strength of the serpent's grip. What damage does it do?
That's 13 points of damage.
Awesome. All right, guys. I'm going to need everyone to roll for initiative.
That's a 13 for me.
A 22 for me.
A 20 total for me, Joe.
A 17 for me.
And a beautiful natural 20 for me.
Nice. I've pre-rolled their initiative, so let's get straight into it. All right, Tronald, you're up first. Remember, the goblins are still unaware of your party's presence. As far as they're aware, the only threat currently around is the constrictor snake.
Okay, I'm going to hold my action of casting a fireball until the last possible moment. Basically, I'm waiting for as many goblins as possible to close in around the constrictor snake, but no matter what, I'll be releasing it before the start of my next turn.
Sweet. All right, Alexandrew, you're up with Raarh on deck.
I'm just going to hold my action for now, Joe. There's nothing I can do from up here, and I don't want to give our position away yet.
Yeah, I'm doing the same.
Okay, so it's Goblin number 1 and 2's turn. They're both going to run up 30 feet and take a shot at the constrictor snake with their short bows. So that's an 18 and an 11 to hit.
The 18 hits, but the 11 misses. Its AC is 12.
Really, it's that low?
Yeah. Although I suppose snakes aren't going to have super hard scales. Even so, I was thinking it would be higher. Ah, well.
So that's 8 points of damage. All right, Saxy, you're up.
I'm going to hold a shot from my pistol until the moment Tronald casts his fireball.
And who will you be aiming for?
Hopefully the main guy, Braga. But if he's not visible at the time, I'll just take a shot at any that I can see.
Okay, so now it's Goblin 3, 4, and 5's turn. Number 3 is going to run up to the snake and take a slash at it with its sword. Number 4 is going to run 30 feet over here and fire his short bow, and number 5 is going to do the same thing. So number 3 hits and the other 2 miss. So that's 6 points of slashing damage and 2 points of poison damage.
So it seems their melee weapons are coated in poison, but their ranged ones aren't. Good to know.
Mud, with a look of sheer determination and panic, desperately tries to wrestle against the powerful coils of the snake. You can see his muscles strain, veins bulging, as he attempts to find some leverage or weak point in the snake's grip. But despite his best efforts and grunts of exertion, the snake's grasp remains unwavering. Mud's attempts to free himself are unsuccessful as he rolls a 9. On the other hand, Slud, sensing the urgency of the situation, charges forward with a determined stride, covering 15 feet in a blink. With a battle cry, he swings his axe towards the snake. The blade finds its mark, sinking into its target with a thud. The force of the blow deals 11 slashing damage, and you can see the corrosive effect of the poison, which inflicts an additional 2 damage. Goblin 6, with a surge of adrenaline, dashes forward, nimble feet kicking up bits of dirt. In a swift motion, it notches an arrow to its short bow and releases. However, the aim is off. The arrow whistles through the air, bypassing the snake entirely. The errant projectile narrowly misses Lunaria and Raarh, causing both to instinctively flinch as it shoots past. Now it's the giant constrictor snake's go. What's it doing, Lunaria?
Well, it's continuing to constrict, dear. That's a 21 to hit. And 13 points of damage.
Nice. All right, Lunaria, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna hold the spell Moonbeam until Tronald releases his fireball. I'll be centering it on Braga.
Awesome. All right, so now it's a bunch of the goblins' turns. In a rapid blur of action, the goblins start their offensive. Goblin 8 dashes forward, taking careful aim, and lets loose an arrow with its short bow. He rolled a natural 20. The arrow sails true, landing with deadly precision, causing a critical wound and dealing a devastating 11 points of piercing damage. Goblin 9 advances aggressively, only 20 feet from its target, and with a war cry, lunges with its sword. The blade finds its mark, sinking deep. As it's pulled back, the toxic residue on the blade leaves its victim reeling, taking not only 4 slashing damage, but also suffering an additional 2 poison damage. Goblin 10, trying to replicate the earlier success, runs a bit, then fires from its short bow. However, whether it's the chaos of the battle or just bad aim, the arrow flies wide, harmlessly hitting the ground. Goblin 11, with only a short distance to its target, makes a swift move and delivers a brutal slash. The sword cuts through. And once again, the venom on the blade adds to the injury, leaving a total of 6 points of damage in its wake. From the left, Goblins 12 and 13 both sprint to better vantage points. Each in turn releases an arrow. But in their haste, or perhaps due to the pressure, both shots go astray, barely causing any threat. Goblin 14, with a sense of purpose, shifts 20 feet to the right, and pulling back its short bow, releases an arrow. It soars through the air and strikes with force. That's 6 points of piercing damage.
Well, that's the constrictor snake dead, Joe.
With their potential damage output, any one of us could die in a single turn. This is dangerous, guys.
I release my fireball, Joe.
Nice. Where are you centering it?
I'm going to center it here next to number 3.
Tronald, as you focus your arcane energies and point towards Goblin number 3, the fireball bursts forth, expanding rapidly. Its fiery radius engulfs not only Goblin 3, but also manages to catch Goblins 14, 5, 12, 7, 9, 2, and 11 in its explosive embrace. Mud, Slut, and Braga, too, due to their proximity, are consumed by the scorching heat. In total, 11 Goblins find themselves in the midst of the fiery onslaught.
Perfect. All right, so that's 37 points of fire damage.
Damn.
Wow.
All right, so I'm going to make their saving throws now. What DC do they have to match or beat, Tronald?
14, Joe.
This could be the game-changing move, man.
I'm hoping it'll take out at least a few of them, reducing their action economy, else I share the same concerns as you, Saxy, that they could easily wipe one of us out in a single turn.
The blistering heat and roaring flames of Tronald's fireball unfurl with tremendous force. Goblins 2, 5, 7, 9, 12, and 14, caught in the center of this devastating magic, desperately try to shield themselves. Alas, they're too slow. Overwhelmed by the fireball's intensity, their cries are brief and are soon swallowed by the ferocity of the explosion, reducing them to mere shadows on the ground. Mud, having faced the wrath of the snake, and now this, is completely caught off guard. With a natural one, he's directly hit, the flames charring his already battered body, leaving him in a dire state, gasping for breath and barely standing. Slud and Braga, more experienced and battle-hardened, are quick on their feet. They dodge the worst of the blast, though the fire still licks at their forms. Braga, always one step ahead, quickly chants an incantation. A shimmer envelops him as he casts Absorb Elements, diminishing the heat and flames wrapping around him, halving the damage he otherwise would have suffered.
I release my moonbeam now, Joe.
Okay, you're centering that on Braga, right?
That's correct, dear.
So that's a 14 to save. What's your spell save DC, Lunaria?
It's 16, so he fails. That's 15 points of radiant damage.
Okay. From the heavens, a pure silvery beam of moonlight pierces through the roiling clouds, descending with an otherworldly glow. It focuses its radiant energy directly upon Braga. For a moment, all is silent. Then, Braga is illuminated in this mesmerizing moonlit spectacle, his silhouette standing stark against the backdrop of the chaos. But as beautiful as the beam is, it's equally deadly. The intense radiance starts to sear his flesh. You witness, almost in slow motion, the layers of his skin beginning to sizzle and evaporate, rising and melding with the moonbeam's glow.
I'm releasing my shot at Braga now, Joe.
Roll it.
Fuck, that's a 9 total.
Yeah, that misses, buddy. So now it's Goblin 15's turn. Seeing the magic unleashed by Tronald, he decides to take matters into his own grubby hands. He dashes 30 feet across the field, eyes fixated on his target. With a swift motion, he draws and releases an arrow from his short bow, with disadvantage because he is out of range. That's a 10, so the arrow flies wide, not even close to you, and sinks uselessly into the ground a few yards away.
Pathetic.
All right, so it's the top of the round. Tronald, you're up.
Seeing as I am a generous god, I shall bless the group of goblins with another beautiful fireball centered next to Gobbo 11.
Tronald, with a gleam in your eye and a smirk on your face, you prepare another fiery onslaught. As you begin to weave your spell, chanting the incantations, a bright light forms around your fingertip. Then with a graceful motion, you propel the bead of light forward. It zooms through the air, destined for a spot right next to Goblin 11. As the explosive energy expands, Goblins 3, 10, and 11 are caught within the blaze, along with Mud, Slud, and Braga, each of them getting bathed yet again in the fiery wrath of the spell.
That's 27 points of fire damage.
All right, Tronald. Goblins 3 and 10, with an uncanny sense of the danger, managed to somewhat shield themselves, each taking 14 points of damage. But Goblin 11 wasn't so fortunate. He's completely engulfed, taking the full brunt of the explosion with 27 points of damage. Mud, already critically injured and gasping for breath, makes a valiant attempt to shield himself. And while he successfully defends against some of the blast, the intensity of the flames proves too much for him. His battered and scorched body falls limp, lifeless, as the flames consume what little vitality he had left. Slud, caught off guard, is fully consumed by the fireball's fury, taking a punishing 27 points of damage, the heat from the explosion searing into him. Lastly, Braga. Despite his failed attempt to dodge the flames, his previously cast Absorb Elements spell flares to life once more, drawing some of the fire's energy into him and reducing the damage to 14. He grits his teeth against the pain, the shimmering energy around him slightly dimming as it takes the brunt of the impact.
These fireballs are really putting in work, Tronald.
You think? Might be why every wizard and their grandma loves it as their go-to level 3 spell.
Wait a second. Does that mean every wizard's grandma automatically has access to magic?
Oh my god. No, Raarh, he was making a joke.
How do you know? Are you a wizard?
No, I'm not a wizard, but it's pretty
Then
obvious.
shut the fuck up.
Wow.
As the fire and smoke from Tronald's fireball begins to clear, you see Slud, eyes wide and filled with fury, staring at the charred remains of his twin brother Mud. A primal scream erupts from him, echoing across the battlefield. In this state, he becomes even more aggressive, now lashing out with even greater speed, granting him an extra attack. All right, Alexandrew, it's your turn.
All right, Joe. I'm going to cast darkness on my amulet, then jump off the windmill and run over here, blocking the line of sight that Braga would have had on Tronald.
Nice. With your monkish agility alongside your slow fall, you easily land without injury, making your way over there. Right, it's your turn now, Raarh.
I'm going to fucking rage. Then I'm going to run 60 feet using my action to dash to get in between goblin number 10 and 11.
Okay, now it's goblin number 1's turn. He's going to run over here behind number 3 and fire his short bow at you, Raarh. That's a 12 to hit, so it misses. Saxy, you're up.
All right, Joe, first, I'm going to activate my armor. Then I cast Kinetic Jaunt on myself as a bonus action before jumping off the windmill and running towards Braga, attacking him with a booming blade attack.
Saxy, you feel the familiar hum of energy as your artificer armor whirs to life, wrapping you in a protective cocoon of steely might. With determination, you take the leap off the roof. Time seems to slow as you descend, the wind rushing past. With an impressive crash, you hit the ground in a classic three-point landing, causing the ground to tremble under your power. Without missing a beat, your kinetic jaunt's unseen force propels you forward. Your feet barely touch the ground as you dart towards Braga with an uncanny speed.
So that's a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And 7 points of piercing damage, alongside 5 points of thunder damage. He will also take more thunder damage, which I will roll for. If he willingly moves away from the spot he is on,
nice.
Then I'm going to make my extra attack on him. That's a 20 total to hit. And max damage on my dice roll, so 11 points of piercing damage.
You're really coming into your own now. You're level 5, huh, Saxy?
Yeah, man, level 5 makes me significantly less useless.
So now it's goblin number 4's turn. It's going to charge towards you, Saxy, with its blade held high as it delivers a slash in your direction. That's a 22 to hit.
Of course you fucking do. I mean, what even is their attack modifier?
It's +3.
So there was an 85% chance that you'd miss me, yet you hit me. Story of my fucking life. What damage do you do, Joe?
That's 7 points of slashing damage, plus 2 points of poison damage for 9 total damage.
Great.
Now it's Slud's turn. The pain and rage in his eyes are prominent as he zeroes in on Saxy. With ferocity, he charges forward. He takes 2 rapid swings. The first strike, fueled by his anguish over mud, comes in fast and hard, finding its mark on you, Saxy, with a 23 total. And you feel the sting as it bites deep for 11 points of damage. The second swing, however, perhaps due to his blinding rage, goes wide, and you're able to deftly evade it. Now it's Goblin 6's turn. It swiftly darts 10 feet away from 13, knocks an arrow, and releases it straight towards you. Raarh. That's a 20 to hit.
Yeah, that hits me, Joe.
The arrow strikes true with a forceful impact, dealing 8 damage, but with your rage active, it reduces the sting to only 4 points of piercing damage. All right, Lunaria, you're up.
Okay, for everyone watching Lunaria, you see her begin to transform before your very eyes. As her bones delicately rearrange with the soft echo of twigs underfoot, her once smooth skin ripples, giving way to the emergence of wild, untamed fur. Yet the most captivating change is in her eyes. They slowly morph, shifting from the gentle elfin gaze you're so familiar with to a deep and mesmerizing golden hue that speaks of ancient forests and midnight hunts. As the transformation completes, Lunaria's elven form is replaced by a majestic direwolf, both regal and fierce.
Damn, that's epic.
Nice.
Now, I'm going to sprint towards Slud, making an attack against him. That's a 16 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And 8 points of damage.
Awesome. As you lunge towards Slud, teeth bared and ready to sink into flesh, he unexpectedly leans into the bite. Despite the pain, he manages to stay upright, using the momentum to dig his feet in and resist being knocked down. The ferocity in his eyes grows even more intense, as if each wound only adds to his anger.
Whoa, Big Gobbo's a masochist.
All right, so now it's 4 of the goblins' turns. Goblin 8, with quick footing, dashes 30 feet towards Raarh, swiftly pulling an arrow and letting it loose. That's a 16 to hit.
Yeah, that hits me, Joe.
The projectile finds its mark, burying into your flesh, but because of your rage, you shrug most of it off, taking only 4 points of damage. Goblin 11, brandishing a short sword, lunges at Raarh with a precise strike. That's a natural 19 to hit.
That misses me!
Wait, what?
I was being sarcastic. It hits me.
Oh, okay, ha, I was gonna say.
Got him.
The blade pierces deep, and for a moment, Raarh can feel the venom seep in. However, his resilience reduces the combined piercing and venom damage from 9 down to just 4 points. Goblin 13, not to be outdone, follows up with an attack of his own. With a well-aimed swing of his short sword, he aims a solid slash across your chest, adding the familiar dose of poison to the mix. That's an 18 to hit.
Yep, gets me.
So that would be 10 points of damage, but again, the damage gets reduced to a mere 5 points. Finally, Goblin 15, keeping a safe distance, races 30 feet in Tronald's direction. Drawing his short bow, he sends an arrow hurtling straight at the wizard. That's a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that hits me. I'll be damned if I'm going to waste any of my reactions on this little scruff.
The arrow connects, making Tronald wince as it embeds, dealing 8 points of damage. All right, so now it's Braga's turn.
At the start of his turn, he has to make a save against my moonbeam.
Of course, good reminding, Lunaria. That's an 18 to save, so I'm pretty sure that passes.
Yeah, it does. So he takes 8 points of radiant damage, reduced to 4.
Braga, the goblin shaman leader, narrows his eyes and begins chanting in a guttural language, his hands moving in quick, calculated patterns. From the ground, ethereal green tendrils, tainted with dark energy, rise and weave their way toward the corpses of his fallen kin. As they touch each goblin corpse within a wide radius, the very essence of their life force seems to be extracted, flowing back toward Braga. The ritualistic act is both awe-inspiring and revolting. The energy pulses through Braga, sealing his wounds, potentially invigorating him beyond his natural limits as he regains a staggering 39 hit points. But Braga isn't finished. With a twisted grin for his bonus action, he utters another incantation, and a dark symbol briefly appears on the foreheads of Goblins 11, 13, and 8. The symbol resembles a crude skull encased in a bubbling, oozing cloud. The goblins which are affected don't seem to be in any immediate pain, but a sense of unease is evident in their demeanor. They've been marked by the Blight of Braga.
The Blight of Braga. Well, that's fucking ominous.
All right, so top of the round, Tronald, you're up.
Okay, Joe, I'm going to cast a firebolt at Goblin number 15, then run towards the windmill. That's an 18 to hit, so it definitely does. And 17 points of fire damage.
Nice. All right, it's your turn now, Alexandrew, with Raarh on deck.
Right. So I'm going to run 25 feet towards Goblin number 15 and make 2 attacks against him with advantage because of my darkness.
You won't actually be able to see in your own magical darkness, Alexandrew, so it would be with disadvantage, not advantage.
Well, usually that would be the case, but because I took the feat Eldritch Invocations with Devil's Sight, I can see in magical darkness.
Oh, shit. Yeah, of course. Nice one, man.
All right, so that's a 20 and a 24 to hit, Joe.
Yeah, they hit.
So that's 15 total damage.
With lightning reflexes, Alexandrew, you close the distance to Goblin 15, delivering a swift punch directly to the creature's midsection, causing it to double over. Without missing a beat, you follow up with an upward strike to the goblin's chin, lifting it completely off the ground. The force of the blows leaves it lifeless as it crumples to the ground.
Nice. Then I'm going to run 15 feet this way to cover Tronald again.
Okay, I'm going to take a cleave at Goblin number 11 with my great axe. That's a 25 to hit.
Oh, that absolutely hits.
And 15 points of slashing damage.
As Raarh's great axe slices through Goblin 11 with a raw display of might, something malevolent stirs within the creature's veins. The goblin's eyes bulge, and its skin starts to pulsate grotesquely. Suddenly, its flesh begins to bloat and bubble, as if boiling from the inside. With an agonizing scream, Goblin 11 explodes in a putrid eruption of greenish pus and toxins. The blast engulfs a nearby Goblin 13, who chokes and stumbles back, his skin searing and blistering from the corrosive splash. The aftermath leaves a disgusting and smoking crater where Goblin 11 once stood, and the nauseating stench of decay fills the air.
Ew, that's gross.
So that's 20 points of poison damage to both you, Raarh, and Goblin number 13.
Wait, doesn't he get a save against it?
Nope. That's what makes this curse so horrifying.
You damn hacker.
I'm fine, Tronald. Don't worry about me. All right, Joe, I'm going to make my second attack against Goblin 13. That's a 14 total.
Yeah, that still hits.
So that's 14 points of slashing damage.
With another mighty swing, Raarh's great axe finds its mark on Goblin 13. Instantly, the familiar grotesque swelling begins, and within moments, the goblin detonates in a noxious burst of green toxins, echoing the fate of its comrade moments before. The immediate area is once again painted with the foul remnants of Braga's cursed magic. So that's 17 points of poison damage reduced to 8 because of your rage.
I guess we're kind of lucky these are exploding on me. If it was anyone else, you'd all be fucked.
Okay, so it's Goblin 1's turn. He's going to run behind you, Raarh, and take a slash towards you. That's a 16 to hit.
Aye, that hits me.
And 7 points of slashing damage alongside 2 points of poison damage reduced to 4. All right, Saxy, you're up. What you doing?
I'm going to make 2 attacks against Slud. The first one being a booming blade attack, and the second one being a normal one. So that's a 25 to hit and a 20 to hit.
Nice, they both hit.
So in total, That's 13 points of piercing damage and 6 points of thunder damage.
Awesome, dude.
Then I'm going to move 20 feet diagonally, to which I won't receive any attacks of opportunity, thanks to my kinetic jaunt.
How long does that last for?
It lasts for a minute.
Incredible. All right, so it's Goblin number 4 and 6's turn. Goblin 4, sensing an opening, darts towards Saxy with impressive speed, lashing out with its short sword. That's a natural 19 to hit for a 22 total.
Same fucking roll. I swear to God, I'm cursed. Oh, also, Joe, I forgot that I need to be making concentration checks when I get hit. Well, I rolled a 15 for that, so I'm fine.
The blade lands with a sharp sting, delivering both the cut of steel and a burning sensation from the venom it carries, resulting in a total of 9 points of damage. Almost in tandem, Goblin 6 surges forward to confront Raarh. He takes a wild slash, connecting solidly with a tainted 20 to hit. The power behind the strike is evident, but Raarh's rage once again dulls some of its effect, reducing the combined blade and poison damage to just 5 points. All right, Lunaria, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to make a bite attack against Goblin 4. That's a 19 to hit. And 12 points of piercing damage.
So now it's Goblin 8's turn. It races towards Raarh. Wow! That's a natural 20 to hit. His eyes gleam with a fierce determination, and with a yell, he delivers a masterfully executed slash. The blade connects with a resonating impact. The sheer force behind the strike is enough to almost make you recoil, Raarh, though your current state of rage manages to mitigate most of the blow. So that's 16 points of damage reduced to 8.
How are you looking, buddy?
Oh, you know me, Tronald. Slightly fucked, but with a smile on my face.
All right, so now it's Braga's turn. He's going to move away from the moonbeam over here.
So that's 8 points of thunder damage to him, Joe, for moving.
Awesome, dude. So with a wicked grin, Braga raises his hand and begins to chant with a dark energy beginning to pool between his fingers. The arcane words culminate as he releases his venomous skewer. A gargantuan arrow of corrosive green energy erupts from his palm, spiraling towards Lunaria with a malevolent hiss. The sheer speed and precision of the arrow give it an ethereal quality, making it seem like it's cutting through the very air itself. That's a natural 19 to hit. Upon impact, it pierces straight through Lunaria's dire wolf form. A gut-wrenching howl of pain echoes through the battlefield as the toxic energy disperses throughout her body, causing visible corrosion and searing pain. The sheer force of this devastating spell deals a staggering 32 points of poison damage, leaving Lunaria reeling from the intensity of Braga's malevolent power.
Damn! Well, I'm just glad he didn't roll a natural 20, because that would have been bad.
I'm going to need a concentration check from you, Lunaria.
Oops, that's an 8 total, Joe.
Following the devastating blow, the ethereal light of Lunaria's moonbeam starts to waver, flickering like a candle in the wind. Moments later, it dissipates entirely, plunging the area into natural night once again. Now Braga is going to use his bonus action to quickly retrieve a crimson flask from his belt. The thick liquid glows ominously within. With a swift motion, he tilts it back, consuming its contents. Almost instantly, his wounds begin to mend as he regains 34 hit points. He just drank a supreme healing potion.
God damn it. We could have done with that if we killed him before he had a chance to drink it.
Maybe he has more. Let's just kill him before he gets a chance to move again.
So that brings us to the top of the round. Tronald, you're up.
God damn it, Alexandrew. I know you're trying to protect me, but I literally cannot see shit with you stood there. Joe, are there any windows in the mill next to me?
Yeah, there is a large window, or at least an area where a window once was. It seems to be smashed from the previous goblin raid.
Okay, I'm going to climb through that then, Joe, and use my action to dash as far up as I can, hoping to get to a window at the top for my next turn.
Awesome. So you can get to around here.
Cool.
All right, Alexandrew, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to run to Goblin number 4 and make 2 attacks against it with advantage. That's a 19 and a 21 to hit.
Yeah, they both hit, dude.
That's 15 points of damage total.
Nice. All right, Raarh, you're up.
Okay, Joe, do I know if Goblin number 8 has been hit yet?
No, he hasn't been hit yet, although he is cursed with the Blight of Braga.
Alrighty. In that case, then, I'm going to make 2 attacks against it. That's a 15 to hit and a 25 to hit.
Yeah, they both hit, man. How much damage do you do?
So that's a total of 33 points of slashing damage.
Raarh, with a deep roar, you raise your great axe high. Your first swing connects heavily with Goblin 8, causing a chilling scream to pierce the air. Without missing a beat, you bring your axe down again, this time with even more ferocity, nearly cleaving the creature in two. As its lifeless form slumps to the ground, it's immediately consumed by a sickening green hue. Within moments, the goblin violently combusts in a toxic explosion. That's 16 points of poison damage, reduced to 8 because of your rage.
I've changed my mind, Tronald. My smile has faded, so now I'm looking just fucked up.
You're still alive, though, right?
Yeah, albeit barely.
Now it's Goblin number 1's turn. It's going to make a slash with its short sword towards you, Raarh. That's a 16 to hit. And 9 points of slashing damage plus 2 points of poison damage for a total of 11, which is reduced to 5.
I'm down!
Shit. Seriously?
Well, I mean, I would be if I didn't have my racial ability that once per long rest, whenever I'm knocked unconscious, I get back up again with 1 HP.
So you're not down.
Why are you acting like that, Saxy? Do you want him to be down or something?
What? Of course not. He just said he was down, so I wanted to confirm if he was or not so I can plan my next moves.
Yeah. You just want to see me fall.
Oh, stop whinging, you big crybaby.
All right, Saxy, it's your turn.
Okay, Joe. So I'm going to run behind Braga, then do the same again. 1 booming blade attack, followed by 1 normal attack. That's a 18 and a 16 to hit.
Yep, both of them hit.
Nice. So that's 13 points of damage for the first attack and 10 points for the second, for 23 total damage.
Nice work, brother.
Then I'm going to run 2 spaces down and 1 across, and that's my turn.
Goblin 4, with his sight completely taken away because of the darkness, lunges at Alexandrew with disadvantage. That's a natural one. In the darkness, he miscalculates, tripping over his own feet and missing by a mile. Goblin 6, with a wicked gleam in its eye, takes a precise slash at you, Raarh. That's an 18 to hit.
I'm fucking dead!
No. Raarh, are you happy now, Saxy?
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
The blade sinks deep, severing a major artery in your neck. A chilling silence ensues as blood sprays, and the mighty warrior starts to tremble. You all watch in horror as Raarh collapses to his knees, clutching his throat in a futile attempt to stem the bleeding. He stumbles forward, falling face first into the mud, his body going still.
Well, isn't this just fucking fabulous?
All right, it's your turn now, Lunaria.
Seeing Raarh fall, I let out a howl of anger and pain before charging towards Braga and making a bite attack against him. That's a tainted 20 to hit.
Yep, that certainly hits.
Awesome, so that's 13 points of damage.
So he rolled a 17 on his save against being knocked prone.
That's a shame.
Braga, with a wicked grin lining his jaw, once again channels the corrosive energy through his fingers as the venomous skewer is summoned. That's a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that absolutely hits me, Joe.
How much HP does your dire wolf have left, Lunaria?
It has 5, Joe, so not much.
As it connects, it's as if acid meets flesh. The fur and muscle of the dire wolf form sizzle and melt away, revealing the slender elfin silhouette of Lunaria. However, the sinister venom isn't done. It continues to gnaw at your skin, causing the residual damage to pierce into your true form, leaving raw, painful welts.
Ouch!
For his bonus action, he's going to pull another potion from his belt. This time, it's a greater healing potion.
Is this guy like charismatic Asmo or something? Because he's brought a whole goddamn apothecary with him.
Well, I can confirm that this is not charismatic Asmo.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. That's 16 points of healing.
For fuck's sake.
And we're back to the top of the round. What are you going to do, Tronald?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is stop this guy drinking healing potions like they're going out of fashion. So I'm going to cast Hold Person on him.
Unfortunately, he succeeds with a natural 20.
Well, unfortunately, he doesn't, Joe, because I'm giving him my portent 6.
Why do I always forget that? Well, Braga is now held.
Excellent.
All right, Alexandrew, it's your turn.
Right, so I'm going to run towards Braga, taking an attack of opportunity from this gobbo.
That's a natural 20 and a natural 19 with disadvantage. So 11 points of damage to you.
Ah, well, don't care. Next, I'm going to make 2 attacks against Braga, which if I hit will also be auto-crits because of his paralyzed state. So that's a 17 and a 26 to hit.
Yep, they both hit, man.
That's 24 points of damage total.
Nice.
Lastly, I'm going to drop my darkness, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay, Raarh, give me a death save.
Awesome. That's a natural fucking 2.
All right, so that's 1 fail. Saxy, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to ignore Braga for now, and instead run over to Raarh and cast Cure Wounds on him. That's 15 points of healing.
Nice. Raarh. As the cold embrace of death starts to pull you under, the suffocating darkness is suddenly pierced. A warm, radiant glow surrounds you. Your vision refocuses and you find yourself looking up at Saxy, who is crouched beside you, his hand channeling a soothing energy into your chest. The life-giving magic pulses through your body, pulling you back from the precipice of the void. The pain recedes and strength flows back into your limbs.
Damn! Thanks, Saxy. You're a literal lifesaver. And there I thought I was about to go out to a fucking goblin. My ancestors would have never let me hear the end of that one.
I got you, man. And I agree, if you're going to go out, it should be to something cool, like a Dracolich or a Teresk.
When will we be fighting one of them?
Hopefully not anytime soon.
Now it's Goblin 4 and 6's turn. Goblin 4, with a wild gleam in his eyes, darts towards Alexandrew. brandishing his short sword and aiming a frenzied swing. That's a 12 to hit.
Misses me, Joe.
Yeah, you effortlessly sidestep the clumsy attack, causing the goblin to stumble slightly. Meanwhile, Goblin 6, attempting to capitalize on Raarh's weakened state, lunges with his blade. That's an 8 to hit.
No chance.
Okay, Raarh, in your now reinvigorated state, you parry the strike with ease, pushing the goblin back. Both goblins now stand, panting, realizing that the battle is quickly shifting away from their favor. All right, Lunaria, it's your turn. What you doing?
I'm going to transform into a brown bear, then charge towards the paralyzed Braga before making a multi-attack against him. That's a 21 for the bite and a 25 for the claw.
Both hit.
So, doubling the dice, that's 42 points of damage.
Incredible. Okay, Lunaria, how do you want to do this?
I harness the sheer power and might of my brown bear form, feeling the earth shake beneath my massive paws with each step. With a roar that echoes through the battlefield, I barrel towards Braga with relentless fury. My claws, now gleaming with the anticipation of the kill, come crashing down, slicing through his chest like butter, sending him sprawling onto the muddy ground. Before he can even muster a scream or a plea, I pounce, jaws opening wide. With a swift and merciless snap, I grip his neck between my powerful teeth, tearing his head clear off. As I rise, his lifeless body lies decapitated, and I let out a victorious growl, signaling the fall of their vile goblin leader.
Damn, that was hard fucking core!
Yeah, that was a brutal description, Lunaria. Well done. All right, so top of the round, it's your turn, Tronald.
All right, guys, let's wrap this up. I cast a firebolt at goblin number 4, Joe. That's a 23 to hit. And 12 points of damage.
Nice, you kill him outright, Tronald. Okay, Alexandrew, you're up.
I'm going to make 2 attacks on goblin number 6, followed by a flurry of blows. So 4 attacks total. That's a 26, a 20, a 19, and a natural 20 to hit.
Nice, yeah, all of them hit, man.
So that's 35 points of damage.
Damn, yeah, you pulverize him into the earth. That brings us to Raarh, with the last goblin on the battlefield, now looking around frantically for a route of escape.
Yeah, I'm not about to give him that chance, Joe. I'm going to hog tie him with some rope.
Why not just kill him?
I don't know. I think it'll be more fun this way. All right, so that's a 23 strength check for me, Joe.
Raarh, you lunge towards the final goblin who, witnessing the fate of his leader, Braga, looks around in sheer panic. Before he can react, you grab the goblin and pin him to the ground. Despite his frantic struggles, you swiftly loop your rope around his limbs, pulling each knot tight. The goblin's efforts to resist are in vain, as his strength roll of a 3 is no match for yours. Within moments, goblin number 5 is securely hogtied, squirming helplessly on the ground while you stand triumphantly over your captured foe.
Take that, you piece of shit!
Beautifully spoken, Raarh.
So why did you think raiding this farmstead, full of innocent people, was a good idea?
Raarh, as you tower over the captured goblin, his eyes meet yours with a defiant glare. Spitting out his words with venom, the goblin sneers, "I ain't answering anything from you, just kill me and be done with it, you filthy blood traitor." His voice is laced with contempt and resignation, clearly showing no intention of cooperating or pleading for his life.
We very well might, but I think I'll leave that for your new boss to decide.
The goblin's confusion rapidly transforms into a mix of anger and disbelief. With a scornful laugh, he spits out his words, dripping with contempt and a crude edge. "New boss? What are you blabbering about, you big oaf? Ain't no goblin in their right mind gonna take orders from any of you lot. You're just making up fairy tales now. Go on then, get it over with."
What's your name, anyway?
Your question seems to catch the goblin off guard for a moment. He tilts his head up, a sardonic smile slowly spreading across his grimy face. He eyes you up with a mocking glint in his eyes before saying, "I ain't telling you nothing." Then with defiance, he gathers saliva in his mouth and spits directly at you, Raarh.
You shouldn't have did that.
Joe, I kicked the goblin in the face, not trying to injure him, but just to let him know how I feel about his disrespect. All right then. I'll just refer to you as little shit.
We should probably head back inside and check on Harland and his family.
Yeah. All right, Joe. I grab little shit by the scruff of his neck and begin dragging him back to the homestead.
Okay, as you firmly grip little shit by the scruff of his neck, you all start your trek back to the homestead. You navigate through the darkened fields, lit only by the moon's glow, stepping carefully around toxic pools that have formed from the lethal concoctions unleashed in the fight. The ground is a morbid tapestry, stained with the blood of goblins and the remnants of Braga's foul magic. Throughout this eerie procession, the hog-tied goblin cackles with unsettling hysteria, his laughter echoing through the night, adding a layer of disturbing ambiance to the scene. His mirth seems undiminished by his capture or the rough handling, as if he finds some twisted joy in the chaos he helped create. Upon reaching the homestead, the laughter abruptly stops, replaced by a chilling silence. The sight that greets you is a broken door, its remnants a stark indication that the night's horrors didn't end on the battlefield. The once secure entrance now lies in ruin, suggesting that danger has breached the walls of the homestead. In this tense moment, the goblin's tone shifts from mockery to a sinister insinuation. "Uh-oh. I hope there was nobody important to you in there," he says, his voice dripping with a twisted glee.
Well, this doesn't look great. How did they manage to get around us?
Who knows? But we should proceed with caution. Who knows how many of them are still lurking inside?
All right, Joe. With my armor still active, I'm going to make my way inside and look around. What do I see?
Make a perception check for me.
That's a 15 total.
Saxy, with your keen half-elven eyesight, you carefully survey the unsettling scene inside the homestead. The absence of light is no hindrance to you, allowing you to discern details that remain hidden in the gloom. The room is a scene of disarray and violence. Scraps of clothing lie torn and scattered across the floor, and the furniture is broken, suggesting a fierce struggle. Amidst the chaos, you notice small glimmers on the ground, scattered coins, silvers, and coppers seemingly dropped in the commotion. But what draws your attention most is the disturbing trail of blood. It weaves through the wreckage, a dark and ominous path leading towards what seems to be a trapdoor, where the sinister trail which is soaking into the floorboards ends abruptly.
Okay, I whisper to the rest of the group what I can see. My bet is that whatever attacked is lurking down there.
Well, I'm not about to waste any more time. Gaba, Harland, or his family could be seriously injured or worse. Joe, I cast light before running toward the trapdoor and attempting to rip it open.
Tronald, with a sense of urgency fueling your actions, you quickly cast the light spell. The room, once shrouded in darkness, is suddenly bathed in a bright, warm glow. The light illuminates the scene of disarray and stark clarity, making the torn scraps of clothing and shattered furniture all the more jarring. The coins on the floor glint sharply and the blood trail becomes vividly pronounced. Wasting no time, you dash towards the trapdoor, the urgency of the situation propelling you forward. As you reach it, you grab hold of the handle and pull with all your might. However, it doesn't budge. It seems to be locked or barred from the inside. You can feel the resistance as you strain against it, the muscles in your arms tensing with the effort. Tronald, make a strength check to see if you can force it open.
Nah, don't hurt yourself, brother. I've got this. Joe, I throw little shit over to Saxy. Keep an eye on him, will you? Then, I make my way over to the trapdoor and rip it off its hinges. That's a 22 total, Joe.
Raarh, with a determined grunt, you effortlessly toss little shit over to Saxy. The goblin, bound and helpless, rolls across the floor like a sausage flung from the skillet. His eyes are wide with fear and surprise, but he quickly regains some semblance of composure. Suddenly, the goblin starts to wail and scream, his voice shrill and piercing in the otherwise silent room. It's clear he's trying to make as much noise as possible, likely in an attempt to alert any of his allies who might be lurking in the shadows beneath the trapdoor. His shouts echo throughout the homestead.
For fuck's sake. I punch little shit in his mouth before holding my armored hands over them.
Saxy, you react swiftly to the screams of little shit. With a swift and precise movement, you land a solid punch right to the goblin's mouth. The impact sends a clear message, silencing him momentarily out of sheer shock. The room falls quiet for a brief moment, the only sound being the echo of your punch. But little shit, stubborn and defiant, attempts to scream again, his voice muffled and weak. Without hesitation, you move to wrap your armored hands around his face, effectively muffling any further attempts at noise. He writhes and squirms, trying desperately to bite at your fingers, but it's a futile effort. The thick, sturdy armor of your gauntlets proves impervious to his sharp but relatively weak goblin teeth. Held firmly in your grasp, little shit's attempts at alerting others become nothing more than muffled grunts and frustrated gnawing against your armor. Yet you feel as though the damage has already been done, and whatever is lurking beneath the floor has been fully alerted to your presence.
Yeah, I couldn't care less about what's going on over there, Joe. I continue to the trapdoor.
All right. Undeterred by the goblin's noise, you continue towards the trapdoor. With a deep breath, you grip the edges of the heavy wooden barrier, and with a mighty heave, you rip it clean off its hinges. The sound of splintering wood and metal fills the room as the trap door is torn away, revealing the darkness below.
I'm going to shine my light down there and see what's going on.
Tronald, you direct your light spell into the dark abyss below the trapdoor. The beam penetrates the gloom, revealing the details of the underground space. As the light floods the area, it's met with sudden movement. Out of the shadows, a figure lunges towards you with startling speed. It's a goblin, its blade gleaming menacingly in the artificial light. The blade arcs through the air, aiming straight for you, every muscle in your body tensing in anticipation of the impact. Time seems to slow as the blade draws closer, your mind racing through possible reactions. But then, just as quickly as the attack started, it halts. Inches from you, the blade stops in midair. The goblin's eyes, previously narrowed in aggression, widen in recognition. It's Goba. The adrenaline-fueled intensity on his face shifts to a mixture of relief and joy as he realizes it's you. With a sigh that's almost a laugh, he drops his weapon, the blade clattering noisily against the floor.
Ah, Boss Tronald, it's you. I was thinking we were done for.
What happened here, Goba?
Well, it started with pots and pans, right? I was in the kitchen, snacking on some leftovers, when these two sneaky gobos snuck in. Gave me quite the scare, they did. But old human and I, we weren't having any of it. We grabbed whatever was close. I had a frying pan, and he grabbed this big old rolling pin. We were like warriors in a kitchen battlefield. But it weren't all pots and pans. Got real dangerous, it did. One of them gobos had a knife, nearly got old human good. But I jumped in, took a slice across the arm. Hurt like fuck it did, but I wasn't about to let them hurt him. The fight got fierce when we backed into the cellar. Tight space, nowhere to run. It was wild. We were swinging and dodging, barely keeping those sneaky gits at bay. Old human, he's tough as nails. When one of the gobos had him by the throat, he headbutted him so hard I thought the goblin's head would pop off. By the end, we were both a mess, covered in bruises and cuts. But we did it. Goba and old human protected the family.
Wow, well, you've made me very proud, Goba. You've not only shown that you deserve to be my student, but that you're going to excel at being the goblin boss. Well done, Goba.
How's everyone looking, Joe? Does anyone need healing?
Saxi, as you survey the aftermath, the toll of the battle is evident. Goba, despite his triumphant retelling, is in a bad way. Blood oozes from several deep cuts, his breathing heavy and ragged. He's trying to maintain a brave face, but it's clear he's hurting. Harland, on the other hand, is a picture of sheer exhaustion, leaning heavily against the cellar wall. His body is a map of injuries. Cuts and stabs mar his skin. His eyes are heavy, and his breaths are shallow. It's a miracle he's still conscious. It seems that his family are surrounding him, trying to give him any kind of medical attention that they can muster.
I walk over to Harland and cast Cure Wounds on him.
I'm gonna do the same thing, but to Goba.
All right, Saxi and Lunaria, as you both focus your energies, you weave the healing magic around Harland and Goba. Your hands glow with a soothing light, and as you pass them over the injuries, you watch the wounds begin to knit together, the magic mending flesh and bone. Harland's cuts visibly seal, his breathing steadies, a look of relief washing over his tired face. Goba's wounds also close, his ragged breathing eases, and a grateful grin spreads across his goblin features.
How are you feeling, Harland? Better?
Harland nods gratefully at you, Saxi, drawing a deep, steadying breath that seems to carry the weight of his inner turmoil. Physically, I'm much better now, thanks to your healing. But inside, my thoughts were dark, consumed with anger towards Goba. I saw him alone in my homestead, and all I could think about was revenge for what his kind did to my home, my family. His eyes, filled with a mix of regret and newfound understanding, don't meet yours. Instead, they stare blankly past you, as if seeing something beyond the cellar walls. But he saved us all. I was so wrong about him, about so many things. I've learned something vital today. Change, real change, is not only possible, it's necessary. It's a hard lesson, but a crucial one. My kids, they deserve to grow up in a world that isn't blinded by hate, where people are judged by their deeds, not their lineage or race. Goba, that goblin, that race I have despised for so many years, he's opened my eyes. In a world rife with conflict and prejudice, he's a beacon of hope. My family and I owe him our lives, and I owe him my gratitude for showing me a path to a better future.
I understand what you're going through, Harland. The prejudices of this world are like chains, heavy and hard to break. For the longest time, I too believed change was a pipe dream, an impossible feat. But then, life introduced me to someone extraordinary, someone whose perspective on life was like a beacon in the dark. This person, he opened my eyes to possibilities I never dared to imagine. He taught me that this world, our world, doesn't have to be ruled by deceit and manipulation, but can be guided by compassion and understanding. This person, whom I hold in high regard, may not fully grasp the impact he's had on me, but I firmly believe that if there's anyone capable of ushering in a wave of genuine, lasting change, it's him. So, Harland, don't lose heart in the face of past prejudices. Change is not just a distant dream, it's a reality waiting to be shaped, and I am convinced that together, with the right hearts and minds leading the way, we can turn that dream into our new world.
Harland, still leaning heavily against the wall, looks up at you, Saxy, with a newfound respect glinting in his eyes. If what you say is true, and you all are the heralds of this new world, then I reckon you'll need all the strength you can muster. Rest, then. All of you. You've earned it more than you know. And as for me, well, I think I'll be joining you in that. He pushes himself off the wall, his movement slow but determined. You've given an old man a lot to think about. And maybe, just maybe, a glimpse of a world I never thought I'd live to see. With those words, he begins to shuffle his way out of the cellar, followed by his family, leaving you all to your own devices.
Well, I don't know about you lot, but I'm fucked. So, I'll be going to sleep now. Joe, I collapse on the floor and immediately fall into a deep sleep.
Yeah, I think I'll be joining him with that, but not here. I'll be sleeping in an actual bed. Joe, I head up to the chambers and go to sleep.
Okay, so are you all doing the same?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
The four of you, Tronald, Saxy, Lunaria, and Alexandrew, emerge from the cellar, passing by Raarh, who lies in a deep, undisturbed slumber on the hard floor. You each find your way to your chambers, and one by one you settle into these modest beds, your bodies aching, but your hearts lightened by the deeds done and the lives saved. The stillness of the night wraps around you like a blanket, and as your eyes close, the world outside fades away. Sleep comes quickly, deep, and restorative, carrying you away from the trials of the day into the peace of the night.
What about Goba? Where's he sleeping?
Oh, as soon as Raarh fell to the floor, Goba joined him, almost curling up to him like a cat.
Oh, that's sweet.
Tronald, as sleep takes hold, your mind is suddenly plunged into a vivid dream. You find yourself standing in a bedchamber of opulent luxury, a stark contrast to the humble room in which you fell asleep. The chamber is surrounded with platinum ornaments and dominated by a massive bed draped in fine silk. Its grandeur dwarfs the entire homestead where your physical form currently resides. In the doorway, you're in the midst of a tense conversation with a man, his words dripping with veiled threats. Remember your place, Lord Taniver. You may be the right hand of the Emperor, but your secret, if it were to be known, well, I very much doubt your tale would have a happy ending. His sinister smile chills you to the bone as he departs, leaving you alone with your fury. Slamming the door shut, you're overwhelmed with anger and frustration. The opulent room suddenly feels more like a gilded cage, trapping you with your own emotions. Your attention is drawn to two young boys playing on the bed. Unchecked, your anger spills over. Will you get off there before you break something or hurt yourselves? Get to your rooms now, both of you. The younger child, about 5 years old, scampers away in fear, quickly followed by the other, a 9-year-old boy who leaves with a calm defiance. Believing yourself alone, your anger collapses into despair, and you break down, sobbing into your hands. But then a gentle touch on your back startles you. It's the 9-year-old Aerith hugging you. His innocent voice cuts through the silence. "Why do you hate us, Father?" Your reply is heavy with emotion. "I don't hate you, Aerith. I love you. It's your actions I despise. I spend more time covering your messes than guiding Emperor Valerius towards what's to come." Your frustration is palpable as you pull away from the hug, turning your back on him. Then Aerith's voice, so young yet suggesting something dark. "Why not kill them, the ones threatening us? You could guide Valerius into a new age with no resistance." You turn slowly, rage boiling inside you, meeting Aerith's gaze. But just as you're about to speak, the dream shatters like glass. You're jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat, the echoes of the dream lingering hauntingly in your mind.
Man, I really hate these dreams. Is anyone else awake yet, Joe?
Your eyes sweep across the room, the bedclothes tangled in a testament to your restless slumber. However, the familiar forms of your companions are absent, their empty bedrolls bathed in a soft, beautiful light filtering through the window shutters.
All right, I'm going to leave the room and find them.
Tronald, shaking off the remnants of the dream, you decide to venture out of the room in search of your companions. Your feet meet the coolness of the floor, grounding you back to reality. The house is unusually quiet, yet there's a comforting stillness in the air, like the gentle calm of an early morning. The familiar surroundings, though devoid of their usual bustle, carry a sense of reassuring normalcy. The stillness doesn't feel oppressive. Instead, it's like a blank canvas waiting for the day's experiences to paint their vibrant strokes. As you walk through the corridors, the memories of laughter and shared moments with your friends seem to echo softly within your mind. It's at this moment you hear a muffled scream.
Boss, Tronald, help!
I run to the door, Joe. What the hell's going on?
Without a second thought, you dash towards the door, driven by an instinctive need to protect and assist. Your feet pound against the wooden floor, each step amplifying the urgency of the situation. As you reach the door, a fleeting moment of hesitation grips you, a brief struggle between the fear instilled by your nightmare and the resolve to face whatever lies beyond. With a deep breath, you thrust the door open, stepping into the unknown. A reluctant courage guides you to step outside. It's then a horror, far beyond your worst nightmares, manifests into a gruesome reality. Before you, a ghastly mountain of corpses reaches toward the heavens, a grotesque testament to an unspeakable atrocity. Your heart hammers in your chest, a frantic drumbeat in the still morning air. A chilling recognition dawns upon you as you spot the lifeless faces of Saxiron, Raarh, Lunaria, and Alexandrew amidst the macabre pile, their eyes forever closed. Their faces frozen in agony.
What the hell? I spin around. Joe, can I see anyone?
Panicked and disoriented, you spin around only to be confronted with more scenes of horror. Master Shenzhou, Charismatic Asmo, Harlan, Dalter, and Captain Jake Eagle lay before you in twisted repose, their broken bodies, bones twisted and snapped, painting a nightmarish tableau. Their accusing stares bore into you, a silent indictment that cuts far deeper than any blade. Desperate to flee this waking nightmare, you turn and dash back through the doorway, only to be met by fate's cruelest blow. Your momentum carries you straight into Celestia, and to your abject horror, you're holding a blade. Time seems to slow as the weapon drives mercilessly into her heart. She falls back, her lifeblood ebbing away, her final words a whispered condemnation that sears into your soul. You killed us all.
Celestia, no, this can't be. I didn't mean for this to happen. How did this... Why are you here? Why is everyone gone? Why are they all dead?
Tronald, as you witness Celestia collapse, the blade in your hand and her life drifting away, a scream of anguish erupts from you, shattering the stillness. The raw emotion in your voice seems to ripple through the very air, trembling with the weight of despair and guilt. In this moment of unbridled grief and desperation, magic responds instinctively to your pain, gathering and swirling with a life of its own. It's as if the universe itself is resonating with your agony, coalescing into a potent, volatile vortex of energy that you unleash without intention or control. From the depths of your torment emerges the cataclysmic force of a supernova. A radiant point of light, small at first, bursts forth from the core of your being, rapidly expanding into a colossal sphere of roaring, searing flames. The fire consumes everything in its path with the fury of a dying star, merciless and unstoppable. The mountainous pile of corpses, the remnants of your friends and allies, ignites in a merciless inferno. The homestead, once a sanctuary, offers no resistance as it is engulfed and obliterated, reduced to nothing but ash and cinders in mere moments. And then, as swiftly as it manifested, the supernova implodes upon itself, creating a cataclysmic shockwave. The very earth trembles and heaves, torn asunder by the force of the implosion. You feel yourself being hurled sideways by the tremendous power, the world a blur as you're flung through the air at unfathomable speeds. The air screams around you, the ground a distant memory as you're carried helplessly in the maelstrom. The devastation below is a rapidly expanding chasm of chaos, a testament to the unbridled energy unleashed in your moment of despair. But then, in the midst of this chaos, reality takes a sudden, disorienting turn. The blistering heat, the roaring flames, the landscape of destruction all dissolve into nothingness. In their place, the firm, grounding shake of Raarh's large hands brings you back to reality.
Wake the fuck up, Tronald!
Huh, you're here. You're all alive.
Of course we're all alive. You were the one who we thought was fucking dying. Jesus, man. You nearly gave us all heart attacks. You were convulsing and squirming like nothing we've ever seen before.
You looked like you was possessed.
Yeah, that's got to be the most horrifying thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was awful it was. While you were thrashing around, shaking and all, the room started heating up something fierce. Got so hot, I was sure we were all gonna turn to puddles. It was like being in a giant cooking pot, I tell you.
What do you mean the room got hot?
It wasn't just the room that got hot, Tronald. Everything did. I mean, fuck. Literally everything outside that wasn't already damaged started combusting. The only reason it didn't in here was because we were dousing everything with water.
Tronald, as you take in Saxy's words, your gaze sweeps across the room, and the evidence of what transpired becomes starkly clear. Everything around you is drenched, water pooling on the floor and dripping from the furniture. Even your own clothes are sodden, clinging uncomfortably to your skin. As you move, you notice the steam gently rising, the last remnants of an intense heat slowly dissipating into the air.
So you're telling me parts of my dream were real?
I don't know, man. What was your dream?
I tell them all about the first dream and the second dream.
Okay, so obviously what happened in your dream wasn't real, because here we are still breathing. But the crazy part is how your body reacted to whatever nightmare you were having. It was like you were trying to let loose a power that even you don't understand how to control. It's got to be something to do with Lord Tanavir's influence seeping into your consciousness. I mean, think about it, Tronald. If you had been in that state for any longer, that supernova you were on the brink of unleashing might have actually happened. We're talking about a power you don't even know how to wield.
I don't know what to say, guys. I'm sorry. I wish I knew why this was happening to me.
So you've got 2 sons then, Tronald?
Yeah, obviously. Didn't I tell you guys about them before?
No, you really didn't. You specifically said you had 1 son.
It seems like whenever I think I'm getting a semblance of understanding about my previous life, the board gets flipped upside down all over again. But yeah, I had 2 sons. Both were to different mothers.
And do you remember anything about these 2 women?
I mean, the details are a little iffy, but I remember my second wife, Lilith. She was nobility, a cousin of the emperor, sweet, kind, nurturing, the epitome of a noble woman, and the mother to my youngest son, Elendor. Then there was Morrigan, my first wife. She was with me from, well, forever, I think. Cunning, deliberate, always seemed like she was 3 steps ahead. I don't know, the details are fuzzy, but I always had this hunch that Morrigan was more of a chosen name than her real one. She even insisted I call her Princess Morrigan, despite having no royal blood that I knew of. We were on a task together. That's the whole reason why I came to the continent of Auroros.
Well, it certainly seems like fragments of your memories are returning piece by piece. Can you remember what your task was? Yours and Morrigan's, that is.
Nope, not even a little.
Did she die then? Sorry if that seemed a little abrupt, but why did you remarry?
No, she didn't die. She chose to leave. The moment our son Aerith was born, she left us.
Damn. Sorry to hear that, man. Did she leave because of the pressure of parenthood?
No, that's the strange thing about it. All she ever wanted was a child. The moment our son came into the world, it was as though she found her truest joy, a radiance like no other. That day, her happiness was unparalleled. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, that day was the last day I ever saw her.
Well, I'm absolutely lost.
I have a few theories. However, none of which I have even close to enough evidence backing them for me to share them.
Why not? Just tell us. We're not going to judge you if you're wrong.
It's not about you judging me, I just don't feel comfortable sharing it.
Why? I thought we were close. I thought we were family. There's no reason for you not to feel comfortable around me. Tell me, Saxy.
And it's precisely because you're family that I'm hesitant. If someone came to me with a theory about someone I loved, casting shadows on every memory, I'd resent them for it.
Saxy, I won't resent you. Whatever it is, it's just a theory, right? We're just talking. I need to hear it.
All right, fine, here it is then. She never loved you, Tronald. Morrigan, she was playing you all along. She used you to climb into a position of power. And then she used you again to have a son, see? It's a terrible theory.
Damn. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why would she use him to have a son, then abandon that son?
Unless there was a reason why she left, using Lord Tanaver yet again, by making him raise their son alone while she was off doing whatever she wanted.
It's not entirely far-fetched if you think about it. Her only desire was to have a child, yet the true purpose behind that wish remains a mystery. Consider this. If someone seeks a child with a person of not only a mighty bloodline, but also of eminent status, it's quite plausible that her intentions were strategic, not affectionate. She likely saw the child as another tool in her arsenal, a means to an end, rather than a product of genuine love.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Lunaria.
What does it even matter now, huh? All her grand plans, her cunning schemes, they're irrelevant. Aerith, Lilith, Elendor, they're all dead. And do you know why, Lunaria? Do you understand the bitter truth of it? They died because this so-called powerful bloodline was nothing but a farce. They're gone because I, the man who was supposed to protect them, failed miserably. I was too weak. They're all dead because of me.
See, but this is exactly the reason I didn't want to share it.
Whether you wanted to share it or not, Saxy, it changes nothing. My sons are still dead. Lord Tanaver remains a pathetic, spineless excuse of a man. And do you know who else fell because of my weakness? Celestia. That's right, but you know what? I'm done. Done talking about this. It might be too late for Lord Tanavir's family, but it's not too late for Celestia. So how about we get a move on?
Tronald, listen to me. You need to snap out of this and get a grip. You're standing here drowning in self-blame, but you don't even know the full story of how they died. Your weakness, that's nonsense. Let me ask you, if a dragon falls battling a bazillion men, does that make the dragon weak? No, it means the opposition was overwhelming. And what about a strong, kind man deceived by cunning tricksters? Is he weak? No. Strength isn't just about brute force. It's about resilience. Every single one of us here, we've all put our faith in you. You've saved us time and again. You've saved us more times than I can count. Granted, I can't count very high, but that's beyond the point. You are a force to be reckoned with, Tronald, not just for your magic, but for your sheer willpower. If Lord Tanavir had even a shred of your spirit, I'd bet anything it wasn't your so-called weakness that led to your family's fall. So pick yourself up and show the world the strength of Tronald. We believe in you, always have, always will.
Wait a second, where's little shit?
Little who now?
For fuck's sake. Where's the goblin you captured, Raarh?
Why are you asking me? I left him with you.
Oh my fucking god.
I told you we should have just killed him and be done with it. He's probably halfway back to the Horde, ready to tell them all about our plans.
It's at this point Gaba pipes up.
Hey, that sneaky git weren't going nowhere. You left him in the cellar, right? Raarh sleeps like a log. But me? Gobba's got ears like a bat. Couple hours in, I hears him wriggling and scraping, trying to get loose. So, I gets up, has a little gab with him. Yapped about how he don't fancy Tronald and me being the new big bosses. He weren't too chuffed, so I sorts him out, right? A quick bonk on the head, and out he goes. Dragged him outside, dumped him with his mates. And blimey, you lot sure gave him a right thumping. Proper bashing that was.
Well, I guess the boss has passed his judgment then.
Good stuff, Gaba. All right, I think it's time we leave Clearbrook Farm. Joe, I walk up to Harlan, thank him for the night's rest, for the food, then bid our farewells.
All right. Tronald, as you approach Harlan, thanking him for everything, he stares at you for a moment in silence before eventually responding, "You've got no need to thank me, Tronald. As I said before, it's me who's thankful to all of you. You folks have done more for me and mine than you know. Remember, you're always welcome back here anytime, you hear? Safe travels, friends, and may fortune smile upon you all." And with that, your group turns away from Clearbrook Farm, traversing the fields scattered with the remnants of your recent battle. The goblin corpses, a reminder of the dangers you've faced and those still lurking ahead. As the farm's image gradually fades into the distance, each of you contemplates the journey. The looming physical confrontations with the goblin horde are evident, but for Tronald, there are also the mental battles that rage within, battles just as challenging as any physical foe. All right, guys, as you leave the refuge of Clearbrook Farm behind, the familiar feel of the open road greets you once more. What speed would you guys like to proceed with? Will you proceed slowly, cautiously scanning for threats and secrets the land may hold? Maybe a normal pace, balancing vigilance with progress? Or perhaps you feel a sense of urgency to reach your destination swiftly, albeit at the risk of overlooking hidden dangers?
Well, I certainly see no need to start rushing. I mean, the goblin horde isn't going anywhere, and if it is, then we will just lay a trap for them when they return.
Agreed. Rushing now would just be foolish. If anything, I'd opt for the slower pace the closer we get to them.
Actually, there is one issue that I'm seeing with this. Gubba, do you know how quickly the horde will start to get suspicious if Braga and the rest of them don't return within a certain amount of time?
Hey, boss
Tronald, I wouldn't fret none over it. See, them looting parties, they can be out scrounging and pillaging for weeks, sometimes even more. And Braga, that lout, with mud and slud tagging along, they're the sort that wouldn't bother with no safety blankets or check-ins. They were cocky, thought they could handle anything, so no one back at the Horde's gonna start scratching their heads if they ain't back soon. They'll just figure they're out there, grabbing all they can carry. No suspicion. Not for a good while yet.
Struggled to get the first few words out in Goblin, did you, Joe?
I just wasn't expecting to have to be Gaba within the first minute, that's all. Anyway, I'm all warmed up now.
Well, that's very helpful. Thanks, Goba. So it seems like we have potentially weeks to make sure we're approaching this at the right angle.
But we're not actually going to take that long, are we?
I'd hope not, Lunaria. But it's good to know that there's no time pressure.
All right then, Joe. I guess we proceed at a slow pace, making sure to take in all the surroundings for any gobos that may be lurking.
Okay, at this slower pace, you're looking at about 3 days to reach your destination. That's an extra day compared to the 2 days it would have taken had you moved at a normal speed.
That's fine with us.
So who wants to take a lead with the perception checks? You'll be making these with advantage because of your slower pace.
I'm happy to take the lead with this if you guys are cool with that.
Go for it.
Yeah, you've got this, Saxy.
You do you, man.
Knock yourself out.
All right, so that's a 21 total, Joe.
Saxy, with your keen eyes leading the way, the party moves through the landscape with a sense of purpose and vigilance. As you reach the crest of a gentle hill after about 4 hours of travel, you're greeted by an extraordinary sight. There, slowly moving through the long grass of the valley below, is a creature of immense size and serene demeanor. A pteratort.
A terror what?
The pteratort. This enormous beast, resembling a tortoise of epic proportions, stands taller than most buildings you've seen. Its shell is a vibrant ecosystem in itself, covered in a lush layer of moss, interspersed with small flowering plants and even a few saplings. The creature's eyes, large and seemingly gentle, reflect a calm intelligence. Despite its massive size, the pteratort moves through the grassland with an ease that belies its bulk, carefully placing each step so as not to disturb the life teeming in the grass around it. As it ambles through the landscape, it occasionally stops to lower its head, interacting softly with the natural world it traverses, perhaps acknowledging the smaller creatures of the field or pausing at hidden natural wonders only it can see.
Wow, it's incredible.
You reckon it's related to Mr. Shenpu?
Are you trying to take the piss, or are you actually just that dense?
I'll let you work that one out for yourself.
Lunaria, do you have any idea what this creature actually is? I've never seen anything like it before.
I don't know. Joe, do I know what this creature is?
Absolutely, Lunaria. Your Eladrin heritage gifts you with the knowledge of this magnificent entity, the Gentle Titan, a revered guardian from the Fey realm. Its presence here in the material realm is nothing short of miraculous. This creature, usually a denizen of a world far removed from the one you now reside in, symbolizes a profound harmony with nature, a harmony that your own people deeply cherish. In Fey lore, the sighting of a gentle titan is an omen of great importance, often seen as a call to action to restore balance where it has been lost. The gentle titan's appearance in this realm of existence is as rare as it is awe-inspiring, suggesting a significant upheaval in the natural order or perhaps a weakening of the barriers between realms. Maybe the reason how it got here is not so different from how you did, Lunaria.
Wait, so you're not from this plane of existence?
Yes, Saxy, I am not originally from this plane. Back in the Feywild, I was in the midst of the Moonblossom Woods, gathering starlit berries from the luminescent azure-glow trees. It was a task I had done countless times, but that day was different. A rift of shimmering light appeared before me. Such oddities are quite common in the Feywilds, but curiosity overcame caution. I reached out to touch it, and it was a decision that altered the course of my life. In an instant, I was torn from my world and thrown into this one, finding myself in a dark, dense forest so starkly different from the vibrant luminescence of my home. The shock was overwhelming, the sense of loss profound. I was utterly alone, a child ripped from her realm, stranded in an alien world. Fear gripped me like never before. But in that darkness, I found solace among the creatures of the forest. They, in their own way, offered me comfort and a sense of belonging. It was through them that I began to understand this world, to find my place in it. Yet, even after all this time, the memory of that rift, the feeling of being torn away from everything I knew, still haunts me. The sight of the gentle titan here, so far from its own home, brings all those feelings rushing back.
Wow. Well, I'm really sorry about that.
Why are you sorry? You didn't cause the rift, did you?
It's just a term of phrase.
Joe, I want to go up to the creature and pat it.
Oh God, no, don't do that, man. Leave it be.
Don't worry, Saxy. He won't be in any danger approaching it. These creatures are incredibly perceptive. They can sense the nature of those around them. As long as Raarh doesn't exude a threatening vibe, the pteratort will understand his intentions are peaceful. Their kind is known for their gentle disposition, especially towards those who show respect for their majestic presence.
So what you're saying is he's fucked.
Raarh, as you stride confidently towards the pteratort, the colossal creature pauses in its tracks. Its immense, wise eyes fixate on you, examining your approach. There is a moment of tension, a sense of wariness from the creature, likely sensing a particular energy that often accompanies your nature. Despite this, the Terratort seems to recognize your current intentions as non-threatening. You continue to move closer, and the giant being, after a brief pause, decides to allow your approach. In a surprisingly gentle and deliberate movement, the Terratort lowers its massive head towards you. For a moment it hovers there, its eyes meeting yours, conveying a depth of understanding beyond words. Then, softly, it rubs its head against yours.
I like this. This is nice. Are you lost, buddy? Did you get taken from your home too?
The creature blinks its large, gentle eyes slowly in response to your words. It nods its massive head with a deliberate, almost thoughtful motion. It's as if, in its own way, the Terratort comprehends what you're saying.
Would you like some food? I don't have much, but I packed a bit away from last night's feast. So you can have some of it if you like.
Do you pull out a bundle of food, Raarh?
Yeah, then I hold it out to him.
Okay. Raarh, you decide to offer some of the food you packed from Clearbrook Farm to the Terratort. Unwrapping the bundle, you hold it out expectantly. However, the creature seems disinterested in the food, both meat and veggies alike. Instead, it begins sniffing curiously at your backpack, nudging it gently with its massive head. It's clear this fey creature has its own peculiar tastes, and it's eyeing one of your healing potions with an unmistakable interest.
Ooh, you want some magical goodies, buddy? Well, I guess that makes sense. Joe, I'd grab a healing potion and give it to him.
Oh, Raarh, don't do that, man. We don't have much of them left, and we sought it.
Raarh, how can you be sure that it's a him?
1 second. Joe, I walk underneath the big tortoise. Is it a him?
Ew.
Oh, okay. Without going into too much detail, you can confidently say that this Terratort is female.
Hey, Raarh, it's a lady.
Ooh, awesome. Has it accepted my healing potion, Joe?
The Terratort, with surprising dexterity for its size, gently takes the potion and, to your astonishment, carefully consumes it. Then, in a surprising turn of events, the Terratort gently grips you in its mouth.
What's it doing?
It's about to eat him.
That's an absolutely ludicrous suggestion. Terratorts don't eat people?
Raarh, are you going to allow her to pick you up or resist?
Oh, I'm absolutely going along for the ride, Joe.
Okay. Now dangling out of the Terratort's mouth, it begins lifting you effortlessly off the ground. But the creature's movements are gentle and precise. You find yourself placed on the edge of its massive shell. From this new vantage point, you notice several goblin-made arrows embedded in the creature's neck, the surrounding area inflamed from poison.
Damn! Well, I ain't no medic, but this doesn't look great. Lunaria, do you have anything that can be used to treat her with?
Yeah, sure, Joe. I cast Goodberry before wrapping all the summoned berries into a little pouch and throw them up to Raarh.
Awesome. Lunaria, with a gesture and a few softly spoken words, you cast Goodberry. In the palm of your hand, 10 small berries materialize, each one infused with a nurturing magic. They appear almost out of thin air, glowing faintly with a gentle, natural energy. The berries are plump and glisten with vitality, embodying the life-giving magic of the spell. You then quickly wrap these enchanted berries into a small pouch, making a neat little package. Then, you toss the pouch up towards Raarh, who's perched precariously on the shell of the Terratort. Raarh, you reach out and catch the pouch, effortlessly securing the magical berries.
What am I supposed to do with these then?
Slowly remove the arrows, making sure that they don't snap inside of her, then crush the berries up in your hands and rub them into the wound.
Alrighty then, Joe, I do that.
Give me either a medicine check or a dexterity check, buddy.
Oh, that's only a 12 for my dexterity check.
Raarh, with a steady hand, you begin the delicate task of removing the arrows from the Terratort's neck. One by one, you carefully pull out the arrowheads. The creature, despite its colossal size, winces slightly with each extraction. However, as you work on one particularly stubborn arrow, it snaps, leaving a fragment lodged within the wound.
Lunaria, I did the thing you told me not to do.
What's new there then?
Okay. So it's not a massive deal, but you're going to have to get it out one way or another. So you're either going to have to cut it out, or if you think you can get your fingers inside, you can pull it out.
I'm going to try push my finger in and pull it out, Joe.
Okay, give me a strength check to see if you can burrow into the thick hide.
That's an 18.
All right. Without hesitation, you use your fingers to probe the area, delicately navigating through the tough skin. Finally, you feel the sharp edge of the broken arrowhead, and with a gentle yet firm pull, with the arrowhead clasped between your index and middle finger, you manage to extract it.
Great. Okay, I throw all the arrows down to Tronald and Gobber. Are these definitely goblin-made, guys?
Well, Gobber, are these goblin-made?
Yeah, they're definitely gobber-made, boss. You can tell because of the crude workmanship on them. We ain't known for our craftsmanship, you know. These arrows. Look how rough and uneven they are, and the fletching's all haphazard-like. Plus, there's this nasty poison we like to use. Stinks something awful. Nah, that's a classic gobbo trick, that is. No doubt about it. But then, You guys already know that, don't you?
That's true. We certainly do know all about their poison.
Now I must squish the berries in my hand and start rubbing them into the wounds.
Okay. You open the pouch of good berries Lunaria provided and start to rub them into the wounds. The magical berries begin to work almost immediately. Over the next minute or two, you watch as the poison is cleansed from the Territort's body and the wounds start to heal, the flesh knitting back together as if guided by an invisible hand. The creature's relief is visible as it emits a loud, low hum, and you sense a profound gratitude emanating from it.
All right, Mrs. Tortoise, that should do the trick. I'm going to get off now, but when we're out there exploring, I promise to do my best at finding the cause of whatever took you from your home. Then maybe we can send you back.
As you finish your promise to the Territort, it once again delicately grasps you in its massive mouth, displaying a surprising gentleness. With careful movements, it lowers you back to the ground. As you stand there, you catch what seems to be a faint but unmistakable gesture from the creature, resembling a smile in its own tortoise-like way. Then, with a slow, dignified pace, the Territort begins to move away. You watch as its massive form gradually recedes into the distance.
That was a good thing you just did, Raarh. Well done.
Thanks, Tronald. I'm going to be honest, I didn't know where that was going. Initially, I just wanted to stroke it, but it seems like it had its own intentions for me. It's nice that it trusted me enough to take care of it, though.
It's truly impressive, Raarh. Gaining the acceptance of a Territort is no easy feat, and for it to place you on its back, especially in the midst of its pain, says a lot. These creatures are known to be highly discerning, and they don't trust easily. The fact that it chose you to help, allowing such close contact, it must have taken quite a liking to you.
Well, that's nice. But aside from us being one healing potion down, what exactly did we gain from that?
Everything.
Territorts have long memories, Alexandrew. Raarh's kindness won't be forgotten. Someday it might just come back to help us when we least expect it.
Right. It'd probably take like a year for it to travel what we can in a day.
Whilst they're basically just a gigantic version of a tortoise, they don't share the always slow trait. You see, when it comes to it, they can be very dangerous over short distances.
How much longer do we have of daylight, Joe?
Quite a while yet. It's around maybe 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Then I guess we continue onward.
Okay, so you guys continue to make your way in the direction of the Goblin Horde.
Hey, Saxy. So have you had any thoughts about how we're going to actually shift the balance of power when we get there?
Not really, man. I mean, there's going to be no avoiding some kind of battle with this goblin boss and his most loyal followers. Obviously, the best way to do this would be to sneak in and ambush him when he least expects it, but this presents its own problems. I have quite a significant doubt that if we just kill him outright, that it won't go down well with the rest of the Horde. The balance of power needs to shift in such a way that they will perceive Goba as a liberator, not a hostile takeover. Or he's just going to get overthrown the second we leave.
Well, we'll continue to think on it. I'm sure we can come up with something that will work just perfectly.
Hey, Tronald. How are you feeling about what I said earlier?
What are you talking about? What you said earlier? You're going to have to be more specific.
You know, about your first wife.
Oh, you mean when you said that my first wife never loved or cared for me and that she was only using me to get herself into a position of power? Nah, that doesn't ring a bell.
I'm being serious, man. I want you to be able to talk things through with me rather than keep them to yourself.
There's not much to say about it, Saxy. I got heated in the moment because of how real the dream felt. In reality, she's just a memory. A memory that's so patchy that it really doesn't bother me too much.
Joe, can I make an insight against Tronald to see if he's being truthful about not being bothered by it?
Sure, man. Roll it.
That's a 19 total, Joe.
I'm going to need either a persuasion or a deception from you, Tronald. Don't tell us which one you rolled, though, just the result.
Oof, so that's a 16 total.
Okay, so are you being truthful, Tronald?
He wants to believe he is, but it's bothering him far more than he's letting on.
All right. So, Saxy, you can tell that he seems to be avoiding the truth.
Okay, man. Well, as long as you're sure you're okay. If it ever does bother you, though, you can always talk to me.
Okay, Saxy, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, so as you guys continue your journey, with the terrain and hours passing by at a steady pace, the sky begins to change. The sun starts to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange, signaling the onset of evening. But just as you admire the sunset, you feel a single, solitary speck of rain tap against your head. It's quickly followed by a few more, innocuous at first. But within moments, the sky opens up into an absolute downpour. Rain cascades down in heavy sheets, drenching everything in its path.
It seems to be raining, guys. We should probably set up camp for the evening.
An astute observation, Raarh. But I agree, there's no need for us to be trudging on past nightfall, especially in this weather. Joe, can I make a perception check to see if there is any trees that would make a good shelter nearby?
Make a perception check, buddy.
That's a natural 20.
Nice. With the rain coming down in torrents, Saxy, your keen eyes scan the surroundings for any sign of shelter. Guided by your exceptional perception, the party veers off the beaten path, heading under a dense canopy of trees that offers some respite from the downpour. As you make your way through the thick foliage, a massive boulder situated perfectly to shield against the rain from all sides catches your attention.
This will do just fine, I think.
You know, we don't actually need to rough it out. You see, I've learned a new spell. It's called Tronald's Tiny Tower. When I cast it, it creates a magical tower, small but incredibly cozy and secure. It's large enough for all of us to fit comfortably inside. The tower will shield us from the elements, keeping the rain, wind, and anything else outside at bay. It's also perfectly temperature controlled inside, so we'll be warm and dry. And the best part? It's completely invisible to those outside, making it an ideal shelter for a night like this. Plus, it gives us a chance to rest up without worrying about any unwanted interruptions.
Damn, for real?
Yeah, I've been working on the concept for a while, and a few days ago it finally clicked.
That's incredible, Tronald. And it's going to be so useful going forward.
I'm really interested to see this. Are you going to cast it now?
Yep, it'll take me a minute to do, though, so I guess I'll get to it. Joe, I begin casting Tronald's Tiny Tower.
All right. Tronald, as you begin to cast your spell, the air around you starts to shimmer with magical energy. You move your hands in intricate patterns, muttering arcane words. The rest of you watch in fascination as seemingly out of nowhere, a structure begins to materialize. First, a base forms on the ground, expanding outward in a circular shape. Then, walls start to rise from the base, growing upwards and taking on a solid, tangible form. The structure, though small, is elegantly designed, resembling a miniature tower, complete with a peaked roof. As the final touches of the spell take shape, a door appears on one side of the tower. The entire structure, now fully formed, stands before you, a beacon of safety and comfort amidst the relentless downpour.
That's awesome, man. But that's not invisible.
What do you mean that's not invisible?
Well, you said it would be invisible. I'm just pointing out that I can see it.
No, I didn't say it was invisible. I said that it would be invisible to anyone on the outside.
What's the difference? I mean, I can still see it.
Not when I change it to camouflage mode, you won't.
Camouflage mode?
Yeah, it's opaque to anyone on the outside, so I can just make it look like a boulder or something. Also, even if something did manage to perceive that it's not actually a boulder, their chance of breaking in is slim to none.
Ooh, you mean it's like Frodo's cloak?
Exactly.
Who's Frodo?
Well, I'm going to go inside and get some rest.
Okay, Joe, we head inside and settle down for the night.
As each of you finds shelter within the cozy confines of Tronald's tiny tower, Saxy, you linger for a moment at the entrance. Just as you're about to step inside, a subtle shift in the earth catches your attention. It's a faint but distinct sound, like something collapsing or shifting under the weight of the downpour. Your gaze instinctively turns toward the massive boulder nearby, but it's not just its size and positioning that draws your attention now. Upon closer inspection, you notice something you hadn't before: intricate engravings on its surface of figures exchanging masks and symbols that resonate with a deeper meaning.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. Joe, I give it a more thorough look over.
Give me an investigation check.
That's a 22 total.
Driven by your natural curiosity and heightened perception, you take a moment to examine the area around the boulder more closely, even as the rain continues to pour. And that's when you notice it, something truly unusual. The mud beneath the boulder, perhaps loosened by the rain, appears to be caving in on itself as if it were concealing a hidden entrance. As you watch, the earth seems to shift further, revealing what looks like the mouth of a small tunnel. It's been hidden for who knows how long under layers of earth and stone.
Well, I'll head inside and tell the rest of the group what I found.
Saxy, as you step inside Tronald's tiny tower, you immediately feel a shift in the atmosphere. The harsh, cold wetness of the rainstorm is replaced by an inviting warmth that seems to wrap around you like a cozy blanket. The interior, though small, is surprisingly spacious and comfortable, with a soft, ambient light that creates a calm and soothing environment. The sound of the rain becomes a distant, muted rhythm, barely perceptible through the magical walls of the tower.
Hey guys, so I think I found some kind of hidden tunnel leading under that gigantic boulder. I mean, if that wasn't enough to pique my curiosity, there seems to be some kind of weird carvings on the stone, as if it's symbolizing something.
Interesting. Well, how about we get a night's rest in? Then we can explore it in the morning when the rain has stopped. I don't fancy being buried alive if the rain continues and it collapses on us.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good to me, man.
What do you want to do?
Well, I'm going to strip down to my tighty whities and hang my clothes up so they can dry faster.
Oh god, no, Raarh, nobody wants to see that.
Oh, wow, that's impressive.
Oh, don't be such a stickler, Saxy. Everyone here has seen all of this before. It really isn't that big of a deal.
So, who wants to play a drinking game? I swiped some hard liquor from the farm, and now seems like as good of a time as any to drink it.
Don't you just want to get some sleep?
Hell yeah, that sounds like fun.
I mean, sure, yeah, why not? Could be fun.
Well, I'm down. I can't remember the last time I played a drinking game.
Sorry, guys, I don't drink.
Well, what a perfect time to start.
Funny. But no, I don't drink because it's against my path.
Isn't violence also against your path? I mean, what happened to that whole black sheep bullshit you were spouting off about? Drink or don't drink, I don't care. But make your choice for you, not for some path that you don't even want to be on.
That's a good point, to be fair. Joe, can Raarh roll a persuasion check against me?
Yeah, sure, man. Raarh, give me a persuasion check.
Oh, that's a 6 total.
No, it's not. It's an 18 because I'm giving you my portent.
That seems like a grievous misuse of your portent, Tronald.
I think that I will be the one to decide what's a misuse or not. Plus, they will reset after this sleep anyway, so who cares?
All right, Alexandrew. Does an 18 persuade you?
Fuck it, I'm in.
That's my boy.
So what game do you want to play then, Raarh?
I was hoping we could have another game of Slap the Saxy, because I missed the majority of the last one.
Whilst that sounds fun and all, why don't we play something that, that's not centered around me getting hurt?
Oh!
Yeah, I think it would be a bit more inclusive if we played something else. What about Truth or Dare? That's always a fun one.
I'm down for whatever.
Yeah, I prefer that idea.
Right. I'm sure it had nothing to do with the person suggesting it.
Huh? Isn't me not wanting to get slapped multiple times a good enough reason?
I can see straight through you, bucko, but yeah, let's do it then.
All right, guys, for your game of Truth or Dare, we have a couple of options. We can play it where the person with the lowest roll faces a Truth or Dare challenge from the person with the highest roll. Or, if you prefer, we can simply take turns going around the group, continuing until only one person is left standing. How do you want to do this?
Just do the second option. Saves us being screwed over by rolls. All right, Joe. I'm going to split the whole bottle of what is this? Whiskey? Well, whatever it is, I'm going to split the bottle into 5 cups. If you refuse to do the challenge, you have to down your drink, then you're out.
Jesus, man. That's hardly a drinking game. It's more of a trying to kill us game.
Well, just don't refuse any then, Saxy, and you'll be fine.
How about we just stick to truths? It could be more interesting that way.
I'm fine with that.
What about Gobba? Isn't he playing?
No, Gubba has studying to do.
Fair enough.
All right, then. So, the order will be Saxy, Tronald, Raarh, Alexandrew, then Lunaria.
Okay, so I'm going to direct this one towards you, Raarh. Who in the party do you trust the least?
Oof, straight in with the difficult ones then, are we? Fine. So, there's nobody that I distrust, so to speak, but if I had to pick someone, it'd have to be Lunaria.
Do you mind me asking why?
Well, anyone who finds Saxy as funny as you do, that's reason enough for me to be suspicious of them.
That's a fair point.
Wow.
So, Alexandrew, what's the biggest lie you've ever told?
The biggest lie I ever told was back at the temple. Back when I was younger, I witnessed one of the senior monks abuse their power, harming a fellow novice. Out of fear and confusion, I remained silent. When questioned, I lied, denying any knowledge of the incident.
Huh, that seems unlike you.
So where is this monk now then?
One question at a time, Tronald. I've answered you already.
All right then, it's my turn. Where is this monk now then, Alexandrew?
I don't know where that monk is now. He's probably been redigested into the world, serving as plant food for seaweed at the bottom of the ocean. You see, he was a bad egg. When I was younger, I couldn't do anything about it. But as I grew and continued to see the harm he was causing, I realized something had to be done. I took matters into my own hands and got rid of the problem.
Dark.
All right then, Saxy. What's the most selfish thing you've ever done?
Well, when I was younger, I did something I'm not proud of. I needed some tools for my own projects, tools I couldn't afford. So I took a valuable crystal from one of my parents' intricate devices. I thought it was just a spare part, something they wouldn't miss. I sold it to get the money I needed. But that crystal, it was more important than I realized.
That doesn't seem too bad. I mean, it's just childish antics, right?
It was that bad, Tronald.
Okay, Saxy, so why was it that bad? What was the crystal? And why do you regret that moment so much?
Well, its removal caused the device. It caused the device to malfunction and, you know what? Sod it, I'm drinking. I don't want to talk about this.
All right. At first, the initial sip of whiskey isn't too harsh. It's strong, certainly, but manageable. However, as you continue to drink, downing the liquid in one continuous motion, the true potency of the drink makes itself known. About halfway through the glass, a burning sensation starts in your throat, intensifying rapidly. The heat spreads down your esophagus, a fiery trail marking the whiskey's path. Once the glass is empty, you're left with a lingering heat, a reminder of the potent drink you've just consumed in an attempt to escape the weight of your own thoughts.
Damn, that burns like a motherfucker. I'm sorry, guys, but that topic is just something I don't really want to talk about.
Well, it's time to get a little bit more difficult, I think, to flush out the competition. Okay, Raarh, is there anything that would make you betray one of us?
Too vague. You have to give me the name of the individual we're talking about.
All right, then, let me rephrase. Is there anything that would make you betray me or Saxy?
Absolutely not.
Seriously, Raarh, Not even in situations like protecting innocent lives or to prevent a greater evil? What if you had to do it to save a loved one? You're telling me none of those scenarios would make you reconsider?
Nope. I'm sorry if that sounds a bit harsh, but I'd let 1,000 innocents burn before I'd betray my family. And saving a loved one, there ain't nobody alive that I care for enough to betray them too. They are my loved ones.
What about me and Alexandrew?
Nah, fuck you two. I'd betray both of you for a nice roast chicken.
Oh, shit.
Wow, seriously?
Nah, I'm just messing. It'd have to be at least 2 chickens.
Lovely.
All right then, my turn. Lunaria, have you ever done something unforgivable?
Yeah, I have.
All right, my turn. What did you do that was unforgivable?
Yeah, I'm not sharing that. Joe, I drink.
Another one bites the dust.
All right, so Alexandrew, who is your favorite among us?
Probably Gaba, and that should say a lot.
Wow.
I'm just messing. Honestly, I don't know any of you well enough yet to pick a favorite. You're all pretty awesome in your own way.
All right, Tronald, what is your biggest regret?
Wow, probably that I was too weak to stop my family from dying. You know what? Why don't you two finish the game off? I'm gonna go get some sleep.
All right, now, back to the theme of betrayal. What if it meant saving your mother, Raarh? Would you consider it then?
That's a bit of a low blow, buddy.
Yeah, that was a little insensitive, Alexandrew.
What? I just want to be thorough with the question, that's all.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get some rest too. Maybe this wasn't the best game to have played.
Does this mean I win?
Yeah, you win, but at what cost, Alexandrew? At what cost?
As the game of truth draws to a close, a thoughtful silence settles over the group. Everyone, aside from Alexandrew, seems to be lost in their own reflections, mulling over the memories and hypotheticals that the game unearthed. The flickering light of the magical shelter begins to dim, almost reflecting the mood. The usual nighttime chatter and banter are noticeably absent. Instead, each of you finds a spot to settle down. All right, so all of you have completed a long rest and are feeling fully refreshed for the day ahead.
I feel like ass, guys. I'm really not used to drinking.
Just get some water down you and you'll be fine. All right, so you said there was a strange tunnel or something that you saw last night?
Yeah, well, at least that's what it looked like. It's literally right outside your tower, if you want to have a look.
Okay, well, the tower's about to dissipate now, guys, so pack up your stuff and let's get going.
Is the tunnel still there, Joe?
As morning light filters into the fading magic of Tronald's tiny tower Saxi, you step outside to check on the tunnel. You find that it's still there, seemingly untouched despite the night's downpour. The rain has stopped, leaving the air fresh and the ground wet. The earth around the tunnel entrance is muddy, but it's clear that the tunnel has withstood the torrential rain, maintaining its integrity.
Does it look big enough for us to get into it?
Yeah, the tunnel entrance appears large enough for you to enter, but it would require some crawling. Its size is somewhat constrained, but the wet mud surrounding it seems to have loosened, potentially making it easier for you to widen or navigate through the space if needed. Any lack of room could be mitigated by the soft earth, giving you just enough space to make your way inside.
What are we saying then, guys? Are we going to exploring?
Yeah, I'm down for a bit of explorations.
What did you say the carvings on the boulder were again, Joe?
They depict figures exchanging mass.
And do I have any idea what that could mean?
Give me a straight intelligence check, Tronald.
That's a 17.
All right. Given your knowledge and experience, you understand that the depiction of figures exchanging masks often symbolizes themes of transformation, identity, and understanding the perspectives of others.
Right? Well, I have no idea what awaits us inside, but there could be some loot there, so let's get on with it. Joe, I cast light, then begin to crawl into the tunnel.
Okay. The rest of you watch as Tronald crouches down and begins to crawl into the tunnel with the light from his spell leading the way, cutting through the darkness ahead. Do the rest of you follow?
Yeah, I'll go in next.
I'll go after Raarh.
Then I guess I'll follow Saxi.
Yeah, I'll go in last then.
As each of you enters the tunnel one by one, you find yourselves crawling through the narrow, muddy passage. The earthy smell of wet soil fills your nostrils, and the cool dampness of the mud seeps through your clothes. It's an uncomfortable and claustrophobic journey, with only the light from Tronald's spell to guide you. 1 minute passes, then 2, as you slowly make your way forward on hands and knees. The tunnel seems to stretch on interminably, and with each passing minute, the confines of the space seem to press closer. At the 5-minute mark, the air feels heavier as the darkness around the edges of Tronald's light grows much more oppressive. Saxi, following closely behind Tronald, you're acutely aware of the passage of time. 10 minutes in, you're struck by a sudden change. The light from Tronald's spell, your only source of illumination in the cramped tunnel, abruptly fades away, plunging you all into complete darkness. The sudden loss of sight is disorienting, creating a moment of collective claustrophobic panic. For a brief instant, everyone is frozen. A shared sense of vulnerability and uncertainty becomes heavy in the pitch-black tunnel.
The end must be somewhere close then. I keep pressing on, Joe.
Okay. Despite the pitch-black surroundings, you decide to press on, feeling your way forward. The tunnel's walls begin to widen and the ground beneath you changes, becoming less muddy and more solid. Suddenly, as if triggered by your entry into this new space, Tronald's light flares back to life with startling intensity. You emerge into a vast chamber, and as your eyes adjust, a sense of awe at the chamber's grandeur swiftly gives way to confusion. Glancing around, you realize not only that none of your allies are visible, but the chamber is not illuminated by Tronald's spell, but by a mysterious, unknown source of light. Despite being almost next to each other inside of the tunnel, each of you appears to now be alone, isolated in this expansive space.
Wait, so what the hell's going on here, Joe? Do you mean we just can't see each other or what? What can I see?
You see ropes dangling from the ceiling, sturdy and knotted. Along one wall, there are various ledges and grips, forming a challenging climbing wall. Scattered across the floor, you notice a series of plates, each slightly raised, hinting at potential traps or triggers beneath them. In the center of the chamber, there's a heavily padded dummy equipped with armor and a mock weapon, standing as if ready for a sparring session. Weighted objects are strategically placed around the room, their purpose not immediately clear.
Oh, great. Well, I sure wish Raarh was here to help me figure this out. I've got about as much chance of lifting any of this stuff as Saxy has at telling a good joke.
Damn, that's rude. Well, what can I see, Joe?
Saxy, you're standing in what appears to be a dense wild forest, complete with towering trees, thick underbrush, and the sounds of unseen creatures in the distance. The foliage around you is thick and lush, with various plants and herbs that you can't immediately identify. The canopy above is so dense that it filters the light, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor. In the distance, you can hear the sound of running water, suggesting the presence of a stream or river. Scattered around you are natural elements that could be used for survival. Stones that could be shaped into tools, branches suitable for building shelter, and various plants that might be edible or have medicinal properties. There are no clear paths through the forest, and the undergrowth seems to hide more than it reveals.
I see what's happening here. It all ties back to those carvings on the boulder, the ones with masks being exchanged. This whole area, this labyrinth, has transported us to different realms, or more accurately, different instances tailored to each of us. It's clever, really. We're in scenarios where we're out of our element, in situations where we're least comfortable. It's a test, but not just any test. It's designed to challenge us in ways that our usual skills don't apply. Where one of us would struggle, another would breeze through easily. It's all about stepping into the shoes of our allies and understanding their strengths and challenges. That's what the mask exchange symbolizes. Seeing the world from a perspective that's not our own.
Well, thanks for clarifying that, Saxy, but none of us can actually hear you.
It's strange because whilst you can't actually hear his words due to the separation, there's an odd, almost intuitive sense that allows you to understand the essence of his thoughts and feelings. It's as if the labyrinth not only isolates you physically, but also connects you on a deeper, empathetic level. So, even though you don't hear Saxy's explanation audibly, you find yourself comprehending what he's realizing at almost the same moment. It's a peculiar sensation, like a silent understanding that transcends words. This connection suggests that the labyrinth is not just about physical or intellectual challenges, but also about fostering a deeper bond and understanding among all of you, even when you are apart.
Oh, cool. Well, what do I see then, Joe?
Raarh, as you step into your chamber, you find yourself in a setting that is a stark contrast to the battlefields and arenas you're accustomed to. You're standing in what looks like a grand council chamber, with a large round table at the center surrounded by ornate chairs. The room is covered with symbols of peace and diplomacy, flags and banners of various realms, each signifying alliance and accord. Around the table are ethereal figures, translucent and ghostly, representing spirits or entities engaged in a heated debate. They seem to be feuding, their gestures animated, even though no sound comes from their lips. The atmosphere is tense, charged with the energy of unresolved conflict. In this chamber, brute strength and combat skills seem irrelevant. Instead, the challenge before you appears to be one of diplomacy and negotiation. You're in a situation where words and understanding are the weapons, and patience is the shield. The task at hand seems to be to mediate this spectral dispute, to bring peace where there is discord.
Oh, great. Well, it looks like I'm dying in here then. I lived a good life.
Okay then, Joe. What is my chamber presenting me with?
Alexandrew, as you look around, the scene before you is one of solemnity and subdued emotion. You find yourself in a serene, almost temple-like space filled with a gentle, calming light. The room is circular, with walls shimmering in soft, soothing colors and symbols. At the center of the chamber, you see a series of translucent figures. Each figure appears to be in distress, their forms flickering with shades of pain and sorrow. The air is filled with an intense sense of suffering, yet there's also an underlying current of hope and the possibility of relief. In this chamber, your martial skills and physical prowess take a back seat. Instead, the challenge laid out before you is one of healing and empathy. These suffering spirits seem to be in need of not just physical healing, but also emotional and spiritual soothing. It's a task that calls for a gentle touch, a listening ear, and a compassionate heart.
I don't know what this chamber is trying to suggest. I'm very compassionate.
Keep telling yourself that. Joe, what do I see then?
The room you find yourself in resembles an ancient library or arcane study, filled with towering bookshelves laden with dusty tomes, scrolls, and various artifacts of magical significance. The chamber is dimly lit by flickering candles, casting dancing shadows across the walls, which are inscribed with complex magical runes and symbols. At the center of the room is a large, ornate table upon which lay several intricate puzzles and riddles, their designs both perplexing and intriguing. Each puzzle seems to be embedded with arcane energy, hinting at a need for deep magical lore and intellect to solve them. The air is heavy with the scent of old books and the faint metallic tang of magic.
Hey guys, if you can hear me or feel me or whatever, I'm going to be honest. This is a little more than I thought it would be, so I'm going to head back out of the tunnel.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to skipping this.
Right. So the funny thing is, as you make the decision to turn around and head back to the surface through the tunnel, you're met with an unexpected and startling realization. There is no exit. The way you came in, the tunnel that led you here, seems to have vanished, as if it never existed. It appears that you are all encapsulated within these separate realms, each unique to your individual challenges. There's a sense of finality in the air, a clear indication that the only way out of this situation is not back, but forwards. The labyrinth has set its rules, and it seems intent on seeing you through the trials it has laid out for you.
Oh, great. Well, isn't that just wonderful?
So who's going to go first then? Because obviously it's a unique challenge to each of us, so let's just get them done one at a time.
I'll go first. Why not?
Okay, Tronald, so what are you doing?
I want to take a look around. Is there a logical way of dealing with this? Like, what should I actually be doing?
Tronald, as you take a moment to survey your surroundings, you quickly realize that the chamber is laid out in a way that suggests a certain progression. The immediate and most prominent feature is an obstacle course. It stands out not just in its physical presence, but also in how it's positioned in the room, almost as if it's the starting point of your challenge, with the other areas seemingly unreachable without first crossing this.
All right, then I walk up to the start of the obstacle course and cast my Earthen Grasp spell. I'll just have it carry me over.
Okay. With a strategic mindset, you decide to use your magic to your advantage. You stand at the start of the obstacle course and begin the incantation for your spell, a clever idea to bypass the physical challenge. However, as you start to chant the familiar words and execute the hand movements, something unexpected happens. Not only does the spell fail to materialize, but you also find yourself struggling to even remember how to cast it. It's as if the knowledge of spellcasting, usually at your fingertips, has slipped away, leaving you unable to access your magical abilities.
Oh, wow.
My God, this just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? All right, then, I guess it's trying to do this the old-fashioned way. Joe, what does the obstacle course include?
First, there's a high wall that you must scale. It's smooth and tall, requiring both strength and strategy to climb. Following that, there are several ropes hanging from the ceiling, spaced out in a way that you'll need to swing from one to the next to cross a gap. After the ropes, you come to a series of narrow beams set at varying heights. These beams demand balance and precision as you navigate across them. Finally, the course ends with a leap across a wide gap.
Right. Well, I make my way to the wall and size it up, looking for any irregularities or patterns that might be used to my advantage.
Nope. There are no handholds, no irregularities, no discernible patterns. Just a sheer, smooth surface stretching up a daunting 20 feet.
So 2 things, Joe. Number 1, that's a mighty impressive wall. If I ever needed a wall to protect something, it would be this wall. Number 2, how the fuck am I meant to climb this thing?
I don't know, man. That's for you to figure out.
Helpful. All right, then. I guess I take a running jump at the wall to see if I can reach the top.
Give me an athletics check.
That's a 10 total, Joe.
Tronald, you step back, gearing up for a running jump. With a burst of energy, you sprint towards the wall, leaping with all your might. However, instead of scaling its height, you find yourself barely reaching 3 feet off the ground. You smack into the wall with a resounding thud, your arms flailing in a futile attempt to grab hold of something, anything. In a moment that defies the laws of grace, you rebound off the wall in a backward arc, arms and legs akimbo. You land flat on your back with a muffled oomph, the air momentarily knocked out of you.
How the hell do Alexandrew and Raarh make climbing look so easy? This is hard.
You need to...
Bested by a goddamn wall, what a joke.
Joe, I try convey my thoughts to him as I can feel him struggling. You need to use your momentum to carry you up the wall, almost pushing off it at a downward angle so it propels you vertically.
Right, yeah, because that piece of advice is going to help me succeed. Joe, I try again doing what Alexandrew suggested.
Give me another athletics check then, man.
Okay, so that's a 15.
Tronald, you take a deep breath and prepare for another attempt. This time you aim to use your momentum more strategically, pushing off the wall at a downward angle to propel yourself upwards. You start running towards the wall, picking up speed. Just as you reach it, you plant your foot against the wall, aiming to push off in the way Alexandrew described. However, in your haste and frustration, your foot finds less purchase than you expected. In an almost slow-motion spectacle, your foot slips and your body pivots awkwardly. Instead of soaring upwards, you find yourself hurtling face first into the wall. Your arms flail out in a reflexive but futile attempt to brace for impact. There's a loud crack as you make contact, nose first, before gravity takes over, pulling you back down to the ground. As you sit up, nursing your bruised ego and nose, it dawns on you that there's more finesse and technique to this than just sheer force and momentum. Alexandrew's method isn't just about physical action, it's about understanding and appreciating the skill behind it. Maybe, just maybe, there's a lesson in that realization.
I always took my magic for granted, thinking it was the answer to every obstacle. But here I am, without it, and I can't even get past this wall. It's humbling, really. This whole area, this challenge, it's teaching me something crucial, the skill, the technique. It's not just about physical strength or magical power. It's about understanding, adapting, learning to do things I never thought I'd have to. I've been so focused on what I can do with my spells that I've overlooked the finesse required for something like this. Every jump, every climb that Alexandrew makes look so easy. There's skill there, a deep understanding of his own abilities. It's a skill I need to appreciate, not just think that it can be bypassed with magic. Maybe that's what this test is all about. Not just overcoming a physical barrier, but also breaking through my own preconceptions and limitations.
That's a nice thought monologue, Tronald. But how about you get your ass up and climb that wall?
Tronald, in this moment of realization, there's a palpable shift in your perspective. As you sit there, reflecting on the skills and abilities that lie beyond the realm of magic, something remarkable happens. It's almost as if, through this newfound appreciation and understanding, you forge a deeper connection with Alexandrew. You feel an unexpected surge of energy, a newfound agility and physical awareness that wasn't there before. It's as though Alexandrew's skills, his finesse and physical prowess are now within your grasp, resonating within you. Your body feels lighter, more capable, and attuned to the physical world around you in a way it never has been. Tronald, you now find yourself with access to all of Alexandrew's stats and abilities. Your approach to the wall, to this entire challenge, can now be informed by a blend of your own knowledge and the physical skills that you've just embraced. As you stand up, dusting yourself off, you feel a sense of confidence and readiness. You're no longer just a wizard facing a physical trial. You're a wizard armed with the capabilities of a skilled monk.
I'm gonna climb that wall.
Sorry, I didn't hear you there, buddy. The signal between our thoughts must be a bit poor. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna climb that wall.
I want to hear it again, Tronald. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna climb that fucking wall.
Then stop telling me about it, Tronald, and climb that fucking wall.
Joe, I climbed the fucking wall.
Roll a fucking acrobatics check.
That's a fucking 21.
Oh, you fucking climb that wall, Tronald?
Why is everyone fucking swearing over the intercom?
I don't know, but we've probably used up all of our F-bomb allowance for this video.
Tronald, now imbued with a newfound agility, you approach the wall again. This time there's a fluid confidence in your movements, a stark contrast to your previous attempts. You take a moment to focus, channeling Alexandrew's physical prowess. With a deep breath, you begin your ascent. You run towards the wall, and in a display of surprising athleticism, you kick off the vertical surface. Your body moves with precision and control. Each touch on the wall not just a step, but a graceful propulsion upwards. First, you push off near the bottom, gaining initial height. Then, with a second, more forceful kick, you find yourself reaching even higher. Finally, with a third and final push, you're soaring up the wall. Your hands reach the top, gripping the edge firmly. Pulling yourself up with an ease that feels both exhilarating and unfamiliar, you swing a leg over and hoist yourself onto the top of the wall.
Yes, I did it, guys. I completed my challenge.
That's actually just the first stage of it, man.
I'm aware, Joe. I was just joking. All right, I proceed with the rest of the course.
Okay, man, give me 3 acrobatics checks.
That's a tainted 20, a 22, and a 19.
Tronald, with the wall conquered, you turn your attention to the ropes. You grab the first one, focusing intensely. Your body swings through the air, a perfect arc from one rope to the next. Each grab and release is timed impeccably. You're a wizard transformed into an acrobat, moving with such fluidity that it absolutely surprises you. Now at the beams, the real test of balance begins. Each beam sits at a different height, challenging your every step. You begin cautiously, your foot placement deliberate. There's a moment of high tension when you nearly lose your footing, your heart racing as you teeter on the edge. But with a 22 in acrobatics, you swiftly regain your balance, a narrow save that has you taking a sharp intake of breath. You proceed with renewed caution, acutely aware of the risk with each precise step. Finally, you arrive at the wide gap. It's a daunting jump, requiring not just physical strength, but a leap of faith. You back up, your eyes measuring the distance. With a burst of speed, you dash towards the edge. Your leap is a blend of power and grace, the gap beneath you a blur. The 19 in acrobatics powers your flight across the chasm. You land with a majestic roll on the other side, a smooth finish to a heart-stopping moment.
Well. Would you look at that? Old Tronald's got some spring in his step.
Nice work, man.
That was pretty impressive. Of course, I didn't see it, but I sure as hell felt it.
Yeah, you was like a majestic seagull, flying through the air with the wind beneath your wings.
I don't know about a seagull, Raarh. What about an eagle instead?
Fuck eagles. Seagulls are where it's at.
Oh, yeah. I almost forgot about that whole exchange.
What whole exchange?
Oh, just Raarh nearly got killed by an eagle, which turned out not to be an eagle, but a rock instead. Basically, he tried to catch and kill a seagull after it pooped on him, but then he had a change of heart after the baby rock that looked like an eagle tried to take and eat the seagull. You see, it turned out that the seagull was a mummy seagull protecting her baby seagulls. So Raarh felt it necessary to protect the mummy seagull from the baby eagle that wasn't an eagle, which was trying to eat the seagull, to where the mummy rock wasn't too happy with that, so it tried to kill Raarh. Yeah, it was quite the encounter.
What the fuck?
It was just my maternal instinct kicking in. You wouldn't know anything about that, Alexandrew.
Yeah, you're right about that one, Raarh. I certainly wouldn't know about maternal instincts.
I think what you meant to say was paternal instinct.
All right, Joe, what's next on the agenda?
Oh, screw you, man. How are you even cutting my thoughts off? This is bullshit.
Energized from conquering the obstacle course, Tronald, you scan the room for your next challenge. What you see is a stark contrast to the agility-based tasks you've just completed. In front of you is an array of variously sized and shaped objects, each appearing to have significant weight. They range from small, dense orbs to large, cumbersome stones. The room itself is spacious, with several pedestals positioned around its perimeter. These pedestals are of different heights and sizes, and each has a marking that seems to correspond to one of the weighted objects. It's clear from the setup that your task involves lifting and carrying these objects to their designated pedestals. The first few objects, closer to their pedestals, appear manageable, but the real test of strength will come with the larger, more distant ones.
Well, I already know that this would be impossible for me alone. So, Joe, I raise my hands into the air and say, Raarh, share your energy with me as I try to connect with Raarh the same way I did Alexandrew.
Hell yeah, I got you, best buddy.
All right, your words echo through the chamber, a plea for strength beyond your own. As you stand there, arms raised, something extraordinary once again happens. You feel a sudden rush of energy, a raw, powerful surge that seems to flow into you from an unseen source. It's as if Raarh's formidable strength, his very essence, is answering your call, bridging the gap between your separate trials. You feel your muscles tense, energy coursing through you, a sensation of power that's both exhilarating and a little overwhelming. Raarh's strength, his endurance, his physical prowess, it's all there, flowing within you, transforming you. You're still Tronald, the wizard, but now imbued with not only the agility and dexterity of a monk, but also the physical might of a battle-hardened barbarian.
Damn, I'm swole. All right then, Joe, I begin gathering the stones to place them on the correct pedestals.
Give me an athletics check, buddy.
Nice. That's a 25 total, Joe.
Tronald, channeling Raarh's strength, you approach the stones with confidence. Each stone, despite its weight, is lifted and carried with surprising ease. You place them onto their corresponding pedestals, the task feeling more like a display of your swole prowess than a challenge. As you set the last stone in place, there's a sudden shift in the atmosphere of the chamber. The training dummy, previously inert, springs to life with a mechanical whir. It grips an enormous blade in its two hands, poised and ready. With a swift motion, it prepares to thrust the weapon directly at you. In this critical moment, you realize that this isn't just a test of strength, but one of endurance. The dummy's attack is imminent, a blow that somehow, you instinctively know, will deal damage equal to your maximum HP. There's no dodging this, it's unstoppable. Time seems to slow as you stand there with the weight of this decisive moment bearing down on you. Every lesson, every experience you've shared with your companions now flashes through your mind. How can their wisdom, their strategies, save you from what appears to be an inevitable demise? Your response in these fleeting seconds will be the difference between life and death.
Oh, I know exactly what I need to do here, Joe. I think back to the life of Lord Tanavir, to the tragic death of my family. I think about the haunting possibilities that my first wife might have been using me. I relive the horror of witnessing Celestia's brutal murder right in front of me. I feel the weight of all the hatred, the discrimination that festers in the world. And then I fucking rage.
Amazing! Tronald, as the dummy begins its relentless charge towards you, you delve deep into the reservoir of pain and memories within. You think back to all the anguish, all the torment you've endured in your life. The dummy's blade glints menacingly, closing in on you mere inches from piercing your heart. In that critical moment, you transform all that pain into pure, unrelenting anger. You rage. A visceral, tangible shockwave of raw fury erupts from your core. It's a powerful, visible burst of energy that radiates outwards, an unstoppable force of emotion. The shockwave hits the dummy's sword, disintegrating it instantly. The force is so immense that it sends the dummy hurtling backwards, crashing against the wall with such impact that its armor cracks and a crater forms in the wall itself.
That's what I'm fucking talking about, Tronald.
As the last remnants of the dummy's energy dissipate, a new focus captures your attention. On the wrists of the now defeated automaton, a pair of gauntlets begins to unclasp themselves. They fall to the floor with a resonant clang, drawing your eyes with their subtle but unmistakable aura. The gauntlets, lying amidst the debris of the confrontation, emanate a gentle, pulsating glow. It's a clear indication of magic at work, a sign that these are no ordinary pieces of armor. The light they emit bathes the immediate area in a soft radiance, highlighting their intricate design and the latent power they hold. These gauntlets, now unbound from the dummy, seem to be waiting for you, almost inviting you to claim them.
Then claim them I do, Joe.
Tronald, as you reach down and pick them up, their texture and weight feel surprisingly balanced in your hands. The moment your fingers touch the cool metal, a sudden change occurs in the chamber. Just as you lift the gauntlets, an ethereal archway tears open in the wall before you. It's as if the very fabric of the chamber has been split, revealing a shimmering portal. The edges of the archway ripple with a spectral energy, casting a soft, otherworldly light across the room. This sudden appearance of the archway signals your triumph in this test. The gauntlets in your hands are not just a reward, they are a key, unlocking the path forward. You have passed the trial set before you, and the way onward is now open, beckoning you to step through into whatever awaits on the other side.
Excellent. All right then, Joe. I make my way through the portal. That wasn't so difficult, guys. You'll manage it easy.
Well, fingers crossed. I agree, though, if we have the ability to use everyone's abilities aside from our own. Now that we know that, it should be easy enough.
Saxy, roll an intelligence check.
Did I speak too soon? That's a 21 total.
Saxy, as you ponder Tronald's recent display of borrowed strength, a nagging doubt begins to creep into your thoughts. While it initially seemed as though any of you could simply harness the abilities of your companions, the reality might be more complex and daunting. The more you consider it, the more the implications begin to weigh heavily on you. It dawns on you that this labyrinth might have stricter rules than you first assumed. The chilling realization hits you. Once a party member's skill set has been utilized by one of you, it may very well become inaccessible to the others. This revelation sends a jolt of concern through you. The challenge, already a formidable one, now seems exponentially more difficult. It's not just about using your allies' abilities, it's about strategizing and deciding who will use which skill set and when. This labyrinth is not just testing your physical and mental prowess, but also your ability to plan, to foresee the consequences of your choices.
Oh well, isn't that just fucking fantastic? And you used 2 of our skill sets, Tronald, so thanks for that.
What was I meant to do? I had to use both Alexandrew's and Raarh's. There was no avoiding it.
You could have probably just got away with using Raarh's, to be honest, without using Alexandrew's at all.
Whilst that's true, because Raarh is a very talented boy, we didn't realize that it was a one-use type deal at the time, did we? So at least we can go through the rest of this challenge with that knowledge in mind.
That's easy for you to say. You're safe at the other side. We still need to get through our challenges.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Tronald, as you absorb his message, you take a moment to truly observe your new surroundings. You're in a vastly different space now, a room that challenges the limits of complexity and design. It's a mystical maze, sprawling before you in a labyrinthine of corridors and shifting passages. You glance back at the glowing portal that brought you here from the previous room, a solitary beacon in this maze of uncertainty. Scattered around the walls of this expansive chamber are at least 20 other archways, all carved in stone and currently inert. These, you realize, are not just decorative elements, they are gateways, pathways that will activate once the rest of your group has triumphed in their respective challenges. The enormity of what lies ahead begins to sink in. The labyrinth has ushered you into a stage where the stakes are raised, and the collective strength of your party will be paramount. You could venture into the maze alone, test its twisting paths and confounding puzzles by yourself, yet there's an unshakable feeling, a deep-seated intuition that warns against solitary action. This phase of the labyrinth feels like an all-encompassing trial, one that demands the combined efforts and abilities of your entire team. The gauntlets you've obtained seem to be just one piece of a larger puzzle. As you stand there contemplating your next move, you're almost certain that the keys your allies will bring, their own rewards from their trials, will be crucial to navigating and ultimately mastering this maze. It's an all-or-nothing scenario, a test of true unity.
Whose idea was it to come into this godforsaken place?
It was Saxy's.
Oh yeah, blame me, like you didn't all agree to it.
I just can't believe nobody has found this place before. It wasn't exactly well hidden.
Roll a perception check, Tronald.
That's a 16, Joe.
Tronald, with a roll of 16, your attention is involuntarily drawn upwards, above the maze, shrouded in the dim light and nearly lost in the cavernous shadows of the ceiling, looms a vast, swirling entity. At first glance, it seems like an amorphous cloud, but as your eyes adjust and focus, a more sinister image emerges. Suspended ominously above you is a gargantuan mass, a ghostly collection of souls. Thousands of them, each a lost traveler who dared to brave this labyrinth and fell victim to its merciless trials. Their ethereal forms swirl together in a haunting dance of despair, their faces etched with the agony of their final moments, whether that be a fatal blow, starvation, or simply old age. As you scrutinize this chilling spectacle, a cold shiver runs down your spine. These souls aren't simply remnants or symbols of the labyrinth's danger. They are part of its very essence. A dreadful realization creeps into your mind. The labyrinth is more than a mere series of challenges. It's a sentient, voracious entity feeding on the souls of the fallen to bolster its own arcane and physical might. The air around you seems to grow colder, heavier, as if the very atmosphere is laden with the silent screams and unfulfilled aspirations of the trapped souls. The labyrinth, you now understand, is not just a test of skill and wit, it's a predator. And each soul it claims only adds to its power.
Thanks a lot, Saxy.
Oh, come on, this wasn't my fault.
And that is where we will wrap up this session. See you later, guys.